for NGAS Cluster 1. We have from the Department of Budget and Management, Mr. Rolando U. Toledo, Undersecretary. Sir, thank you for coming. Ms. Rosario S. Nunes, Division Head. Ms. April Ann R. De Los Trinos, Acting Service BMS. Director Vivian L. Labastilla, Director 4 for Budget Management Bureau F. And Assistant Director Joanna Victoria N. Galarpe, Director 3 for Budget and Management Bureau F. We have from the Bureau of Treasury, Attorney Jericho A. Cadorna, OIC Complaints and Division and Investigation Division. We have Ms. Concepcion Austria, OIC Director as well, the Regional Office. Moving back to the Department of Management, we have Ms. Mary Anzi de la Vega, Assistant Secretary, Director Elena Regina S. Brillantes, BMBC, Attorney Sarah Jane C. Abuel, Legal Service, Mr. Christine Love A. Morales, BMS2, Mr. John W. Castillo, Chief BMS. From DepEd, we have Ms. Celeste Elco, Assistant Secretary. We have Undersecretary for Administration, Attorney Mel John L. Verzosa. Undersecretary for Procurement, Mr. Gerard L. Chan. Former Undersecretary, Major General Nolasco A. Mempin. Assistant Secretary, Brigadier General Noel Baluyan. Former Assistant Secretary for Procurement, Attorney Reynold Munsayak. And Chief Administrative Officer of Procurement Planning and Management Division, Ms. Maria Teresa Fulgar. If there are any resource persons or witnesses that we have not acknowledged, pardon me, Your Honor. Additional for the Office of the Vice President, Mr. Norman B. Baloro, Director for Operations Office. If there are any other resource persons I have failed to recognize, please approach the mic. Attorney Michael Wesley Powa.
Pursuit of the truth and our attempts to make sense of the way which hundreds of millions of public funds were used. We are fortunate today to have received letters from some officials from the Office of the Vice President who have committed to finally appear. And sana ay matulungan nila kami sa aming patuloy na pag-unawa sa mga issue na ito. To recall, sa mga nakaraang pagdinig natin, ating nakilala ang hindi kapani-paniwalang katauhang nakatanggap ng confidential fund na may ngalang Mary Grace Piattos. Si Mary Grace ay isa lang din sa halimbawa ng mga kaduda-duda na impormasyon na binibigay ng mga acknowledgement receipt na isinumite ng OVP at ng DepEd sa kanilang pagpapaliwanag ukol sa paggamit ng confidential funds. Noong nakarang linggo ay pinaunlakan na ng mga career public officials ng OVP ang ating imbitasyon. Bagaman kinailangan pang maglabas ng sabpina at testificandum upang sila ay dumalo. With the help of these career public officials, may mga nalaman po ang taong bayan ukol sa paggastos ng funds ng OVP. At this point, magbibigay lamang ako ng isang observation muna. Tila ang mga napadalang representatives ng OVP ay onti lamang ang nalalaman tungkol sa confidential funds. Kung ito ba ay dahil sa kanilang status dahil career officials at hindi mga nasa inner circle ng Vice President, hindi pa natin alam. Gayunpaman, dahil sa kanilang pagdalo, ating nakuha ang kumpirmasyong dadalawa lamang ang may alam talaga kung saan at paano nagagastos ang confidential fund sa Office of the Vice President at sa Department of Education. Ito ang Head of Agency at ang Special Disbursing Officer or SDO. Sa OVP, ang mga ito ay nasa katauhan ni Vice President Sara Duterte at SDO na si Ms. Gina F. Acosta. Sa DepEd naman, nasa katauhan ito ni Vice President Sara Duterte at SDO na si Mr. Edward D. Fajarda. Napag-alaman din natin ang SDO ang isa sa mga nagbibigay paliwanag sa mga Audit Observation Memorandum ng Commission on Audit ayon sa pahayag ng opisyal ng OVP. Isa pang napag-alaman natin ang tila bang kaguluhan pagdating sa confidential funds. Sa nakaraang pagdinig, ating nakita na kahit may guidance na sa Joint Circular number 2015-01, ukol sa confidential expenses at confidential funds, isa sa mga resource person natin ang nagpahayag na ang confidential activities katulad ng surveillance activities in relation to confidential funds ay ginagamit in relation to the mandate of the agency, which mandate pertains to the general operations of the agency. Ngunit nakabibigla ang pahayag na ang confidential fund is not a separate item on top of either good governance or socio-economic program delivery. It is within that program. Nagmukhang ang confidential funds ay ginamit upang mag-augment ng pondo ng regular na programa ng OVP at hindi ginamit sa hiwalay na programang may kinalaman talaga sa confidential expenses or surveillance activities to support the mandate or operations of the agency. Katataka din ito sapagkat sa mga nagdaang pagdinig, hindi rin mandato ng OVP ang national security at peace and order bagamat may programa itong good governance. Ito marahil ang dapat gawan ng batas, bumalangkas ng panukalang magbibigay direksyon sa mga ahensya sa paggamit ng confidential funds at anong aktibidad ang confidential activities at ang tamang pagsusuri nito ng ating mga ahensya na may oversight. Nakapagbigay linaw din ang mga opisyal ng OVP sa tanong kung bakit biglang tumaas nang minsan ay humigit 400% ang expenses ng kanilang opisina. Itong araw ay dahil sa operation ng mga satellite offices. Ang mga satellite offices ng OVP ay kumukonsumo sa higit kalahati ng pondo ng OVP. Sila ay palaging iniimbitahan, ngunit hanggang sa araw na to, mailap na dumalo at ayaw sagutin ang mga katanungan sa pondo ng bayan. Mas mabilis sanang masasagot ang katanungan at malulutas ang mga isyu ng ating pagdinig kung sa simula pa lang ay nagpaabot na ng pakikipagtulungan sa pamamagitan ng pagdalo ang mga opisyal ng OVP. Napatunayan sa nakaraang pagdinig na ang nagpagsasabi ng totoo dito sa Kamara, dito sa House Blue Ribbon Committee ay hindi dapat ikabahala. At the end of the day, ang aming mandato ay magsabatas ng mga panukalang makatutulong sa pondo ng bayan at mapigilan ang katiwalian sa pamahalaan sa pamamagitan ng mga panukalang ito. Maraming salamat po. We will now proceed to the administrative matters. I now call on the committee secretariat to provide the committee an update on the invitations, requests, correspondences, submissions, and compliance.
Your Honor, in sum, the agencies have provided the committee the requested documents in the previous hearings. However, with regard to COA, they manifested that they are having problems with some of the voluminous documents, particularly OVP documents, which Mr. Tomawis will state later. For the contempt and arrest orders, it has been transmitted by the LSB to the law enforcement agencies. We not in attendance today are Ms. Acosta, Ms. Gina F. Acosta, and the spouses Mr. Edward D. Fajarda and Attorney Sunshine Chari A. Fajarda. However, in the previous meeting, they have sent their letter request to lift the contempt and arrest orders, Your Honor. For the rest of the other resource persons, they have sent their excuse letters for their non-appearance today, Your Honors. Thank you. May I please also recognize Mr. Attorney Vicente G. Ongcad from the Bureau of Immigration and Mr. Christopher M. Cancino, Director 3, Special Services Sector of the Commission on Audit. That's it, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, sorry.
Congresswoman Pami Zamora, you're recognized.
I'd like to refresh the memory of everyone. I remember that the committee cited in contempt 4 individuals. When was that was the November 11 hearing of this committee. They are Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, Gina Acosta, Sunshine Fajarda, and Mr. Edward Fajarda. And after they were cited in contempt, These 4 individuals, I believe, were issued with the penalty of being detained at the premises of the House of Representatives for a period up to the time that a committee has submitted a committee report. And may I just confirm, Mr. Chair, with the COMSEC, the status of these contempt orders, whether these 4 officials were already, have they been arrested or detained?
COMSEC?
Yes, Your Honor. I would refer to the activity report of the LSP. They have submitted to the committee an activity report from the Philippine National Police, Eastern Police District. They stated that the Office of the Vice President said that they could not present the said individuals because they are on official travel. So the LSB and the law enforcement agencies were unsuccessful in taking into custody the said individuals, Your Honor.
All
Congressman
right.
Pami?
So if ganon, in view of their non-attendance and the fact that the LSB cannot find them, I move that the contempt order and the arrest order be forwarded immediately to the Bureau of Immigration in order to prevent these officials from fleeing the country. Let's avoid that and evading arrest. And for the BI to issue, when warranted, the necessary lookout bulletin order or alert list order. I also move that the committee closely coordinate, Mr. Chair, with the PNP and the NBI in order to effect the arrest of these individuals who aren't present, and after which immediately turn them over to the House of Representatives. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Madam
Second,
Chair,
Mr.
Mr. Chairman,
Congressman
just to for purposes of lang po yung processes in this committee. The basic principle and under the rules is we can only move one motion for one subject matter. So may I ask the
All right.
movement to once again separate the first motion to the second motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Make 2 separate
Yes,
motions.
sorry. Mr. Chair, I would like to move that the contempt and arrest order of these individuals be forwarded immediately to the Bureau of Immigration in order to prevent them from fleeing the country. And when warranted, to issue a necessary lookout bulletin or alert
We will
list
rule
order.
first
I
on
so
the-
move, Mr. Chair.
The first motion is
No.
to forward.
All right.
So we will rule on the first
All right.
motion first.
Second,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the
So-
motion is carried. The motion is carried.
Mr. Chair, I also move that we ask the BI to include them in an immigration lookout bulletin or an alert list order. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
And lastly, Mr. Chair, I would also move that the committee closely coordinate with the Philippine National Police in order to effect the arrest of the individuals and turn them over to the House of Representatives.
Is that a motion or just a manifestation? Just a manifestation?
Yes.
Okay. COMSEC, please take note of the manifestation of Congresswoman Pami Zamora.
Mr. Chair,
Congress DS
yeah,
JJ,
in line with the motions acted upon by the committee, later on, can we ask that the Sergeant at Arms be present so that we can get an update on the status of the contempt orders on these individuals? Kasi kung ang dahilan nila ay may ibang lakad sila sa araw na ito, given na may contempt order na sa kanila, sa palagay ko hindi substantial yung dahilan na yun para hindi po sila dumalo sa ating pandinig.
Comsec, pwede po bang pakitawag ang Sergeant at Arms? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Next, Congressman Paduano.
Just a point of clarification at the same time manifestation, Mr. Chairman, because as far as I heard the report of the COMSEC, ang sabi po ng COMSEC, the contempt order was served to the 4 officials, no, namely Sunshine Farda, Edward Farda, Gina Acosta, and Limir Ortonio, for reasons that they are on official travel, tama ba yun? And official
Official travel, Your Honor.
official travel outside of this country.
Oh, Your Honor, locally, Your Honor.
But have they received the contempt and arrest order for them?
Per the report of the LSB, not yet, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Chairman, it is not acceptable to this representation just because of their official travel and official business. They cannot be served with this contempt order. Kasi over and above, in all cases, with regards to contempt orders, vis-a-vis official travels, dapat po i-serve talaga yung yung contempt orders. So that will not be a valid reason for not serving such contempt order. That's why, Mr. Chairman, instead of just coordinating with once again with the SAA, may I move, Mr. Chairman, that the contempt order will be officially communicated to the NBI, to CIDG, no, and to all local PNP stations in which the addresses of those 4 officials that was cited in contempt.
Yes, that's why we are inviting the Sergeant at Arms to verify what are the steps na ginawa po nila dahil hindi naman po nila na-serve yung contempt order. So alamin natin ano yung ginawa nila and ano pa yung hakbang na gagawin nila. Yes, Comsec.
Your Honors, I would like to manifest that the LSB sent their report. They have transmitted actually the contempt and arrest orders to the director of the NBI, Honorable Judge Jaime B. Santiago. They also transmitted it to the Chief of PNP Police, Police General Romel Francisco D. Marbil, to the Acting Director of CIDG, to Honorable Nicolas D. Torre III, to the Chief of Police of Mandaluyong, Police Colonel Mary Grace R. Madayag, to the OIC Eastern Police District Police Colonel Villamor Q. Tulyao, and that was included in the report of the LSP and Sergeant at Arms, Your Honor. They have also inquired from the committee the residential address of these individuals. However, the Secretariat was only able to provide information as to the spouses Fajarda as provided by the Department of Education, Your Honors.
Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Paduano.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I move that to direct the COMSEC to inform all those mentioned government mentioned officials, no, of the PNP, NBI, for them to report to this committee through the concept ASAP, Mr. Chairman. And if they cannot make that report, may we invite them, those mentioned officials, to be present in the next hearing. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Comsec?
Your Honor, as to the issuance of a lookout bulletin order, on November 6, 2024, the Secretary of Justice has already issued an ILBO for the 7 individuals, and this included the 4 already cited in contempt and issued an arrest order, Your Honors.
Thank you. Is there any more concern?
Mr. Chairman, since
Yes,
the
Congressman
BID,
Paduano.
the representative of BID is present, can we ask him about the update of that lookout bulletin that was issued by the DOJ Secretary?
It's already implemented.
Ungkat, you recognize.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, honorable members of the committee. Sir, as previously mentioned by the COMSEC, the Secretary of Justice issued a lookout bulletin on November 6, 2024 for the 7 aforementioned individuals.
We know that. That was reported by the COMSEC. But what's the latest? Have they traveled?
No, Your Honor. All of them are here, but we still have problems with the name Gina Acosta. There are numerous individuals named Gina Acosta. We don't have her birthday, Your Honor.
Once again, BID, alam mo naman, Gina Acosta is an official of the Office of the Vice President, ba? OVP. Now, yung service record lang, makuha nyo na doon, question of the date of birth and
Yes.
place of birth. Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just to check a certain Acosta, pag marami yan, di ba ang standard operating procedure natin is to get the date of birth at the same time the place of birth. Then,
Yes, Your Honor.
di ba? Madidius na natin kung sino talaga yung Gina Acosta that we are inviting for this hearing. So may record naman yan ng Office of the Vice President, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
O kunin
We
na
will
lang yung
ask them.
PDS doon, nandun na yung lahat.
Yes,
And
Your Honor.
we only need, once again, we only need the date of birth at saka place of birth, di ba? Doon mismo sa OBP. Then check niyo yung record niyo, di ba? Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, so please kindly ngayon po baka pwede nang matawagan
Yes, Your Honor.
to
We will
get
do
a
that.
copy of the PDS of Miss Gina Acosta. Then you verify it kung may travel record siya from the very start of this hearing until today.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Maybe we can ask the admin from the OVP. Do we have the officials from the admin of the OVP? Attorney Sanchez, maybe ang sagot po sa inyong katanungan si Attorney Sanchez.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We will provide upon instruction of the committee, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, when? Because we need it today. Can you provide us within the day? Kasi nandito na rin yung BID.
Anyway,
Patawagan na ng BID yan. If you can provide now the place of birth and the date of birth of Miss Gina Acosta, mabilis lang yan. Ma-check ng BID para matapos na natin yan.
We will,
Ang kailangan na naman natin dito, travel record, di ba, ni Gina Acosta. So can you provide that, ma'am, within the day?
Mr. Chair, we will obtain the records from the office, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you po.
Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Before I recognize with the indulgence of the SJ,
Of course, ladies first.
ladies.
Thank you.
Congressman Pami Zamora.
Mr.
you're
Chair, I'd
recognized.
also like to ask if we were able to invite or if she's present today, si Attorney Rochelle Abella. I remember the last
Attorney-
hearing we invited her.
Your Honor.
Comsec?
Yes, Your Honor, Attorney Rosal Abella, and Abella was invited. She sent an excuse letter stating that she has a hearing in Makati City today, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Chair, bilang abogado ka naman, is that valid? Is that reason enough to skip our hearings?
Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Paduano.
Comsec, in his excuse letter, may attachment ba? None.
None, Your
Also,
Honor.
that is not acceptable, Mr. Chairman, because we need a proof that indeed may schedule siya for hearing in Makati City.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So, not acceptable. Ano ba yung invitation sa kanya last time? Regular invitation, Yoko, so buena.
Regular invitations, Your Honor.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that we issue a Yoko's order for that lawyer. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There's some
Second.
Mr. Chair.
duly seconded.
In relation to that, Mr. Chair, maybe we can also ask the COMSEC to know exactly what ano yung hearing na to so that we can also get the certification that indeed today there's an hearing that should be attended by the person that we are now has issued the show cause order para makita po natin kung meron talagang sa ngayon na parallel activity ang gagawin po niya. So maybe we can get from the Makati. I don't know if is COMSEC, is that a trial court or what was it? Was it?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Congressman
We can
Paduano.
ask.
with due respect to the manifestation or possible motion of the good Zia Jong, Mr. Chairman, that's why we issue a Yoko's order for him to explain and justify his letter. Now it's up to him to submit that document. If indeed there is such a hearing for for today.
Yes.
Mr. Sim-
But we will have to rule on the motion first.
That's why,
Yes. Since
that's why, Mr. Chairman, my motion still stand that I move to issue a show cause
yes,
order.
and it was duly seconded. Is there any objection?
Thank you.
Hearing none, the motion is carried. Now, to answer the query of our esteemed colleague, Congresswoman Pami Zamora, actually, under the rules of court, she can request for a postponement sa hearing. Because ang pinagbabawal lamang po sa rules of court if it will cause delay in the proceedings. But once yung hearing naman po, ang request niya ay pagpo-postpone, like for example, yung force majeure, kagaya po na itong ginagawa natin, hindi naman po niya kontrolado, meron po siyang natanggap na subpoena, pwede po siyang mag-request ng postponement dun po sa court sa Makati. Diba? To comply with the subpoena order of this committee. However, under our rules, dito po sa ating internal rules, ina-allow din po natin na mag-request siya ng postponement provided na meron siyang sufficient justification. Tama po yung sinasabi ni Congressman Paduano at saka ni Congressman Zia Adyong Alonto na dapat magbigay siya sa atin ng certification that indeed she is attending a court hearing. So, but since we have already ruled on the motion, siguro yung show cause order kailangan ilagay po natin doon na kailangan i-attach niya yung certification
From the
na
court.
coming from the clerk of court of ano po yan, Makati.
Your Honor, no branch was mentioned, Your Honor.
Walang branch. Okay, so kung anong branch po yan, pakilagay dun sa show cause order na maglagay siya ng attachment ng certification.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other admin matters?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
yeah,
G.
thank you
Suarez, I
very
recognize.
much. I have a copy here of a letter signed by Sunshine Fajarda, Edward Fajarda, and Gina Acosta. And they mentioned that while they have not received the said orders, we are aware of the committee has verbally issued the same during the hearing. Can I just ask from the COMSEC? COMSEC, what's the status of the orders that were sent to these three individuals? Natanggap ba nila?
Sir, per the report of the LSB, no, Your Honor, because they were not in the office when it was served to them, Your Honor.
No, but who was at the office?
Let me check, Your Honor, from the report of the LSB. At 4:56 p.m.
Kasi alam mo, pwedeng ayaw nilang tanggapin. Number one. Pwedeng hindi nila natanggap. So, gusto ko malaman kung ano yung dahilan kung bakit dito sinasabi nila na we have not received the said orders.
Your Honor, per the
Before I recognize the COMSEC, the chair would like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Robert Ace Barbers. Yes, please COMSEC, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. From the report of the LSB at 4:56 p.m. on November 15, Your Honor, they had a brief meeting with the legal team informing them with the arrest order issued by the House of Representatives. During the brief meeting, it was Attorney Lucky Ebrole and Attorney Leandro Resurrection IV, legal representation from OVP, appeared to the team that the said persons have an official travel outside Metro Manila. At 5 p.m. onwards, the team continued area monitoring around Cybergate Plaza and they left the area at 6 p.m. Despite of diligent efforts to implement the said order, subject persons were not found in the Cybergate Plaza office of the OVP, Your Honors.
But nevertheless, Mr. Chair also stated here that we are aware of the committee has verbally issued the same hearing. So meaning, alam po nila na meron pong contempt order sa kanila. At dito nga ipinapakiusap po nila na kung maaari ma-lift. So I would just like to stress this, Mr. Chair, because number one, they know of the hearing, they know of the contempt, and yet they continue to defy the invitation of the committee. And likewise, is Mr. Lemuel Ortonio present?
Comsec?
Not, Your Honor. I think not, although it was highlighted, there might have been an error in the document presented to me by the pages leader.
He's not here either. All right. Well, in any case, Mr. Chair, insofar as an existing contempt order has been issued against these individuals, so let's just put that on the record, no? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Well, regardless of their excuse, this is already the, I think, 6th hearing. Eh, yung pong galing Amerika, nakarating nga dito eh. Monday lang po dumating si Attorney Zulaika Lopez. And yet, immediately, nandito po siya ngayong Wednesday. So, I don't think may enough reason pa sila. And besides, under our rules, 2 beses ka lang po pwedeng magpa-excuse or postponement provided may justifiable cause. Eh, ito po, 6 na beses na po sila. They were given 6 times, 6 opportunities to attend. So, ni isang hearing po dyan, wala po silang inattend. So, regardless of their excuse, I don't find it justifiable.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Bungalon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In relation to the letter dated November 12, 2024, submitted by Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, and I guess the members of this committee were furnished with this copy of this letter. Upon reading of this letter, Mr. Chair, I have not seen any valid reason for Mr. Lemuel Ortonio not to attend in today's hearing. In fact, he has stated that he is aware that a contempt order and an arrest order were issued against him, and in fact, he is requesting that these orders be lifted for him to participate in the next committee hearing. Let me emphasize, Mr. Chair, that this letter was dated November 12, 2024. And today is November 20, Mr. Chair. With this assurance for him to participate in this or today's committee hearing, may I move once more, Mr. Chair, that Mr. Lemuel Ortonio be cited in contempt for the following reason, Mr. Chair. Number one, he is aware that there will be a committee hearing today, November 20, 2024, and that the excuse he offered in this letter is not a valid one. And for me, Mr. Chair, this is continued defiance of a lawful order of this committee, and it is a sign of disrespect wherein members of this committee, Mr. Chair, had taken the time to attend and appear before this committee hearing. Again, may I move once more, Mr. Chair, for Mr. Lemuel Ortonio to cite him in contempt, Mr. Chair. I so move.
Duly seconded. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Just to clarify, kung bakit po tayo nag-co-contempt ulit, this is based on different grounds.
Yes.
Yes, because the previous ground, yung contempt po natin, ang contempt po kasi 6 po ang grounds. So yung first ground, without legal excuse to obey summon. Ito po kasi, yung binabanggit po ninyo is based on Section 11E, acting in a disrespectful manner towards any member or committee or any misbehavior in the presence of the committee. So, ibang ground po itong binabanggit po ninyo.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, it is under Section 11, Paragraph E of
Okay.
our House Rules, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
And further,
Please
Mr.
continue.
Chair, since we are citing Mr. Lemuel Ortonio for a different ground under our rules, and I move that Mr. Lemuel Ortonio be confined at Bicutan Prison, Mr. Chair. I so move.
There is a motion to confine Mr. Ordoño in saan po?
Bicutan Prison, Mr. Chair.
Bicutan Prison. Is there any second to the motion? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
How long?
For how long? For what period?
Until the committee report.
10 days.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. The period of detention.
Under the rules,
is
Section
10 days,
11,
Mr.
E,
Chair.
and F, 10 days po ang maximum.
Yes, 10 days,
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, 10 days. We will go for the maximum, 10 days.
Mr. Chair, in connection to the motion of Congressman Bongalon, I have here a letter signed by Mr. Lemuel Ortonio. It was received by the committee on November 20, 2024 at 9:15 p.m. Wala ba talaga siya dito, Comsec?
Negative, Your Honor.
Ha?
Wala po.
Kasi nakasulat dito on paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. While I maintain our stand stated in the position papers we submitted, I am here ready to participate in the proceedings. I will do my best to answer any questions related to the activities of the OVP and its accomplishments. So,
Your Honor, even the pages and in the registration, they have not physically found Mr. Lemuel Ortonio to be present here, Your Honor.
so anong dahilan nitong sulat na to? Ba't niyo sinasabi na pupunta siya dito at magpa-participate siya? Eh, wala naman pala siya dito. Well, I don't expect the COMSEC to be able to answer that. But I guess that would put more emphasis on the justification on the motion of Congressman Bongalon. Unacceptable, Mr. Chair. I mean, he mentioned that he was coming. Nandito sa letter niya, tapos wala rin siya dito.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Bongalon.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Another matter, Mr. Chair. In a letter dated November 12, 2024, signed by Attorney Sunshine Chari Fajarda, Mr. Edward Fajarda, and Gina F. Acosta. Upon perusal, I have seen that the common reason for their non-attendance is that they are on official business. And I request from the committee secretary if she can confirm that in that letter, was there any attachment to prove that on these particular dates from November 9 to 15 of 2024, an official business or official travel was attached in this letter to prove that indeed these officials are on official business. Can we confirm from the committee secretary, Mr. Chair?
COMSEC.
Your Honor, there was no attachment in that. It was a one-pager. One-pager for the three individuals, one-pager for Mr. Ortonio as well, Your Honors.
So, wala hong naka-attach na proof na kahit official travel?
None, Your Honor.
So, in other words, Mr. Chair, this one-pager document is a mere scrap of paper, Mr. Chair. We can always offer an excuse stating this, but as an official, we have to convince this committee that indeed on these particular dates, they are on official business. And the best document to prove that they are on official business is an official travel issued to them. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to move that this letter submitted by these three individuals or officials from the Office of the Vice President, I move that the committee only note this letter and cannot be acted upon as an excuse for their absence in today's committee hearing, Mr. Chair.
Is there any second to the motion? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Your Honor, may I be recognized?
Yes, Comsec, you're recognized.
Your Honor, the Sergeant at Arms is present, Your Honor. Sergeant at Arms, taas, Your Honor.
Yes, please continue, Congressman Bongalon. That would be all.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman Gutierrez.
Mr. Chair, in relation to the query of the Honorable Deputy Speaker, I understand the question was on the letter by Mr. Antonio?
Ortonio.
Ortonio, and I understand he is the Assistant Chief of Staff in the OVP. Mr. Chair, perhaps if the Deputy Speaker be of the like mind, we could ask the Chief of Staff who is present here today with us if she is aware of the circumstances surrounding the letter that has been submitted. Because it's highly curious po that he would commit to being here today, yet, which is a letter dated yesterday or today po ba? November 20. So that was dated today, yet he's not here. Perhaps the Chief of Staff would be able to enlighten us, seeing as that they are in the same office, and in fact, the subject person is her subordinate po. Yun lang, Mr. Chair.
Before I recognize Attorney Zulaika Lopez, could you please administer the oath of Attorney Lopez, Comsec? Ma'am, pwede po ba mag-oath po muna tayo? Thank you po, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, can we also include the new personalities who is present for the first time para isang administering of oath, no?
Yes, lahat po ng mga ngayon lang dumating, pwede po ba magsitayo po kayo? The Comsec will administer your oath. Thank you.
Yes.
Comsec, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honors. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this inquiry, so help you God? The oath has been administered to all new attendees, Your Honor, even the ones in the audience. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ma'am, Attorney Zoraga, would you like to respond to the query of Congressman Gutierrez?
Okay. Good morning to the honorable members of the committee. Before I answer the question of the Honorable Rog Gutierrez, I'd like to begin with a word of gratitude to the honorable members of the committee for the grant of understanding and grant of understanding in my medical, in my recent travel to the U.S. due to a medical emergency of an immediate family member. I do want to let you know that the worst is not over yet for my relative, but the family is still expecting, of course, the best possible outcome. Having said that, I do want to extend my appreciation, and my entire family really is actually very appreciative of this act of kindness that was extended to me during that difficult time. Having said that, good morning again, Sir Rog. I arrived last November 18. Which was last Monday. And then, kahapon lang po ako pumasok officially sa opisina namin. I have not seen at all ASEC Lemuel Ortonio, and I understand that he is on official travel. Thank you.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair, with that,
Congressman Rodrigo Roch.
I would like to take it po, no, that that's official manifestation of the Chief of Staff. So there seems to be a conflict. On one hand, he is on official travel, and on the other, in his letter, he stated he will be present today. So that just adds to the point that the Deputy Speaker was making, and I think I leave it to the committee for our consideration. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat, Attorney Lopez. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, to be honest with you, I find it unjustifiable yung reason po niya. Because this is not the first time na absent po siya. This is the 6th committee hearing, and yet, from the outset, hindi naman po siya uma-attend. They refused to participate. Lahat naman po, buong Pilipinas, nakakaalam na hinahanap na po siya dito sa ating committee hearing. At unfortunately, hanggang ngayon, lahat po sila, yung 4 po, hindi pa rin po dumarating.
Mr. Chair, most respectfully, I think we're all in agreement that the excuse is not acceptable. But I think this is just to add this is an aggravating circumstance of sort, why would Mr. Ortonio mention that he will be here today in the letter and at the same time be on official leave? So which is which po? That's what I meant po, Mr. Chair, most respectfully, for the consideration of this committee. Yun na
Yes,
po. Maraming
thank
salamat.
you.
Chair, can I just
Yes,
get
Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez.
thank you
to
very
recognize.
much. Attorney Sanchez, kayo po yung OIC Chief of Staff ngayon? Ano pong posisyon ang hawak nyo ngayon?
Mr. Chair, I was not designated as OIC Chief of Staff. The
while,
last time,
while Attorney Lopez was away, is that correct?
no, Mr. Chair, I was only designated only for October 18, 2024, for 1 day only, Mr. Chair.
1 day.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sandali ka lang naman pala nag-OIC, ano? Isang araw lang. Bakit
Yes.
isang araw lang?
Mr. Chair, at that time, both of them were on travel and they returned the week after.
So who was acting, Attorney Lopez, who was acting in your capacity while you were away?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, while I was away, I understand it was the Assistant Secretary, Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, who was the officer in charge of the OVP.
Okay, the same person that we're talking about, no?
Yes, Your Honor, but I left early on. I was away November 4.
So if he is in official travel, who granted him that travel authority?
I beg your indulgence. I was not able to see yet the travel authority because, as I mentioned earlier, I really just arrived, and that was not really one of the documents I
Yeah, because
have gone through.
he cannot issue the travel authority to himself.
Yes.
So him being the one in charge. So my question is, who issued his travel authority? So you were not there. So
Yes.
it's Attorney Sanchez.
Mr. Chair, I will check with the office, but I have not seen the travel authority, Mr. Chair.
So but he does have a travel authority. Can you confirm that he has a travel authority?
I am not aware, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Can you be kind enough to ask your office? Maybe we can get that information within the hour. Kasi nakakapagtaka lang, Mr. Chair, siya po yung officer in charge. At sinasabi niya na wala siya dito, although pinangako niya na darating siya. So medyo hindi ko lang po maitugma yung dahilan kung bakit hindi pa rin siya sumisipot. So that's it, Mr. Chair, no?
Chair, in line with this
Thank you.
manifestation of
Congressman Zia.
DSJJ, yes, in line with the manifestation of DSJJ, I think we all know as a regular administrative processes, whenever you are requesting for a travel authority, alam po naman natin talaga it's the principal as the head of the agency that really approves that. So I don't think it would take, I guess, Attorney Sanchez to verify from the office who authorized the travel authority of this particular individual. I mean, judging from the way the administrative processes is being practiced and exercised in the bureaucracy, in all bureaucracies in the government, we know that it would be the vice president who would probably grant the travel authority to this particular. Am I correct?
Mr. Chair, based on the delegation of authorities in our office order, the approval for travel orders of the Chief of Staff and the Assistant Chief of Staff belong to the head of agency, Mr. Chair.
That's it. Who is the head of the agency?
The Vice President, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mayroon pa po? Kung wala na po, we will now proceed to the next.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair, sorry.
DS J. Suarez.
Medyo napakahirap po kasing lunukin tong patuloy na pag-e-evade ng mga opisyales na iniimbitahan natin dito. May I just manifest, Mr. Chair, that as we progress, and I hope na we can conclude this committee hearing in the next few weeks, can we also look into the possibility of administrative sanctions against these individuals who continue to defy invitations, subpoenas, contempt orders, against these public officials. Malingkod bayan po ito, Mr. Chair. So, binabasa ko po yung mga batas patungkol po sa mga public officials. Ay talagang tungkulin po nila yung humarap sa mga ganitong pandinig. At kung patuloy po silang umiiwas, hindi pupunta at hindi dadalo at gagawa ng kung ano-ano mang dahilan, sa palagay ko po, Mr. Chair, dapat mapag-aralan din po ng komitibang ito kung ano pong mga kasong administratibo ang pwede pong ipataw sa kanila dahil hindi po ito sumusunod sa alituntunin ng isang lingkod bayan. So that's my short manifestation, Mr. Chair, with regards to Acosta, to Sunshine Fajarda, to Ortonio, and to Mr. Fajarda. So, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, short comment lang din, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Manuel.
Mr. Chair, dagdag dun sa nabanggit na ating mga kapwa mambabatas. Mr. Chair, kung ganito yung tipo ng mga excuses na matatanggap ng committee, sa totoo lang ay parang sampal na rin to sa taong bayan, Mr. Chair. Kasi halimbawa itong sulat ni Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, gusto po niya na ma-lift daw yung contempt order and arrest order para raw maka-attend siya dito sa committee. In the first place, Mr. Chair, hindi siya dumadalo, kaya siya pinatawan ng contempt order and arrest order, tapos para bang nagsiset pa siya ng condition sa atin para raw makapag-participate talaga siya. Parang niloloko tayo dito, Mr. Chair. Pangalawa, ito pong sulat ni na Sunshine Fajarda, Edward Fajarda, tsaka Gina Acosta. Kasi raw may ginagawa sila sa OVP. Mr. Chair, kung ganito pala, baka kahit isamon po natin sila 20 times dito sa committee, pwedeng sabihin lang nila, meron silang official duties sa Office of the Vice President. At yun yung kanilang gagamitin excuse para hindi sila dumalo. Pag ganun, Mr. Chair, actually, kaya nga tayo nag-hold ng mga hearings dito para matiyak na kapag may mga official duties ang mga public officials at merong pondo na nilalaan para sa mga activities nila, nagagamit ng tama yung pondo. We can't allow na magpatuloy lang sa parang normal operations ang mga opisina gaya ng OVP. Ngayong naungkat nga natin na merong mga kaduda-dudang transactions. Actually, itong ginagawa natin, Mr. Chair, makakatulong nga ito para mapabuti pa, supposedly, yung kanilang serbisyo. Wala tayo dito para i-hamper sila sa kung ano yung kanilang mga gampanin. Kaya, all the more, Mr. Chair, na once and for all, dapat talaga dumalo sila dito at hindi maghapag ng mga, actually parang nagiging petty na lang yung kanilang mga ginagamit ng mga dahilan para hindi sila makadalo. Yun lang, Mr. Chair. Salamat.
Your Honor.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair,
Yes,
I have
Congressman
this is
Zia.
very germane to the topic we're discussing right now. I'd like to ask Attorney Sanchez, ma'am, how many times can an employer, for example, a staff, request for a travel authority? May limit pa po sa inyo? Ilang beses po yan?
Attorney Sanchez.
And what are the reasons for example, for the head of the agency to grant this request for a travel authority?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We do not have a specific limit as to the number of times that a staff can travel as long as there is basis or justification and necessity for the travel, Your Honor. It is granted.
So you have to, for example, Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed, no? Kasi gusto ko lang po malaman dahil parang ang always na narason na naririnig natin ay official travel. Can you categorize to us, paano mo i-differentiate dun sa official travel, how many times can an employee request for official travel? Kung official yan na, like the regular operation ng opisina ninyo.
Your Honor, usually for official travels, it's not the employee that requests, but it's the
Office. Okay.
that
So what about
orders.
yung personal travel?
For personal travel, Your Honor, generally it would be based on the available leaves of the staff, but there would be instances when necessary, for example, if there are medical reasons, Your Honor, that can also be granted, but without.
What other reasons are there available that an employee can request for personal travel? I believe there is the medical reasons. What other reasons can an employee, a regular employee, request for a personal travel?
Your Honor, for personal travel, there are different reasons provided by under the CSC guidelines. It can be vacation or emergency leave kung namatayan, but different and
Pero hindi
varied
naman
reasons.
every week or every month magkakaroon ka ng travel, di ba? The reason why I'm asking this, Mr. Chair, and I want to put into record, because since the time that we have started this committee hearings, apparently there are certain individuals who consistently refuse to appear before this committee hearing, despite the insistence of this committee sending them invitation to appear. And they have even the gall to request to the committee to lift the contempt order, Mr. Chair. Pang-ilan na po natin ito? Pang-7, pang-5, pang-6 na po ito, Mr. Chair. Pang-6 na ano. So, to me, if you ask me, my personal take on that is there's a deliberate refusal to attend this committee hearing. And there's a deliberate way to frustrate the proceedings of this committee, which to me, gusto kong tanungin, how many times did this send us an excuse letter citing a travel authority? Kasi parang na-abuse na po ito. I think it's time for this committee, maybe, perhaps, to really evolve the way that we receive and accept these reasons. Kasi kailangan na natin, tama nga yung sinabi ni Kong Jill, parang hindi na sila natitinag sa contempt order eh. So we don't want to set this example that anybody who does not like to attend, hindi ko alam kung whatever reason, dahil ayaw lang nila sumagot sa committee na ito, ay gagamitin lang nila yung convenient reason na nagkakaroon sila ng travel order, Mr. Chair. Comsec, how many times did they send us their excuse letter that they are on official travel?
Your Honor, from the time a subpoena ad testificandum was issued, so and successfully served from November 11 to today, since there's a standing contempt, for the first 4 hearings, they sent position papers stating points that why they are not attending, Your Honor. After that, travel orders na po, Your Honor.
It's really bothering, Mr. Chair, because tinanong ko nga, who really approves the travel order? And then it's obviously, Mr. Chair, that there's a deliberate attempt to really frustrate the proceedings and for this committee to really find out kung ano talaga itong mga allegations na kinakaharap nila ng opisina. Just to put that into record, Mr. My manifestation and my frustration as well, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The chair would like to recognize Congressman Kit Flores.
Mr. Chair, kanina pa tayo dito sa excuses ni na Paharde, and since the Chief of Staff already mentioned that they're on official travel, may I know from the Chief of Staff exactly where the travel is of the spouses Paharda?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, as mentioned earlier, I was not able to see the travel authority of these individuals, Your Honor.
But would you know where the activities are, supposedly? Where they were sent?
Yes, the Office of the Vice President is actually turning 89 years old, Your Honor.
I know. Just
Yes.
give me the place po. I
I'm
just need the
sorry.
place.
I'm sorry. We are holding several activities across all our 10 satellite offices, Your Honor. So we have in BARM, we
Kaya
have...
nga, I just need where Paharda and the spouses Paharda were sent today.
Oh, but Your Honor, I cannot answer that because...
Who can answer it among the OVP people present? Attorney Sanchez?
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have not seen the travel orders.
So you don't know where these people went? You just disappeared or something?
I have not seen the travel orders.
Can
Your
you call
Honor,
the
but-
HR?
Yes.
Where is the activity now? Exactly what city, what town? Because this is my suggestion. The Sergeant at Arms is here. He coordinates with the Chief of Police of the town where they're holding the activity. Then enforce the contempt order. Tapos, di ba? Para, kanina pa tayo eh.
Thank you. Pwede po bang maibigay ninyo sa amin yung exact location ngayon ng activities?
We will check, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you po. Now, just to give a short comment, no? It is the duty of public officers to appear before Congress or any of its committees. In fact, in the case of Balag versus Senate of the Philippines, GR number 234608, dated July 3, 2018, the Supreme Court had occasion to rule that the attendance is mandatory when so summoned by Congress, is underscored by the fact that failure to do so without legal basis is subject to criminal sanction under Article 150 of the Revised Penal Code. So, para lang po maunawaan ng ating mga kababayan, ito po ay ang hindi po pagdalo sa mga committee hearing ng Kongreso ay pwede pong makasuhan ng kriminal. Dahil ito po ay tinatalaga ng batas na ang pagpunta dito ay mandatory para sa mga public officials. Maraming salamat po. Meron pa po bang gustong magsalita? Yes, Comsec, please continue.
Your Honor, I would like to recognize Vice Chairperson, Honorable Janet L. Garin from the 1st District of Iloilo, Honorable Rolando M. Valeriano from the 2nd District of Manila, and from the Department of Education, Undersecretary for Operations, Mr. Rev. C. A. Escobedo is present. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We will now proceed to the next item in our agenda. We will continue on the deliberation. The first to interpolate is, okay. The chair would like to recognize the first interpolator, Congressman Zia Alonto Adyong.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Mr. Chair, I'd like to take off from the previous discussions that we had last November 5, Mr. Chair, where the committee has already established a numerous acknowledgement receipts from the Office of the Vice President as well as from the Department of Education. Various of these acknowledgement receipts bearing no names and only signatures, Mr. Chair. Now, we have already established that in the last committee hearing. There were even acknowledgement receipts, Mr. Chair, with names that repeatedly, hindi lang dalawang beses, even thrice, tatlong beses pong nag-a-appear ito sa mga sets of acknowledgement receipts. May mga acknowledgement receipts din, Mr. Chair, na pare-pareho ang pagkasulat. At yung iba, pare-pareho yung tinta ng kanilang ballpen na ginamit. Na there have been numerous other observations, Mr. Chair, which lead this committee and at least this representation to believe na meron talagang questionable yung processes at mukhang gawa-gawa, yung tong mga acknowledgement receipts na ito, Mr. Chair. So since we started discussing about the acknowledgement receipt, Mr. Chair, there were numerous inquiries from the public asking me kung how important is this acknowledgement receipts are. So, pag-usapan po natin yon, and I think this is part of my manifestation before I go on proceed with my questions, Mr. Chair. Ang mga acknowledgement receipts na po ito ay isinumite ng Office of the Vice President at the Department of Education bilang documentary evidence of payment for the supposed expenses using confidential funds, Mr. Chair. For the record, and to answer the public, Mr. Chair, yung buong kabuuan po ng confidential funds ng Office of the Vice President, totaling 500 million pesos, as well as the confidential funds of the Department of Education, totaling 112.5 million. These amounts were liquidated, Mr. Chair, solely through the acknowledgement receipts. Totaling, with a grand total of 612.5 million of these public funds utilized, na ginamit na ang binigay lang sa COA as a justification for the utilization of these confidential funds ay yung acknowledgement receipts na marami ho tayong nakita in the previous hearings na medyo questionable. Yung iba ay to a point na nakakatawa, Mr. Chair. And I would just like to cite an example, and let me go back to the previous, again, acknowledgement receipt that was first observed by Chairman Romy Acop. How many acknowledgement receipts are we talking here, Mr. Chair? No, based on my office count, there are almost 4,500 acknowledgement receipts na nanggaling po in total, no? Both nanggaling po sa Office of the Vice President, pati rin po galing po dun sa Department of Education when the Vice President concurrently holding the office as Secretary. Roughly 4,500, 2,670 from the Office of the Vice President submitted acknowledgement receipts, and 1,820 with no invoices, zero official receipts, no? Lahat po ito acknowledgement receipts na walang attachment of proof of identity, no? Or the existence man lang na yung supposed recipients nito ay buhay or totoong tao. So this is what we find out during the previous committee hearings, and this is what I think the observation of this representation would like to find out. May I, again, let me go back to the previous discussion that we had at nagkaroon din ito ng national traction. May I request the COMSEC to please flash the first acknowledgement receipt that was noticed by Chairman Acop. Ayan po, Mr. Chair. Yung Mary Grace Piattos, no? Isa po yan sa mga acknowledgement receipt na naisumite sa Commission on COA, Commission on Audit, na alam naman po natin na yung pangalan na Mary Grace ay isang restaurant, yung Piattos ay isang chichirya. No, if you ask me, medyo questionable kung meron pa ho talagang taong nagngangalang Mary Grace Piattos. Now, we could not find out whether this Mary Grace Piattos is indeed a person or alive because there's no corroborative attachment to it other than the acknowledgement receipt na receive natin, ang permado niya. So, Mr. Chair, this prompted, Mr. Chair, in fact, some of the members here and I guess members who came out with a, yung pabuya na kung sino man ang makakapagturo, Mr. Chair, sa taong ito na buhay, we are willing to provide 1 million pesos as a reward for anybody who can point us to us whether this Mary Grace Piattos is indeed a person and if she is really around, alive, no, Mr. Chair. Also, as Mr. Chair, another observation that I want to ask, I think it was also already mentioned during the previous hearings, that there are names appearing in both the acknowledgement receipts from the OVP and as well as from the Department of Education. Pero may isang pangalan na nag-stand out sa akin among all the acknowledgement receipts na sinumite nila. So, Mr. Chair, just to maintain the confidentiality of the activities, assuming there were any such activities, Mr. Chair, I would just like to just show to you the signature of this particular acknowledgement receipt which I noticed, Mr. Chair. No? May I request our COMSEC to flash the second. Yan po. Ito po yung acknowledgement receipt. Galing po yan sa Office of the Vice President. Yung set po na sinubmit. Gusto ko lang pong tanungin ang ating COA. Mr. Chair, is Ms. Camora present?
May we know if
Here?
representative from COA is present? Attorney Camora? Saan? Yes, Attorney Camora is present.
Attorney? Comsec, can you please flash the... You have already taken your oath, man, no? Kasi several times ka naman umattend, no, Attorney Camora? Tama po ba? Yes. Can you... Yeah,
Attorney
please-
Camora, please answer.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Nakita niyo naman po itong ano, no? Acknowledgement receipt, no?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Sa palagay niyo, nababasa niyo po ba yan, yung pangalan dyan?
It's, I think, Kokoy Villamin po.
Yeah, Kokoy Villamin received on, ano ba yan, 9, no?
September
September
17.
17, 2023, no? So, itabi lang po natin yan for the meantime. And I'd like also to show you another acknowledgement receipt, this time from the Department of Education. Mr. Chair, can I ask COMSEC to, yes. On the left side, with black ink, that's from the OVP. On the other side is from DepEd. Okay, pakibasa po yan, yung pangalan din po dyan sa DepEd.
Parang parehas po, Mr. Chair, Kokoy Villamin.
Parehas. Parehas po, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oo. Ibig sabihin, the point I'm trying to drive at, Mr. Chair, is that based on the documents and the acknowledgement receipts, which we do not have any other ways to really affirm whether these persons and individuals who have received the confidential funds were truly alive and truly person, makikita po natin yung medyo hindi ho kapani-paniwala. Ako, ordinaryo po ako na tao. I'm not an auditor, but as you can see it, pareho po yung pangalan nila, Kokoy Villamin, yung acknowledgement receipt from the Office of the Vice President, and at the same time, from the DepEd, the same person, Kokoy Villamin, from Osamis. No? Sa palagay niyo po ba yan? Kung titingnan po natin, Mr. Chair, sa palagay natin, common ba yung pangalan na, Mr. Chair, Ms. Camora, yung pangalan na Kokoy Villamin?
Mr. Chair, parang hindi po since hindi, para siyang nickname yung Kokoy po.
So, masasabi niyo po ba as a head or nag-audit ng Intelligence and Confidential Funds Audit Office, masasabi niyo po ba na isang person yan?
Pwede po, Mr. Chair.
Pwede?
Pwede po.
Pwedeng isang person, no? Is it just a coincidence that the same two offices heading by the same person submitting to you the same acknowledgement receipts can encounter two persons? How unlikely would that be? Two persons with the same name, bearing the same spelling, same last name, with the same first name. Posible po ba yan?
Medyo likely less possible.
Yeah, I think
po.
it's highly unlikely, Mr. Chair, na yun po yung mangyayari, no? Kung titingnan niyo po ba yan, Ms. Camora, yung sulat po ba dyan pagkapareho?
Hindi po.
I think it's very obvious, Mr. Chair, that the signatures, Mr. Chair, on the acknowledgement receipt submitted by the Office of the Vice President is quite different from the acknowledgement received by the Department of Education, no? Parehang pangalan pero mukhang magkaiba ang tinta. Mr. Chair, this is just one of the examples that we have received, no? From the office from the COA, no? Yung sinabit po nilang acknowledgement receipt, Mr. Chair. Now, is it true, Mr. Chair, that I'd like to ask Attorney Camora, is it true, Mr. Chair, na magkaiba po yung auditor dun sa OVP at saka the same sa Department of Education?
Parang that time po.
Yung resident auditor po nila, magkaiba po, no?
Yes po.
Oh,
Yung
magkaiba.
resident auditor,
Yes,
definitely magkaiba po.
Kasi kung isa po yung auditor nito, I think malalaman po nila ito and they will be flagged, no? Kung bakit magkaparehong pangalan and magkaiba yung signatures, exactly the same spelling and exactly the same family name. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think, Mr. Chair, this is something that we should look into. The reason why I'm pointing this out, Mr. Chair, and for the public's information. Ito po yung pinag-uusapan natin dito. Dahil unang-una po, with this kind of itong pag-aabuso sa ganitong proseso ng pag-audit na ibibigay lang po nila is acknowledgement receipts, it gives us so many, it provides us so many, and it opens up so many floodgates of questions, which I believe, yun yung pinaka-importante po na masagot. Dahil these are public funds utilized, and these are funds na readily available for their request. Tapos ganito yung nakikita nating mga reports nila at saka yung pag-acknowledge ng kanilang pag-utilize ng kanilang pondo. It's very obvious, Mr. Chair, na hindi lang po si Mary Grace Piattos ang nakita po nating questionable. Nakikita din po natin na may mga acknowledgement receipts, Mr. Chair, na pare-pareho yung pangalan, na magkakaiba yung date, na magkakaiba yung kanilang pirma, Mr. Chair. So it begs the question now, how do we be able to supply answers to this question? But even if we ask COA here, mayroon bang attachment na sinubmit sa inyo to verify whether this was given as a way to purchase information, or is it a reward payment for an information that is relevant to the activity of the Office of the Vice President or the DepEd in relation to confidential funds? Kasi magkaiba po yan eh.
Mr. Chair, acknowledgement receipts po ang sinubmit nila, and
Acknowledgement receipt po, ano po yan? That's the payment for information, purchase of information, or
Both
yung
po.
reward?
Both po, Mr. Chair, acknowledgement receipts ang sinubmit nila for both information and rewards. It's just that sa rewards po, may additional requirement lang po kaming hiningi.
Yeah, but unfortunately, some of these acknowledgement receipts were not supported by a certificate of success. Hindi ho ba? Kasi magkaiba po yan, Mr. Chair. Pag yung purchase of information, regardless whether this information are useful or not, talagang bibilin mo lang yan. Diba? But the reward and payment for the information, dapat po yan may certificate of success. Hindi ho ba? Dun sa agencies po na pinagpartneran, for example, ng inyong opisina. Tama po ba yun, Attorney Camora?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
And all of these acknowledgement receipts were being supported by the certificate of success?
Mr. Chair, yung sa rewards lang po.
Yeah, but on not all of this, in this particular case na sinat ko po sa inyo, are you familiar with this kind of acknowledgement receipts? Or have you came across this particular questionable acknowledgement receipts?
Yan po yung mga ni-review namin dati, although at that time, Mr. Chair, wala naman po sa namin na
That's why you have issued yung observation memorandum ninyo. It's precisely because they have failed to at least provide you the attachment to verify or at least to authenticate that indeed these funds that were used for a reward or payment of reward were not substantiated by a certificate of success. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So again, Mr. Chair, it begs us the question, gaano kalala yung pag-aabuso dito sa office confidential funds? I think we have just started unearthing all of these problems and all of the questionable acknowledgement receipts. I think this is just the tip of the iceberg, Mr. Chair. If we go deeper into this, mukhang widespread po ang nangyaring pag-aabuso sa pondo po ng ating gobyerno, Mr. Chair, insofar as the utilization of confidential funds is concerned on both the Department of Education and the Office of the Vice President. Hindi lang ho si Mary Grace, ang sabi ko nga po, hindi lang ho si Mary Grace Piattos po ang questionable dito. Meron din pong mga pangalan na pare-parehong nag-a-appear po on both acknowledgement receipts, Mr. Speaker, coming from the Office of the Vice President as well as from the Department of Education. Mr. Chair, just a manifestation, and I believe there are questions relating to this that my colleagues would also like to ask the COA. and I would yield to my colleagues to further inquire kung paano po ito nakalusot at saka ano po talaga yung nature ng pagbibigay ng acknowledgement receipts, which I believe, to my mind, Mr. Chair, is open to abuse, Mr. Chair. And yung process po ng ganito, kung ganito, if we allow this to continue on, talagang maabuso at prone talaga po sa mismanagement ng pondo na binibigay po sa mga ahensya. Particularly, Mr. Chair, ito pong discussion natin ng utilization ng confidential funds ng Department of Education while the Vice President was still holding as the agency as the Department Secretary. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney Camora.
Thank you, Honorable Zia Alonto Adjong. The next to interpolate is Congresswoman Janet Garin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Since the Honorable Manuel went for a quick meeting, allow me to pursue the line of questioning of the Honorable Zia. Kanina po, Mr. Chairman, may pinakitang acknowledgement receipt. May I pose, if I may be allowed to pose the question to Congressman Zia, Mr. Chair? Okay lang po ba?
Do we allow that, Mr. Chair?
Very quickly lang, very quickly.
Yes po, ma'am.
With the permission of the Chair. Kanina po kasi sinabi nyo acknowledgement receipt. Ang ibig po ba sabihin nito ay pagpirma mo na ikaw ay nakatanggap ng pera?
Tama po ba? Tama po yun.
So pera siya, hindi siya gamot, hindi siya pagkain, hindi siya bahay, pera.
Yes, tama po yun. Yung acknowledgement receipts na binigay po nila sa COA.
At itong tinanggap na pera ay para po saan?
Doon po sa in connection with the utilization of the confidential funds po, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Okay. That's why I was asking, Mr. Chair, kasi narinig ko kasi yung salita, libo-libong acknowledgement receipt. Did I get it right?
That's correct, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Actually, based on our count, meron pong sinubmit na 4,500 acknowledgement receipts.
4,500 acknowledgement
That's
receipt.
in total, both from the Office of the Vice
How many
President.
people?
And I presume if for each individuals,
So magkakaiba yung pangalan, Mr. Chair.
parang may magkakapare-pareho nga eh, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
As I already
So,
shown.
Mr. Chair, I just posed that question so that in the next review of the Honorable Zia, maybe he can look into the 4,500 acknowledgement receipts. Kung ito ba ay 4,500 na tao, o these are 4,500 acknowledgement receipts covering how many people? Yan lang po. Kasi para po medyo maliwanagan ako dun sa presentation. My next question, Mr. Chair, to our distinguished resource person from COA. She mentioned that she perused over these documents. So I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, if it's COA who can answer or somebody else from our resource person. Sino po, kasi acknowledgement receipt, ina-acknowledge mo na natanggap ka, sino po ang nagpapatanggap? Who releases
Attorney
the
Camora.
money?
Mr. Chair, it is supposed to be the SDO, the Special
Ilan po ang
Disbursement
SDO, Mr.
Officer.
Chair?
Sa case po ng OVP, Mr. Chair, isa, and sa case po ng DepEd is isa din po.
In a span of how many months or days or weeks po na pa-release ng dalawang SDO yung 4,500 na acknowledgement receipts?
I think yung 4,000 po is for the total of from 2022 ng OVP, 2023 ng OVP, and 2023 po ng
So if you just reckon on the date, Mr. Chair. So kasi nakita ko lang, pasensya na, medyo hindi ko kasi nakita lahat ng papel. I'm just basing on what I saw. Tama ba yung present ni Kong Zia merong date? May date ba sa baba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yung sa acknowledgement receipt may date. So
Yes, Mr.
kung ako po ang SDO at magpapareceive ako, dun po sa dates, yung inclusive dates, paano po ba? Like ilang tao ang tatanggap dun sa isang SDO?
Ang presumption po dyan is yung taong tumanggap nung payment, siya yung nandyan pong received by. So,
Pardon me, Mr. Chair? Siya-
one person yung one acknowledgement receipt.
Precisely. What I'm referring to is, yung acknowledgement receipt, di ba may mga dates? So ang
Yes,
nagpapareceive
Mr. Chair.
isang tao lang. Kunyari, ma'am, attorney, ikaw yung SDO. Ibig ba sabihin ng SDO, ikaw ang nagpapatanggap ng pera? Tama po ba?
Yes, ideally po.
Okay.
Supposed to be
So,
po.
Ideally and supposed to be. In this case, hindi po ang SDO ang nag-release ng pera sa pananaw nyo?
I think meron po silang certification na sila po yung nagre-release ng pera.
And in this case, Mr. Chair, yung SDO po ay sino? If we can hear the name again.
Sa OVP po is Gina Acosta and sa DepEd po is Mr. Edward Fajarda.
Sorry, ma'am.
Sa OVP po is Miss Gina Acosta and sa DepEd po is Mr. Edward Fajarda.
So ganun po pala ka-importante, Mr. Chair, bakit hinahanap natin si Ma'am Acosta at si Ginoong Fajardo? Kasi this will solve all the problems. Malay mo, totoo naman palang sila ang nagpatanggap. At totoong tao si Kokoy at yung mga minention nyo. So kung ganun, kung wala naman tayong tinatago, mas mararapat talaga. It will be better to request them to appear so that all these questions will be answered. And kung wala namang mali, di matapos ito at itong ating mga butihing kawani sa gobyerno ay makabalik sa kanilang opisina at makapagtrabaho. Kasi sayang yung oras na ang dami nating pinag-uusapan, but unfortunately, yung dalawang taong may kasagutan sa tanong na ito ay tila hindi mahagilap. That's my understanding. So with that, Mr. Chair, may I again ask our Commission on Audit representative or any resource person for that matter, kapag ang SDO, pwede po ba niyang i-delegate yung kanyang function? Ibig sabihin, pwede niya bang i-delegate ang pagpatanggap ng pera?
Mr. Chair, as far as I know po, pagka designated po, hindi na po pwedeng i-delegate, especially since sa case po ng Intel and confidential funds, meron po silang pinipirmahang certification na
Dapat
po yung
sila lang ang mag-release.
nag-disperse.
Hindi pwedeng iparelease sa iba kasi baka mamaya hindi nila kaya.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Can the head of office, let's say in this case, the DepEd Secretary or the Vice President, designate more than one SDOs? Ano po ba ang batas?
Pwede naman pong mag-delegate ng more than one SDOs as long as the SDOs are bonded po.
So in this case, pwede naman na hindi lang si Ma'am Acosta, hindi lang sa Ginoong Fajardo, pwedeng kumuha sana ng maraming SDOs para hindi maging nakakapagtaka yung pag-disperse ng 4,500 acknowledgement receipts. Tama po ba?
Tama po, as long as isasubmit po lahat ng requirements like yung proper designation po ng SDO, yung bonding.
So
po
it's
niya.
possible na para hanapan mo ng solusyon yung ganitong sistema, pwede ka mag-designate ng maraming SDO. Unless you only trust one person. Unless merong mga bagay na ayaw din ng iba yung risk. Unless it's also very difficult for that person to let somebody sign kung hindi niya kakilala. So, Mr. Chair, pasensya na po, medyo foreign po sa akin kasi ang confidential fund. Paano po ba ito? Let's say, these are all from taxpayers' money. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So galing po sa kaban ng Pilipinas, paano po ito na ilalabas?
Kung sa national government agencies po, nasa GAA po nila. Pag sa GOCCs po, dapat nasa operating budget, corporate operating budget po nila.
Okay.
And for
From
LGUs
that,
po,
ma'am, okay, nasa GAA siya, nasa budget siya, paano siya na ilalabas? Let's say tapos na yung budget. Let's say you are the let's say you are the head of office. Kapag ikaw po ang head of office, paano po mailalabas ang confidential funds?
Kung okay naman po yung documentation from DBM, kina-cash advance po siya ng SDO.
So kina-cash advance siya.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And in this case, ang nag-cash advance ay yung SDO talaga.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Paano nyo pa yun ika-cash advance talagang cash?
I presume cash po siya,
Cash siya, oo.
since
Hindi po ba yun delikado kung iisang tao lang?
Accountability po nung SDO yun.
No, what
So,
I mean is, kunyari magka-cash advance ka, ang pagkaintindi ko ng cash advance ay kukuha ka ng pera. We're
Yes,
talking
Mr.
of how much?
Millions.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
millions po usually pagka
Pwede po nating
confidential.
maibigay yung tamang amount? Kasi pag sinabi natin millions, pwedeng 5 million, pwedeng 1 million.
For example po sa case
in
po
this
dito,
case, in this case.
kay OVP, 125 million po. Or sa DepEd po, 37.5 million.
125 million. Ibig sabihin yung pag-cash advance, buo na 125? Or baka tingi-tingi? Sa nakita
Based
niyo
sa
pong dokumento.
documents po nila, Mr. Chair, buo siya since buo po yung check na sinubmit nila.
So ibig sabihin, yung opisina magbibigay ng pera sa isang tao na 125 million. At yung tao yon ay mamimigay din sa mga andun sa parang recipients, no? Ng kanilang mga... In this case, sino po ang tao na sinasabi natin? Yung nag-encash ng 125 million.
Yung SDO po, since siya po yung nandun.
Anong pangalan
nakalink
po, Mr. Chair?
Sa case ng OVP po is Gina Acosta po.
So si Ma'am Gina Acosta pumunta sa bangko, dala-dala ang cheque, 125 million, na cash ang ipinalit.
Yes, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I just be appraised? Pasensya na po. Kasi sa pagkaalam ko, pagka nasa bangko ka at nag-withdraw ka or nag-i-encash ka, hindi po ba limited po ang kanilang cash?
Maybe we can ask a representative from the land bank
Yeah.
to answer the
Just
query.
to clarify, Mr. Chair, I'm just looking
You-
at the possibility. I'm not pointing any accusation. Bang may nilabas bang pera or baka mamaya wala namang nilabas na pera at naiwan yung pera doon? Kasi I'm hearing acknowledgement receipt. So maybe we can ask from, anong bangko po, sir, ma'am?
Land Bank po, Mr. Chair.
Do you have a representative from land bank? Could you please invite the representative of land bank to take a seat here? Dito po. Ma'am, could you please state your name and your position?
I am Nenita Camposano, the department head of the OTR branch. I was
Pardon me, Mr. Chair. Pakiulit po, ma'am.
I'm Nenita Camposano, department head of the DOTR branch of Land Bank.
Yes.
I was
You have
formerly-
taken your oath already, right?
Yes.
Tama po. Please
So-
continue, Congresswoman.
Ma'am, magkano po ang usual na cash na nasa bangko po ninyo at any given time?
Different branches have
Okay,
different...
in your, you can probably speak in behalf of your branch.
I mentioned before that the CIB level of the DepEd branch where I was formerly the department manager.
Ano po, CIW? Ano yung sinabi niyo po?
The cash in vault, sorry.
Okay.
The cash in vault level, the cash level of our vault, as I mentioned in the previous hearing, is 10 million.
So ang ibig po sabihin at any given time, ang ibig sabihin ng cash in vault, yung available na pera sa bangko ay 10 million.
No, Your Honor. That is the maximum, but we don't store cash at that much.
10 million is the maximum, but you
Maximum.
don't store for purposes of safety.
Security. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so magkano po usually, ma'am, average?
5 to 6.
5 to 6 million. So you can say that the highest will be 10, it can be 3, it can be 4, and the average is 5. Is this true na yung SDO ay nag-encash? Was it encash or nag-encash ng 125 million at one time?
I was with DepEd branch, ma'am. The OBP is with our Shaw Boulevard branch.
Okay. So can
Do we have a representative from Rojas Boulevard
Shaw Boulevard.
branch? Shaw Boulevard or Rojas?
May I be excused, Your Honor?
So while waiting for the other manager, so
Ito
sa
po.
inyo po ma'am, at one time is 3 to 5 or 10 million. And for sa DepEd, magkano po ang ini-encash ng SDO?
This particular check, ma'am, 37.5 million.
So paano nyo po nagagawa yon? Kasi 5 to 10 million lang yung cash on vault nyo.
We require our clients to tell us the amount to be withdrawn 2 days or 1 day before. the
So 2
encashment.
days or 1 day before, pinapa-prepare yung, okay. And in this case, who made the call?
It was the cash division of the Department of Education.
Cash Division of the Department of Education. Specifically, sino po?
Usually it's Ma'am Sonia De Leon.
Pardon me?
It was Miss Sonia De Leon who calls us for the reservation.
So si Sonia, Ma'am Sonia, Mr. Chair, is not here. And is this a regular occurrence, ma'am? Ito ba ay pangkaraniwan na nangyayari? Yung 37.5 o yung malalaking amount na ini-encash, pangkaraniwan naman ito?
Yes, ma'am.
So pangkaraniwan ito sa inyo. Usually po para po saan?
We don't know, ma'am. We are not privy to the DepEd's activities.
So pangkaraniwan ito na withdraw ng DepEd?
No, I'm not saying with the DepEd only, but with all our clients, ma'am.
Your clients are government or private clients?
Both, ma'am.
Both. So in the case of DepEd, pangkaraniwan po ba ang nagka-cash advance ng 37.5?
No, ma'am.
Ano po, Mr.
No,
Chair?
Your Honor.
So pangkaraniwan po siya, Mr. Chair, or hindi?
With the DepEd, with the DepEd.
Yes
no,
po.
no.
Okay. And maybe, Mr. Chair, we can ask the land bank manager of the other branch.
Ma'am, before we address the land bank manager of other branch, gusto ko lang pong magdagdag ng tanong.
Yes.
Ilang occasion po kayo na nakapag-withdraw ang DepEd ng 37.5 one time?
3 occasions.
3 occasions. Okay. Thank you po.
Thank you, sir. Ikaw na.
Ma'am, pwede po ba paki-state ninyo yung pangalan ninyo at saka yung position ninyo?
I'm G&G
Ma'am,
Abay.
pakilapit po yung yung mic.
Good morning po to everybody and to all our officers. Jean Abaya po from Land Bank Shaw Boulevard Branch. I'm the department manager and assumed the position only as of January 2024.
So, Mr. Chair, is the good manager here now was also the manager present? I'm really sorry, hindi ko po alam yung date ng encashment na nasabi ni Attorney Camora. So, ma'am, covered ba nung tenure nyo itong encashment ng 125?
The one check is negotiated with Shaw Boulevard 2022. And the other 3 checks was negotiated 2023.
Wala pa po kayo nun, ma'am.
I'm not the department manager, but I'm also assigned at Shaw Boulevard, being the branch operation officer.
So, Mr. Chair, matanong po natin sa ating land bank representative, itong okasyong ito, ilang beses po nagkaroon ng encashment ng 125 million?
4 times po siya.
4 times. Sabay-sabay po yun? Buo yung 125 million or kinukuha as the need arises or base dun sa pangangailangan?
1 time po for each check.
1 time for each check. Sino po ang nagpupunta?
Mismong payee po.
Sino po ang payee, ma'am, sir? Mr.
Gina
Chair.
Acosta.
So kaya pala, Mr. Chair, habang ako ay wala pa dito, naririnig ko na lahat kayo nagagalit na nung wala si Ma'am Acosta dahil nga siya ang makakasagot ng karamihan ng tanong dito. Is that our understanding, Mr. Chair? Tama po ba?
Tama po kayo, as SDO.
Okay. So ma'am, pagka nag-encash ka ng 125 million, magkano po ang yung average na pera na nasa bangko?
The amount is not sufficient for that 125. So we ask the client.
Pasensya na po ma'am, okay lang pong Tagalogin natin para po medyo mas
Sige po, ma'am.
maintindihan.
Yung pong limit ng aming vault will not be sufficient kung ang pinag-uusapan po natin is yung 125 million. So per ano po namin, we request our client po na magpa-reserve for us to prepare po yung cash requirement of our client before the encashment, the day of encashment.
So in this case, meron naman nagpa-reserve.
Meron po.
Sino po, Mr. Chair?
From the agency po.
Sino po kaya from the agency?
Since that time kasi po, I was not in the position po to na mag-accept nung reservation. I will check po dun sa record namin sa branch.
Pare-pareho bang tao ang nagpapa-reserve or hindi naman?
Generally po, from the cash division po of the agency. But I cannot disclose yung exact name or person.
Bakit po, Mr. Chair?
Ma'am, I'm sorry po kasi by that time nga, as I've said earlier po, na I'm not the branch head during that time. And mostly kasi, either po the branch head or yung cashier po namin ang pwedeng mag-receive ng reservation of
Pero
cash.
alam niyo po kung sino ang nagpapa-reserve.
Hindi po.
Kasi isang branch lang. So pwede niyo pong matanong, Mr.
Ma'am,
Chair? Yes.
Nandirito po ba yung branch head during that time? Nandirito po ngayon?
Wala po siya, Chair.
Wala. Okay.
Retired na po siya.
Retired na? Okay.
So maybe, Mr. Chair, we can invite the former branch chair.
Would you like to, ano po bang pangalan niya?
Yung former manager po.
Yes, nung December 2022 up to September 2023.
Violeta Constantino po.
Violeta
Constantino.
Mr. Chair, I move that we invite Mrs. Constantino in our next hearing.
Is there any second to the motion? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
So, Mr. Chair, the reason why I'm asking this, andun kasi yung risk. Yung risk ng tao, for all we know, kawawa rin naman si Ma'am Gina Acosta, na pupunta siya, delikado ang buhay niyan. Kasi 125 million cash is not a joke. Ito po ay 4 or 5 beses na pumabalik-balik siya, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
4 times po, since yung check po na na-issued is 4.
So mag-isa lang talaga siya na pumupunta or merong mga kasama?
May mga kasama po.
May mga kasama. Nakikilala niyo po yung mga kasama niya?
No, ma'am.
By face, makikilala po?
Hindi na po, Miss Chair.
Ano po yung sasakyan na ginagamit nila?
We're not aware po of the, kasi po yung parking, hindi naman po namin.
Kasi di ba yung pera nasa loob ng bangko? Maglalabas ka ng pera sa labas. Isasakay po ba natin sa tricycle, Mr. Chair?
Hindi po. It's since over-the-counter transaction po siya, after release po kasi ng bank sa client, it's call na po ni client where kung saan po
Ma'am, can
nila
you please
ilalagay.
speak closer to the
Kung,
microphone?
hindi na po namin chine-check or minomonitor yung kung anong car po or vehicle
Sino po,
po.
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, yung naghahakwat?
Sila po mismo, yung mga client.
Ibig sabihin, wala pong taga-bangko ang naghahakwat or nagpapalabas?
Wala po.
Yeah. It's just quite unusual, Mr. Chair, that the branch manager who's present here now seems to have probably a temporary amnesia on what has happened. Kasi napaka-imposible pong maglalabas ka ng 125 million cash 4 na beses ni hindi mo lang titingnan kung ano yung paglalagyan at ni hindi mo tutulungan yung kliyente na maglabas ng pera. Kasi syempre, alam mong it can invite perpetrators, either ma-hold up, either pasukin yung branch. Kung ganyan po ba, ma'am, nilalak yung branch or parang open to all lang?
Miss Chair, hindi naman po. Yung dun sa lalagyan, ma'am, nakikita naman po namin kasi from the teller, i-release po yung money. So the teller, nakikita niya po kung saan ilalagay yung money. So yung dun sa paglabas po, since malaki po yung amount, so from the release po, parang dapat wala na pong touch ang one of the personnel since po ilalabas na po siya sa bank. So ang ano po namin doon,
Dumadaan siya ng teller, bale, doon yung teller, yung parang may mesa po na ganon, ma'am? Bale, igaganon mo po.
actually nire-request naman po yun ni client na dapat doon sa discrete place. So since malaki po yung amount, nire-release po namin siya at the back of the teller.
Sorry, ma'am, at the?
Back of the teller po. Yung medyo discreet po yung area para hindi po naka-expose
Hindi nyo
sa tao.
tinitingnan yung risk ng empleyado ng gobyerno na kumukuha siya ng malaking cash, baka mamaya masaksak yan paglabas ng bangko?
Nasa likod nga po, back of the teller po, nasa back room po ng teller.
Back ng teller, yung dinadaanan niya, yung pa rin yung main door or merong ibang daanan?
Yung exit, yung entrance and exit, isa lang po yung dun sa case po ng Shaw Boulevard branch.
So doon din lumalabas?
Yes, Miss
Okay.
Chair.
At ang naghahakwat nun ay yung kliyente na mismo?
Opo, kasi may mga kasama naman po sila na
Hindi nyo po kilala yung mga kasama?
hindi po. Miss
Hindi nyo
Chair.
naman hinahatid yung pera papunta sa opisina, sa DepEd?
Hindi po, Miss Chair.
Pero pwede siyang ihatid, Mr. Chair?
Hindi po, Miss Chair.
Bakit po? Di ba meron kayong armored vehicle?
Wala po kasi kaming MOA with regards to the delivery of the cash to the client. Wala po kaming memorandum of agreement with them. So, talagang over the
So
counter.
lahat po ng kung ihahatid dapat may MOA.
If we will be using the armored card po, Miss
Hindi
Chair.
na kung for purposes of safety kasi kawawa naman yung mga empleyado at kawani ng gobyerno kung malay mo may pag-interesan sila. Hindi nyo hinahatid ng armored vehicle papunta dun sa opisina para naman safe sila.
Yun po, kung meron po kaming memorandum of agreement kasi yung armored card is need po ng
Sino po yung teller na nag-release ng pera?
teller po ng branch.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Miss Chair, since 4 checks po ang issued check for negotiation, iba-ibang teller po yung nag-issue.
So iba-ibang teller
Oo,
siya.
so in our case, 3 tellers po yung iba-ibang nag-serve.
Okay. At usually is this usual for land bank?
In case po ni Shaw Boulevard, that large amount, hindi po siya usual kasi hindi naman po lahat ng client namin nag-encash ng ganong kalaking amount.
Unusual po siya sa pananaw nyo?
Opo, Miss Chair.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, the reason why I'm asking this is we're putting the risk of our government officials and our government employees. Imagine, magwi-withdraw ka ganyan kalaki, cold cash. maybe in aid of legislation, there can also be a cap kasi pwede naman na maraming SDOs or pwede naman to ginawang every other week yung pag-disperse. Tsaka ang tanong rin, there are just a lot of questions, Mr. Chair, because if you get 125 million cash and you bring it to an office, a government office, may vote by yung government office? Maybe we can ask the representatives from OVP. Meron po tayong vote doon, ma'am, Mr. Chair? Wala na. Can the finance chief answer, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Attorney Sanchez or Attorney Lopez?
Mr. Chair, we have a vault for our cash division, but that is not the same vault being used by the SDO. So I am not aware if there is a separate vault used by the SDO.
Si Ma'am Attorney Zulaika, meron po?
Your Honor, I am aware of a vault in the, as mentioned by the Director for Finance and Admin, for cash. It's used for, I think, understand payroll and other, and petty cash fund.
It's used for payroll? Hindi po ba online na po ang payroll natin, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am,
Yeah,
I'm
oo.
sorry. May I refer this matter to our Chief Accountant and Director for Admin and Finance?
Ma'am, just to add, Mr. Chair, just to add to what I mentioned earlier, the vault for the cash division is being used for primarily for petty cash fund, but there are also some items of payroll. For example, clothing allowance, Your Honor, which are paid in cash to employees.
In your experience, is it safe to take 125 million cash from the bank and transfer it to your office? Risky po ba yon sa inyo? Pwede po ba kayong pasukin? May capability ba kayo na i-deter yung mga possible untoward incidents? Kung sakasakaling mangyari, palayo naman sana at buti hindi nangyari.
Mr. Chair, in terms of the security arrangements in the office, we regularly coordinate with the Vice Presidential Security and Protection Group for security assessment, and we take their recommendations. For example, if they advise us to add additional blue guards, we take their recommendations and apply it. But we defer
So in
to
this
their
case,
risk
Mr.
assessment.
Chair, yung 4 na beses na kumukuha kayo ng cash na 125 million sa Land Bank at nililipat sa opisina ng Vice President, ano po ang naging security measures na ginawa nyo?
Mr. Chair, I apologize, but I do not have personal knowledge on the specific security measures undertaken.
Can you speak closely to the microphone, please?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I do not have personal knowledge on the specific security measures undertaken after the check was released.
Alam nyo po kaya, maybe the Chief of Staff or the Finance, would you know sino po ang driver nung sasakyan na kumukuha ng pera?
Your Honor, I am not really privy to financial matters in the office. My role really as Chief of Staff is based purely operations. So I think the better person to answer really for admin and financial concerns would be Director Lynn Sanchez.
Director Lynn Sanchez. So, Director, pag dumarating po yung pera, saan po dinidiretso?
Mr. Chair, after the cash division releases the check to the special disbursing officer, we already have no participation on the encashment or handling
So,
of the
ibig
cash.
sabihin, Mr. Chair, pagkakuha ng pera sa Land Bank ng 125 million, 4 na beses, hindi siya bumabalik sa office ni Vice President.
Mr. Chair, I do not have information on whether bumabalik siya po or hindi.
So, hindi siya napupunta sa opisina. Kasi 4 na beses ito, Mr. Chair, Madam Resource Person, nangyari. Tsaka ang laki kasi ng amount eh. Ilang kahon po yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair, as mentioned earlier, hindi ko na po nakikita yung pag-encash and pag-handle ng
So
cash.
maybe, Mr. Chair, we can ask the Land Bank Manager, Ma'am, ilang boxes po yun?
Dun po sa amount ng for the OVP, 2 box po siya ng BSP box.
2 box siya ng BSP box. So, ibig sabihin,
Point of clarification. Sorry, I've never seen a BSP box. How big is that box?
Malaki po siya, Mr. Chair, pero pag kinash out po namin siya kay client, hindi na po siya naka-box. They put it in bag. In our lang.
Mr. Chair, can we request the resource person to
Yeah.
speak close to the microphone? So, hindi na siya naka-box. Saan po, ma'am?
Linalagay po ni client dun sa kanyang sariling bag. May dala po silang bag.
Sorry, may I just interject? Anong bag po ito? Duffel bag? Eco bag? Ano pong bag?
Congressman Pamela Barca.
Very curious lang ako. Kasi ang laki nung amount na pinag-uusapan. So anong, maleta po ba?
As I remember po, malalaki siyang parang gym bag.
Duffel bag.
Duffel bag.
Ah,
Ang isang duffel bag po, ilan po ang kasya doon?
hindi ko po ma-remember yung kung ilan yung, kasi parang hinati-hati po nila.
Ilang duffel bag po yun?
Hindi
if you
ko,
could recall.
more or less po, mga nasa 3 to 4 duffel bags.
3 to 4.
Ay, duffel bags, parang gym bag po, not duffel bags.
Parang gym bag
Opo,
na malaki.
na malalaki
Kasi kung
po.
3 to 4 sa 125, so more or less mga 25 to 30 million na kada isa. Tama po ba?
Probably, Mr. Chair.
Probably.
Chair, mag-interject lang. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Jojo.
Sa kay manager, sure kayo na hindi nag-request for delivery? Considering yung amount niya at saka 4 times na may withdrawal at syempre once na nag-abiso sa bangko, the following day ang withdrawal nito supposedly, di ba? So, parang unusual naman na pipick upin nila sa bangko yung actual na withdrawal. Di ba, pagka ganitong extent ng withdrawal, usually, no? Kasi galing din ako ng bangko, ma'am. Dine-deliver yung mga ganitong kalalaking amount.
Hindi po, Mr. Chair, since nabanggit ko kanina na wala naman po kaming memorandum of agreement as to the cash delivery.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes,
Can
Congressman.
we inquire
Garit.
from other resource person if indeed a memorandum of agreement is needed when you use the, what do you call that? The special vehicle? Armored vehicle.
Miss Camposano. Ma'am, before I recognize you, the chair would like to recognize Senior Deputy Speaker, Don Gonzales. Yes, please continue.
Yes, Madam Chair, a memorandum of agreement is needed for us the day to deliver the cash to our client.
In this case, did you not suggest or recommend to the agencies concerned that the cash be delivered by your armored vehicle, considering that this is cold cash and you are in Metro Manila where there is traffic and those traffic stops can actually put the danger of our DepEd and OVP officials in jeopardy. Kasi ang dali-dali lang yan, may mag-text lang, ayan o, naglalabas ng pera, unless marami ang nag-secure sa OVP at sa DepEd para ilabas yung cash na ito.
Or bulletproof din ang gagawin.
Or the next question is, saan ito nilalagay? Kasi syempre, ang laking pera, kunyari 125 million cash, bibit-bitin mo pa uwi sa opisina. Gaano po kalaki ang office ni Ma'am Gina Acosta? Maybe we can ask.
Representative from OVP. Attorney Sanchez.
Yes, Mr. Chair. It's just a small office, Mr. Chair, and it's shared with other staff.
So, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, no? Tama naman po na yung accountable is Miss Gina Acosta because she's the payee of the check. However, that's taxpayers' money. That's still pera ng sambayan ng Pilipino na inintrust sa OVP at sa DepEd. And our good distinguished resource person here, Attorney Sanchez, tama no? I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, I'm not a lawyer, but is it not that they will also be accountable because they are aware that a 125 million cash check will be encashed, brought back in cold cash, stored in the office that is shared by many people. So I think accountability does not stop with Ms. Acosta. Accountability also includes those in the finance and cash division kasi alam nila, unang-una, kapag ikaw ay nasa gobyerno, you have to make sure na yung cash na nasa office nyo ay tama-tama lang para hindi hold upin yung mga empleyado doon. Pangalawa, it's a shared office. Pangatlo, it's a huge amount. May I ask, Mr. Chair, ma'am, bakit po, instead of 125 million cash, 4 na beses, ba't di nyo nalang ginawang 10 million, 15 million, lower, para yung risk hindi malaki? Kasi di ba nasa opisina nyo nakatago ang pera? Bakit po?
Attorney Sanchez.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would just like to clarify that I do not know if kung saan po nakatago yung pera. So I'm not aware kung sa opisina
So
po
you are not
nakatago.
sure na from the bank, tinediretso sa office?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And then in terms of the amount.
Mr. Chair, sorry to cut you on that ha. Ma'am, kayo ang nagpaparelease, kayo ang nag-i-issue ng cheque. I-encash. Malaking amount. Ibig sabihin, hindi nyo na chine-check na napupunta sa opisina nyo? Next question, Mr. Chair. Is there a possibility that it is being brought by Gina Acosta to her house?
Mr. Chair, again, I do not have personal knowledge.
Is it possible?
Mr. Chair, for possibility, I would agree that there is possibility, Your Honor.
In this case, Mr. Chair, ma'am, pasensya na po. Pero you are in charge of the coffers of the OVP. You would release a check of 125 million, not once, not twice, not thrice, but 4 times, and cash it totally, and then pinapabayaan nyo na lang, kung inuwi yan at tinakbo ng tao.
Mr. Chair, under the joint circular, it is the responsibility of the special disbursing officer to safekeep the fund. So it is also for that reason that there is a bond for the special disbursing officer. And as to the amount that was asked earlier, we just relied on the amount of the disbursement voucher that was submitted to the accounting division for the release of the checks, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Mr. Chair,
Ma'am, sandali lang po,
Yes.
may isang tatanong lang ako. Kanina sinabi po ninyo maliit lang yung opisina ni Ma'am Gina Acosta. Tama po ba? Could you please describe the office of Miss Gina Acosta?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the office of Ms. Gina Acosta, it's located in the executive wing of our office. So different staff sila doon, and then parang cubicle lang siya na tabi-tabi.
Cubicle lang.
Yes, Mr.
Wala
Chair.
ba siyang taguan doon sa opisina niya ng pera?
I am not aware, Mr. Chair.
So, pag sinabi mong cubicle, di ibig sabihin, hindi siya talaga office.
Yes.
Tama ba?
Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, there is no way na po pwede niyang itago sa opisina niya yung 125 million. Tama po ba? Kasi cubicle lang eh.
Mr. Chair, may mga storage shelves doon sa opisina.
Storage shelf.
Shelves, cabinets, Mr.
Cabinet,
Chair.
but not
Yes.
vault.
I'm not aware of any vault, Mr. Chair. And I have not inspected the storage shelves, Mr. Chair.
Chairman.
Yes. Congressman Paduano.
Nasa likod ako eh. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, yung land bank ba? Land bank, ano ba talaga nangyari? You delivered, kinuha, 125 million?
Mr. Chair, kinuha po siya sa bank.
Yung 125 million.
Yes, Mr.
Sino yung cashier teller at the time?
3 tellers po yung involved, different checks po.
Different checks. Ilang checks yun?
4 checks, sir.
Mr. Chairman, can we invite in the next hearing the tellers involved in this transaction? Para magkalinawan po tayo dito kasi I doubt, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, Land Bank, do you have a MOA with the Office of the Vice President?
No, Mr. Chair.
Sigurado po kayo?
Opo.
Wala kayong MOA?
MOA for the cash delivery, no, Mr. Chair.
How about cash deposits?
We have a MOA payroll lang po.
Sorry?
Payroll.
Payroll, not cash advances on other projects and transaction.
Yes.
O kindly submit then yung MOA nyo with the OVP para matingnan namin. What was the last date nung MOA nyo?
2022.
O pag-submit po para matingnan natin. Then, Mr. Chairman, we invite all the tellers involved.
Could you please submit the names, the list of the names of the tellers
Yes, Mr.
to the COMSEC? Okay.
Mr. Chair, last lang po.
Yes, Congressman
Ma'am,
Paduano.
the transaction happens when?
Yung isa po, first check 2022 and the rest na 3 checks 2023.
Ito po, 2022?
Yes, Mr.
How
Chair.
much is the 2022 transaction?
125 million.
Then, yung 2023?
3 checks po, 125 each transaction.
125 each transaction. So, yung 2022 yung 125 each transaction. Tama?
125.
Okay. Now, ma'am, ganito, 125, ma'am, ha? Ilang, ano yan? Ilang luggage yan?
Mr.
Sabihin natin.
Chair, ano po, duffel bag daw po.
Duffel bag?
Opo.
Oh,
Gym bag.
Gym
Apat
bag.
na gym
Gym
bag.
bag.
Gym bag.
Gym bag?
Yung mali-
So may get, that's around 30 million per bag?
more or less, Mr. Chair.
Ano yun, more or less? Oh, yeah. Oh, now, that was 2022, 2023, di ba?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Ito lang po, ma'am. From the teller, sino nang bitbit palabas? Of course, sa sasakyan ni ni Acosta, di ba? Sinong bumitbit?
Client po, Mr. Chair.
Sorry?
Client po.
Yeah.
Client?
May nag-assist po kay Miss Gina.
Na client, not your
No.
not your personnel.
Hindi
Sigurado
po,
ka?
Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, ganito na, Mr. Chair. Can we issue a subpoena at those stay-home with regards to the CCTV during the time? Mama, tandaan nyo, may record kayo dyan involving that transaction, Mr. Chairman, para makita natin kung nandun talaga si Acosta, wala. Because this happens, ma'am, in some of transaction being made by government agencies. And it was also investigated in my committee. Pakisabit mo yung transaction na yun, 2022 at saka 2023, Mr. Chairman. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Is
Mr.
there any
Chair,
objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Congress, DS, JJ Suarez.
curious lang ako dito sa pagbubuhat nung
Duffel
duffel
bag.
bag. Oo. Comsec, meron kasi akong hiram na duffel bag dito. Pakita mo nga kung ito yung ganito kalaki yung duffel bag. Mama, ganyan kalaki?
Opo. Meron pa yatang mas malaki.
Hindi. So,
Pero
ganyan
maganda-
kalaki o mas malaki dyan?
Mas malaki po ng konti.
Yung bag po nang galing sa OVP o galing sa Land Bank?
Dala po ni client, OBP.
So dala po nila yung bag. So handa na po sila para kunin yung pera.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So ilang milyon kada bag ang nailalagay?
Sila po kasi yung nag-insert na po dun sa bag, naglagay sa bag from the teller. Nung ni-release po ng teller, sila na po ang nag-divide dun sa bags.
Without the supervision of Land Bank or under the supervision of Land Bank?
Witness pa rin po ng nag-release na teller.
So thank you that we invited the teller. Now question, I can imagine kung 4 na bag yon, 125 divided by 4, more or less would be around 30, 35. You know, my math isn't so good. Kaso lang, I would imagine, mabigat po yun.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So ilang tao ang kinikailangan, mga 31 million, no? 31 million, tama. So ilang tao ang napansin ninyo na bumubuhat nung isang bag?
As far po na remember ko,
Pakilapit po yung mic.
sa pagkakaalala ko po, 2.
So dalawa kada bag.
Mr. Chair, very quick interjection. Quick interjection.
Congressman Garin.
Ilang kilo po ang 35 million, Mr. Chair?
Hindi ko po ma-estimate, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Congressman Garin, I'm not in a position to answer that, no? But actually, that was my point. Kasi kung mabigat po yun, I would imagine. So kung 2 tao kada bag, 4 na bag, yun po ay binabalikan ng 2 tao o more than 2 people accompany Ms. Acosta to withdraw the cash?
More than 2 people po.
More than 2. So are you saying 4? How many individuals?
More or less po sa pagka-remember ko.
O, kasi nung tinitingnan ko po, Ms. Sanchez, how long have you been working with Ms. Gina Acosta?
Since I joined the
Ron
OVP,
Sanchez.
Yeah.
yes, since I joined the OVP, Mr. Chair,
How would you describe her build? Is she as tall as you are? Kasi tangkad mo ba siya? Medyo payat? Ano po ang pangangatawan ng Miss Gina Acosta? Hindi ko pa po kasi nakikita ito eh.
similar to my build, Mr. Chair, pero baka mas payat po, Mr. Chair.
Mas payat. At kung hindi po ako nagkakamali, more or less, ilang taon na po si Miss Gina Acosta?
Mr. Chair, I will just check po yung date of birth. But
What about you, Attorney Lopez? You've been working with Gina Acosta for quite a number of years. How old is Miss Gina Acosta?
Your Honor, I would suppose not yet 60, but maybe 50, mid-50s.
59, Chairman.
59.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much for informing me. And she's and what is her build?
Similar, as mentioned earlier by Director Sanchez.
So, would you say that it will be physically impossible for someone of the same build as Attorney Sanchez to carry one duffel bag by herself?
I cannot. Yes, it would be physically impossible.
It would be physically impossible. Kaya nga nangailangan sila ng 4 na tao. So therefore, Mr. Chair, I would like to support the motion of Congressman Paduano. It is also important for us to find out kung sino pa yung 4 na tao na kasama ni Gina Acosta mag-withdraw ng 125 million pesos sa Land Bank. Land Bank, as a matter of procedure, pag meron po bang mga pumapasok na tao para mag-withdraw ng ganito kalaking pera, nasa logbook nyo naman po yun, di ba?
Yung
As a
pong-
security measure, I would assume, a withdrawal of this amount would require certain signatories and IDs to be presented.
sa guards logbook po ba yung we're talking po?
No, either the guard's logbook or the bank record logbook.
Sa bank records po, wala po kaming logbook na maintain as to the...
So, ang nasa
recording of
inyo, basta si Gina Acosta ang nakapirma. Hindi nyo
Opo.
na isinama doon yung mga kasama niya para dalhin yung pera.
wala po, Mr. Chair.
Wala. But doon sa logbook ng guard, nandun yun?
I'm not so sure, Mr. Chair. We'll
Siguro
check po.
magandang malaman din natin kasi critical sa atin malaman yung mga individual. Sino po yung finance
Mr. Chair.
department? Yes, yes. Very quickly, but I'll just before I lose my point, Vice Chairman Benny, sino po yung finance and admin head? Yeah, Attorney Sanchez. So, sino po ang kasama ni Gina Acosta tuwing magwi-withdraw po ng pera ng confidential fund ng Office of the Vice President?
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Attorney
Yes.
Sanchez.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as mentioned earlier, from the end of finance, once we release the check to the payee, we already have we do not have participation.
No. That's not my question, ma'am. My question is, di ba, you're handling admin as well. So, human resource, employees. So, 125 million is a big amount. And I would expect some sense of security would be implemented by the Office of the Vice President. Kasi tama yung sinabi ni Congressman Garin eh. Baka mamaya magka-interest doon na nalaman na isang tao na kasing laki mo lang ang may buhat-buhat 125 million. Talagang pwedeng pagtangkaan na nakawan yon. So dapat may kasamang tao, may magsisecure. So who were those persons who accompanied Gina Acosta withdraw that money?
Mr. Chair, as to the security arrangements for the withdrawal of the money, I was not part of the arrangements, Mr. Chair, so it was not relayed to me, Mr. Chair. But
Mr. Chair, I think that would be an answer I cannot accept, Mr. Chair, kasi kayo po ang tagapamahala nun eh. Kayo ang pumirma ng cheque. In fact, it was so quick that all four of you signed the check on the same day. There was haste in the office to withdraw that cash. So I would expect that in the same manner, you would also secure that fund. Kasi dito nga, December 20 ba yun? Sabay-sabay yung pinirmahan yung disbursement voucher eh. Actually, nagulat nga ako, sobrang bilis ninyo eh. 3 signatory, isang araw, nagawa ninyo eh. So ipinakita nyo na minamadali nyong makuha yung pera. So ang tanong ko, sa pagmamadali ninyo, siguro naman, tiniyak nyo rin, dahil nga nagmadali kayo, mahalaga sa inyo to, sisiguraduhin naman natin na secure yung pera. Ang tanong ko, oras na ibinigay nyo yung cheque sa land bank, sino ang kasama ni Gina Acosta i-withdraw yung pera?
Mr. Chair, respectfully, I really have no personal knowledge as to the companions of the special disbursement.
Because, Mr. Chair, this did not happen only once. It happened in December. It happened in January. It happened again, I think, sometime in April. I can be wrong. And maybe again in September. Tama ba ako? Ms. Sanchez? Parang ganun yung dates, di ba?
The last one was in July, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, okay. So, it happened 4 times. So, Mr. Chair, Ma'am Villa Del Rey, kayo, malalaman nyo ba kung sinong kasama ni Gina Acosta nung withdraw yung pera?
Ma'am Villa Del Rey, you are recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't have knowledge po kung sino yung companion ni Ms. Gina Acosta.
Kasi alam mo, Mr. Chair, ang nakakapagtaka dito sa Office of the Vice President, mabilis silang pumirma ng disbursement voucher para mag-issue ng cheque, tumawag pa sila in advance sa land bank para siguraduhin na may pera ang bangko para withdraw yung pera. Kaso lang, wala naman silang nilalagay na action para pangalagaan yung pera. Ni nga paglalagyan ng 125 million, wala na silang pakialam kung saan nila ilalagay. Kasi ang sinabi ni Ms. Sanchez kanina, yung vault ay para lang sa petty cash. Sabi niya may cabinet dun, but I doubt you'll put 125 million pesos in a cabinet. Not unless that cabinet is secured and large enough to hold that amount. So what I don't understand, Mr. Chair, is how come they are so reckless and carefree with such a huge amount. And this is just 125 million. We're not even talking about the 37 million that was withdrawn from the DepEd. So for me, Mr. Chair, this is unacceptable.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman
I just would like
Abante.
to ask a question to the Land Bank, no? In relation to the question of Congressman J.J. Suarez.
Mr. Chair, very
Mr.
quick,
Baya?
one interjection lang, may pagpatuloy lang, very quick interjection. Can be just one answer. Kanina kasi nagtanong tayo dun
Yes,
sa lalagyan.
Congressman Garin.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, hindi ko lang po natapos yung tanong ko. Kay Ma'am Camposano, Ma'am, yung sa 37.5 million, ano po ito? Ano pong linagyan?
2 bags, ma'am. Two big
bags.
bags.
Anong klaseng bag po?
Parang ganun din po, para mga gym bags din.
So,
or-
gym bags. So, 37.5, ang laman ng bawat isa is more or a little less than 20 million each.
I am not sure.
Sino po ang nag-pack? Mr. Chair. Sinong naglagay doon sa bag?
The payee.
The payee. Sino po ang nagbigay ng pera?
The teller.
Sino po ang nagbitbit palabas?
The payee.
Siya lang po mag-isa.
Mayroon po siyang kasama.
Ilan po ang kasama?
Isa po.
Yeah. And last question, Mr. Chair. Bumalik tayo doon sa tanong natin doon sa kabilang land bank. In your case po, sa DepEd, kanino pong sasakyan ang sumusundo doon sa payee? Naka-red plate po ba or private na sasakyan?
Wala pong sasakyan. Lumalabas po sila sa may back door po namin.
So walang sasakyan? Nag-jeep lang sila pabalik ng DepEd?
No, ma'am. Ang location po ng branch namin is within the compound of the DepEd. So lumalabas sila sa fire exit leading to the DepEd compound.
Okay. No further question, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, baka ko makalimutan, baka nakalimutan ko na eh. So, lang tanungin si Ms. Abaya dito. Meron ba kayong CCTV?
Meron po, Mr. Chair.
Merong CCTV nandun mismo sa pag-withdraw ng pera.
Yes po. dun sa
CCTV yan, correct? So makikita nyo ngayon yung mga tao sa CCTV na nag-withdraw, correct?
Yes, Mr.
I'd like to
Chair.
make a motion, Mr. Chair, that they submit to us a CCTV. In
Details.
which
Basta yan, na-move na.
during the withdrawal.
Na-move na yan kanina pa, Mr. Chairman. This representation moved for the land bank to submit that CCTV.
Para wala na tayong question
Both.
dito. Kasi
Both.
mukhang hindi alam ni Tony Sanchez eh. Palagay ko, Mr. Chair, medyo, ewan ko ha, parang alam nyo eh, Attorney Sanchez, hindi pwedeng di nyo alam eh. So ngayon, malalaman natin through the CCTV.
Okay, with the indulgence of Congressman Rog, the Senior Deputy Speaker. The Chair would like to recognize the Senior Deputy Speaker, Don Gonzales.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is interrelated with my question last hearing kay Gina Acosta at saka yung sa nagpag-end ka sa Show Boulevard. In my recollection last hearing, I asked already that the 37.5 million in cash on first and second, third quarter, in-encash po yun dun sa Land Bank DepEd compound. Tama ho ba? And my question there is, sino ang tumanggap dun sa pera pag ni-receive niya yung pera? Di ba cheque po yan, ano? Pag pina-encash mo yung cheque, ang tatanggap, sigurado kung paharda yan, siya po ang pipirma. That's my number one question. Number two question is, yung 125 million, in my recollection, pina-encash yan nung July 11 or 13. July 13, 2023, sa Show Boulevard, yung 125 million. And then the last check of 37.5, alos sabay po to, yung last check ng 37.5 million and the 125 million, sabay po yan in-encash halos sa Show Boulevard at saka doon sa DepEd branch ng Land Bank. Pangatlo po, ang address ni Mr. Paharda is walking distance only from DepEd Land Bank compound up to the residence of Mr. Paharda. My question is, sino po ang tumanggap, receive, dun sa 125 million sa Shaw Boulevard and the 37.5 sa DepEd compound ng Land Bank? Yun po, Mr. Chairman. That's my two questions. Tanong ko po yan last hearing, pero wala po yung cashier na sinasabi nyo. Salamat po.
Miss Nenita Camposano, I recognize.
With the DepEd branch, it's the payee himself who received the cash.
Who is that, ma'am?
Edward Paharda.
Edward Paharda. Okay. Yung sa 125 million, ma'am.
For the 125 million po, Miss Gina Acosta.
Pwede po kaming humingi ng kopya, yung receiving copy sa bangko na ang nag-receive katunayan si Gina Acosta at si Mr. Paharda?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Congresswoman.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. With the indulgence of Congresswoman Pami, the Chair would like to recognize Congressman J. Konghun.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang tanungin si, sandaling katanungan lang kay Attorney Lopez, no? Attorney Lopez, pagdating ba sa security, lalong-lalo na pag nagwi-withdraw, no? Ang inyong SDO ng ganyang kalalaking pera, hindi ba nakikipag-coordinate sa inyo na security yan? Usually, pag nagwi-withdraw ng pera?
Attorney Lopez.
Dahil ikaw ang Chief of Staff, ikaw ang namumuno ng mga staff ng Office of the Vice President. Lahat ng mga tao rito, under sa'yo yan, sigurado. So they report directly to you, being the Chief of Staff. Ngayon, tanong ko, hindi ba humingi ng security si Madam Acosta sa pag-withdraw ng ganyang kalaking pera?
And, Your Honor, in this case, I am the Undersecretary and Chief of Staff of the Office of the Vice President, but there are certain matters that are not within my area of expertise. I handle purely, Your Honor, all the institutionalization and implementation of all our socio-economic projects. And in this particular case, Your Honor, as regards the matter of security, etc., these are admin concerns.
Tama po. Sa mga proyekto ng Office of the Vice President at kasama sa mga proyekto ng Office of the Vice President, yung paggamit ninyo ng confidential fund na winidraw ni Ms. Acosta. Siyempre po, kayo po ang nakakaalam kung saan at paano ito ginagastos. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Dahil programa po, kasasabi niyo po, programa ng Office of the Vice President.
Your Honor, may I be allowed to, just to put things in context, I actually I oversee the daily operations of the Office of the Vice President. For that matter, a big volume of the work that I do is actually to, number one, institutionalize and implement all our socio-economic programs. For that matter, Your Honor, implementation of all institutionalizing programs would mean it's more of crafting policies, producing operational manuals, and ensuring that our socio-economic programs are implemented uniformly and equally across our satellite offices and extension offices across the country. For that matter, Your Honor, I am also...
Madam, hindi niyo po sinasagot yung katanungan ko eh. Pinapaganda niyo lang po yung explanation ninyo eh. Opo, pakisagot na lang po ng diretso para nakakahiya po sa kasama ko sa Kongreso. Pakisagot na lang po ng diretso.
Your Honor, with all due respect, yun po yung role ko sa Office of the Vice President. It is really, another would be to handle all forms of communication, whether internal or external communications.
Kaya nga po, wala po ba kayo natanggap na request coming from kay Gina Acosta para sa security ng paglalabas ng pera sa Land Bank? Dahil malaking pera po yun na para sa mga proyekto po ninyo. Katulad nga po ng sinasabi mo.
In my case, Your Honor, for this instance, there is no request for security, but I would assume because security falls under admin concerns, it would really be best addressed to the Director for Admin, Your Honor.
Pero dahil maliit po yung opisina ninyo, alam po ninyo na nag-withdraw po ng ganong kalaking pera si Ms. Acosta nung araw na yon.
No, Your Honor, because again, there are matters in the office that I am not privy to, Your Honor. So,
Ma'am, parang ang lumalabas, hindi alam ng admin, hindi rin alam ng Chief of Staff. So parang nakakaalam lang nito si Gina Acosta at saka si BP. Tama ba?
Your Honor,
Parang hindi naman po kapanipaniwala na yung security lang, simple security reason. Request, hihingin pa ni Gina Acosta kay BP.
Your Honor, that is the truth. There is no request for security to me as regards that.
At
And
parang
there has
hindi rin
never
naman
been,
po, parang hindi rin naman po kapanipaniwala na didiskarte lang nun si Gina Acosta mag-isa.
Your Honor, I am not, given the roles that I play and I perform and the functions that I perform in the Office of the Vice President, I am not really privy.
Mr. Chair, parang napaka-imposible po na ikaw ang Chief of Staff, na under sa'yo yung
At
mga
saka
tao
yung-
na yan,
And
na
yung
hindi mo
pera
alam
pong-
kung...
Yung pera pong
Quite
pinag-uusapan
impossible,
natin,
Mr. Chair.
125 million, pag pumunta po sa opisina, alangan mo wala lahat kayo nakita. Anyway, Congresswoman Pami Zamora, recognize.
Mr. Chair, mabilis lang po ito. I'd just like to ask the Land Bank, nung nirelease yung 100, in the instance that the first 125 million was released, how long did that take, ma'am? Hindi po ba, ako po, base po sa experience ko, pag pupunta po ako sa bangko, kahit ano pong nilalabas nila na kahit ano pong halaga, binibilang po sa harap ko. So, binibilang din po ba itong 125 million?
In the case po ng OBP, yung 125 million, since ang bank po is, ang nirelease po that time is cash na sealed po siya directly from the BSP. So, option po ni client na hindi na kinount since sealed po siya.
So, hindi po siya binilang?
Binilang po siya by bundle but not by pieces na.
So, that's ganun lang po. Binilang, hindi na po dinaan sa money counter. Ano bang tawag doon?
Machine counter, Mr.
Oo,
Ms.
yung
Chair.
machine. Hindi na po.
Hindi na po.
And then they cannot, you said the money came in a box. Bakit po hindi na lang po tinangay yung box? Sorry, hindi po tinangay, pangit po yung pagkasabi ko. Bakit po hindi box ang dinala?
Hindi ginamit.
Ginamit.
Option po ni client yun na hindi na nilagay sa box. So, for security reason, I think, Ms. Chair, kasi masyadong yung box, kitang-kita po na it's ano po siya, storage box ng money from BSP.
Kasi meron pong nakasulat sa box na galing po siya sa BSP. Tama po ba?
Yes, Ms. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair? With the indulgence of Congressman
with
Rhodes.
the indulgence of
Mr.
the Honorable Gutierrez.
Congressman...
Mr. Chair,
yes.
may we
Ma'am,
be
Miss Campos na, no?
recognized? Oo. Regarding the CCTV, the bank has a retention period of 90 days for the CCTV footages, so we cannot provide anymore.
Noted.
Mr. Chairman, since
Yes,
this
Congressman
representation move for that for the submission of such CCTV, yung teller po, pina-invite na natin.
Yes.
Yung duty guard on that day.
Including
we may also invite the duty guard on that day, Mr. Chairman.
with the logbook.
Yeah, so move, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Akop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clarification lang po. Sino po ang finance ng OVP?
Yes.
Attorney Sanchez.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ako po, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. You were aware na 125 million yung confidential fund ng opisina ni Vice President for 2022.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And would you know, kailan po ko yung na-notify na na-download na yung amount na yun doon sa Office of the Vice President?
It's December 13, Mr. Chair, if I recall it correctly.
December 13 of 2022.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
May I know why?
Mr. Chair, the Office of the Vice President requested for additional funding from the DBM, not only for the provision of confidential funds, but also for a supplemental budget for our socioeconomic programs.
No. So the Vice President requested for confidential fund. Kailan po yun?
Sometime in August, Mr. Chair.
Tapos nagrantan lang ng December,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
December 13. Okay. Now, may I ask Land Bank, when was the amount withdrawn?
For the OBP, I think for the 2022, December 20, I think we'll check the document.
December
20,
2022.
2022 for the first.
One time na withdrawal.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
One time. Ang nag-withdraw, yung pong SDO, Special Dispersing Officer.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Madam, would you know si Attorney Sanchez? Would that be correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Bakit ginastos nyo kagad ito nung period na yon, when in fact you would have obligated it and you would have used it in 2023?
Mr. Chair, I do not have knowledge on the actual utilization, but in terms of the cash advance, Mr. Chair, there is no prohibition as to whether we can give the cash advance in 2022, Your Honor.
Kayo po ang mas marunong siguro sa SDO, ba't hindi nyo na lang sinabihan when the notice of cash allocation na receive nyo ng December 13, bakit hindi nyo na lang inobligate so that it will not be returned to the National Treasury? Kung na-obligate ninyo, you can use it in 2023. Di po ba, kung titignan nyo yung budget, merong unused appropriations. Number one is unobligated appropriations. At saka number two is yung hindi na issue sa inyo. Bakit inapuran ninyo?
Mr. Chair, for the obligation of cash of the confidential expenses, it is triggered by the issuance of the cash advance, Mr. Chair, and the documents for the request for the release of the cash advance was received by the accounting division and the budget division on December 20, Mr. Chair.
Kaya nga, na-receive niya ngayon, December 13, tapos pinaspasan nyo ng pag-liquidate. Di po ba? And therefore, nagkamali-mali na yung inyong opisina na pag-liquidate.
Mr. Chair, as to the issuance of the cash advance, as of the time that the cash advance was issued, we did not have information on the period that it will be used because it can be used even after December 31, Mr. Chair.
Kaya ngayon nga yung katanungan ngayon December 13, nakuha nyo yung na meron ng cash for the confidential funds. The first thing that you would have done is that hindi natin magagamit itong 125 billion within 11 days. Tama?
Mr. Chair, there is no requirement under the joint circular to use it within the 11-day period because it's for one quarter.
Ginamit nyo nga sa liquidation ninyo. You use it for 11 days. That's why your office committed mistakes in the liquidation. Kasi inapuran nyo When in fact, pwede naman yung i-obligate yun at saka nyo na lang i-liquidate. Di po ba?
Again, Mr. Chair, I would like to state for the record that I do not have knowledge on the actual utilization and disbursement from the confidential fund cash advance.
I'm amazed kasi kayo in charge ng finance sa office ng OVP, you do not know this. It's surprising on my part kasi I've worked with the controllership. Kaya nga ako nagtataka eh. Bakit pinilit ninyo na i-liquidate o gamitin yung pondo 125 million in 11 days? Something must be wrong somewhere. Di po ba? Sabihin nyo sa akin, normal ba yun? Na 125 million gamitin mo in 11 days? As a finance officer.
Mr. Chair, for the 125 million, I do not have personal knowledge, but
Hindi. Ang tanong ko po, isagutin ninyo. Sa tingin po ninyo, being with finance, normal ba na gamitin yung 125 million in 11 days?
Mr. Chair, that would
Yes or no?
depend, Mr. Chair, on the nature of the transactions, Mr. Chair.
Are you
So-
trying to tell me that you could come up with transactions within 11 days, 5 of which are holidays?
Mr. Chair,
Pakisagot lang po.
Mr. Chair, in the government, there are transactions which exceed that amount, and the payment is
Like what, for
can be,
example?
purchases, Mr. Chair, but there may be purchases, Mr. Chair, that exceed that amount, or payment for other transactions, Mr. Chair, like
In the office of the OVP, anong transaction na ganun?
in the OVP, Your Honor, wala po kaming ganun transaction.
Kaya huwag mo akong pagsabihan ng ganun, Iha. Kasi, you're coming up with stories or events na wala kang ebidensya. You're a lawyer, right?
Yes,
And
Mr.
you
Chair.
say something, hihingan kita ng ebidensya. Wala kang may pakita sa akin eh.
Yes, Mr. Chair. That's why early on I stated for the record,
Hindi,
Mr. Chair.
pero for a finance officer, you do not know na it is unusual for you to use 125 million in 11 days, 5 of which are holidays. Ako, naging controller ako, alam ko na imposible. Kaya ang ginagawa ng amin ay ino-obligate namin para magamit namin sa next year. At may liquidate namin na tama. Hindi yung ginawa po ninyo. Diba? Attorney, if you're really well-versed sa finance, dapat alam mo yun.
Mr. Chair, again, for the confidential expenses and the handling of the confidential fund, cash advance for confidential fund, hindi po ako involved sa process, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. For the confidential fund of DepEd, Land Bank, ito ba yung 3 quarters of 37.5 million each? One time din ba na winidraw ito?
3 withdrawals, 37.5.
So, ano yun? Every quarter?
I will check our records, sir. I cannot remember anymore.
So, pwedeng sinasabi ninyo, in 1 month, na-withdraw lahat to.
We will check our records, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hindi rin masagot eh.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congressman Acop. Yes, Congressman Flores.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to make a follow-up on my suggestion kanina regarding Attorney Sanchez. Do we have that data already as to where? I'm actually just concerned about the SDOs, si Fajarda and Acosta. Actually, si Attorney Ortonio doesn't need to be here. Attorney Lopez is already here, being the boss, di ba? I'm sure she could answer the questions that would be asked of Ortonio. But about, I just need to know where Fajarda and Acosta are, if they are on official travel.
Mr. Chair, I checked with the Central Records Unit of the Office of the Vice President. They are on official travel,
Where? What city po? What town?
but the travel order only indicated various areas. Mr.
Various.
Chair.
Nandali lang. Sorry, natawa ako dun. Various areas of what po? The Philippines, this planet, or the universe? Parang labo naman ng... You don't know where these persons are?
I have no personal knowledge, Your Honor.
At Attorney Lopez, you're the Chief of Staff. Wala ba tayong idea man lang, Luzon, Visayas, or Mindanao ba ang activity? Or kasi most of the questions that have been asked, to be fair, could have been answered by these two persons. They're really the ones that are needed here to answer the questions of the members of this committee. So, ang tanong ko lang po, if they are really on official travel, saan po?
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, if I may read the travel order in toto. All right. Just a moment. Travel Order 2024-1037. In the interest of public service, Edward D. Fajarda is hereby authorized to travel on official business to continue the monitoring and facilitation of the preparations and rollout of the OVP anniversary activities in various areas on November 18 to 22, 2024. And then the second would be while outside of his official station, he's authorized to collect allowance for daily travel expenses, incur actual travel expenses in accordance with Executive Order number 77, chargeable against OVP funds, subject to existing budgeting.
So, parang
accounting.
general po yung travel order nila, travel authority nila. But who would be the person in the OVP who could at least give an idea as to where or what part of the Philippines they are in now?
Your Honor, as mentioned early on, we do have a rollout of
Kaya nga, but I'm sure,
But the
meron naman tong assignments. Ikaw, doon ka. Ikaw, dito ka. Di, imposible naman na all over lang sila, di ba? Sino po ang may alam niyan? Kasi, again, I'm gonna repeat why I want them here. Because most of the questions are actually directed to them, di ba?
We understand, Your
Eh,
Honor.
pangit naman, kayo tinatanong, ipapasa nyo lang din na dapat sila. It could have been, properly done kung nandito din sila. And we've been treating you fairly naman, di ba? None of you have been cited in contempt. You're all here. You're all eating your own food nga, di ba? I noticed. I think it's better than our food. Di ba? So,
I do understand, Your Honor, but as mentioned earlier, number one, I have not really gone through that.
Again, I'm just asking for who among the officers of the OVP would have an idea as to their exact whereabouts? None? Kasi if you're a government officer, di ba? You're assigned to travel. Aren't you supposed to show that this is my certificate of appearance, I went to this particular office to justify your travel? Tama po ba? Di ba? So saan ngayon ang pinupuntahan nila? Is it any of the offices, satellite offices of the OVP? No one will answer?
On my end, Your Honor, I really have no personal knowledge. Kasi ang nabasa ko rin po is various areas.
Who gave the travel authority?
May I see again? Just a moment, please.
Sige.
The travel authority was signed by the Assistant Chief of Staff, Your Honor, Mr. Ortonio.
Pinapa-excuse ko na sana. Diba? So, he's your assistant, right? Can you not call him up and say, where are these persons ba? I'm just interested with Acosta and Fajarda.
I will try to reach out to him, Your Honor.
Oh, so you cannot contact your assistant, Chief of Staff?
Oh, because when I arrived, as mentioned earlier,
Oh.
yes, I arrived only and reported to the office yesterday. I have not seen him,
Kaya nga,
actually.
but I'm sure there are means of communication. He being your assistant. In this day and age, I'm sure someone could get in touch with anyone. Would you not agree, Attorney Lopez?
I will try to reach
Okay,
out.
I'll give you a few more minutes, ha? Thank you.
No worries, Your Honor.
Yeah, just a quick manifestation, Mr. Chair. Ms. Zulay, Attorney Lopez, how long have you been in government?
Your Honor, I was a recipient of a loyalty award, so for 10 years. So I suppose more than 10 years.
So previous to your position now, you worked as city administrator of Davao City, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So as city administrator, I'm sure travel authorities would come and go your desk.
For certain officials only, Your Honor.
Yes. So, but they would come your desk. Ikaw ang pumipirma, ikaw ang signatory, ikaw may authority.
That is
And you would know that open-ended travel orders are generally prohibited. You cannot issue a travel order that doesn't specify to where you're going, up to when will you be there, and the other details and purpose of your travel. Is that correct?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, the preparation of, when I was a city administrator, the preparation of documents as regard travel authorities is actually handled by the Human Resource Division.
Yes, I'm not asking Attorney Lopez who prepares them.
Yes.
As an attorney and as a city administrator, you know that it is prohibited, generally prohibited, to issue travel orders that are open-ended, meaning no specific place, purpose, and time.
Your Honor, I would think that in this case, it can be justified because there is a schedule of activities happening on these dates. So at the very least, I would think that it limits
So if you think it's justified,
the areas.
yes, yeah.
In this particular case, Your Honor.
Yes, so if you think it's justified in this particular case, let's take this particular case as an example. So what particular places are you speaking of?
That is the matter, Your Honor, that was discussed earlier. I would have to ask and check
So
which areas.
therefore, you cannot use this example as a particular case because you yourself have no specific information as to what these various places are. Am I correct, Attorney Lopez?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, there is a list of activities happening across our satellite offices. That can be indication of which areas there will be traveling to.
So meaning, is this a regular practice in the Office of the Vice President where you issue travel orders recklessly with no specific day, with no specific place, with no specific purpose? Basta ang sinusulat nyo lang yon, varios. Paano ngayon to, Attorney Lopez? Paano ngayon to, si Mrs. Villa del Rey? Nandiyan ba siya?
She probably went on restroom break, Your Honor.
Okay, tatanong ko na lang si Attorney Sanchez. Kung ganito yung practice sa OVP, paano nyo charge ng per dime? Tapos paano kayo nag-i-issue ng travel voucher? Paano kayo nag-i-issue ng pambayad ng ticket, pambili ng gasolina, pambayad sa kain, sa eroplano? Kung ito, sinasabi nyo, various places. Various places can mean here, there, everywhere. From the North Pole to the South Pole. So, I mean, you can't expect the committee to believe that one reason to why your officials are not present is because they're attending to activities in various places. That's totally unacceptable. Is this a practice in your office, Attorney Sanchez?
Mr. Chair, usually before we issue a travel order, there are attachments to it. The first one would be the request for travel
I'm not asking that, Attorney Sanchez. I know the process because I used to work as a chief executive in a local government unit. I know how it works. So don't tell me the process. What I'm asking you, ito ba ay practice sa Office of the Vice President na recklessly nag-i-issue kayo ng travel authority?
No, Mr. Chair.
Ba't nyo ginagawa? Kung hindi naman pala. So, ba't nyo ginagawa?
Mr. Chair,
So therefore, kung
not
hindi nyo
issue.
pala talagang ginagawa, ngayon nyo lang ginawa. Kung kailan may hearing tayo sa good government, na parang lumalabas, sadyang iniiwasan nyo na dumalo yung mga opisyalis ninyo dito sa amin pangdinig. Kasi talagang isasabay nyo pa eh. Kung kailan may hearing, sinasadya nyo na wala dito. At yung dapat pang, at yung pumirma pa doon sa travel authority na yon is the same person who promised that he should be here. Mr. Chair, this is beyond disrespect to the committee.
Mr. Chairman.
I mean, at the very least, I mean, are you trying to hide the truth? Is it so difficult already for people to say the truth? Nowadays, na you have to come up with all sorts of lies. But I'm telling you, you're gonna run out of excuses eventually. You're gonna run out of reasons eventually. And eventually, we're gonna get to you. So
Chairman.
with that being said, Mr. Chair, maraming salamat.
Thank you. With the indulgence
Chairman.
of Congressman Rog Gutierrez, the chair would like to recognize Congressman Paduano.
Thank you, Kong Rods and the chair. Now, ma'am, alam mo, looking back, no, balikan ko lang yung excuse letter nung nakaraan. For example, in the case of Gina Acosta, may travel authority siya. Di ba that time? And her travel was, during the time was, I think in Bacolod City, sa satellite office. Malinaw po doon sa travel authority niya. Sinabit niyo po rito. Nakaspecify po yung date at saka place. Andito ngayon si Doc Chris Orono, in charge of the satellite office in Western Visayas. And during that hearing, I think if my memory serves me right, that was the second invitation. And that was the excuse of Gina Acosta with the official travel order doon po sa Bacolod City, satellite office. Now, today, ang problema nyo kasi, ma'am, Attorney Sanchez, alam mo ba, ang problema nyo kasi ngayon, nilalabas nyo na walang specific area. Ma'am, talagang tinatago nyo. Alam mo bakit? Kasi supposedly, after the travel, if she goes back to your office, may certificate of appearance. And that certificate of appearance dapat coincide or inconsistent with the travel authority. For example, nakastipulate on Bacolod City or Region 6 satellite office. Yung certificate of appearance siya sa ibang satellite office. Will you honor it? Ma'am? Attorney? Will you honor it?
No, Mr. Chair.
Oh, no. That's why, huwag niyong gamiting palusot dito na walang specific time, date, and place. Ma'am, lastly, I just want to warn you. Don't you know, by telling in this committee, you're violating Section 11 of our rules. Letter F po, undue interference. That's our internal rules. You're violating Section 11 of letter F, paragraph F of our rules. Undue interference during scheduled hearing by the committee. I just want to inform you, ma'am. And if you want to check it, you can check it in our website. Nandyan po yun, attorney. You're a lawyer, you know that.
Yes. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, Attorney
Mr. Chair, may I
Sanchez.
be allowed to respond, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
please.
Mr. Chair, earlier I was asked to check for records for the travel orders. So that's what I did, Mr. Chair. I just checked, and from the report of our Central Records Unit, they provided me with copies of the travel orders, Mr. Chair. So for the period of November 10 to 15, Mr. Chair, that is what was mentioned by Honorable Congressman Paduano, that Ms. Gina Acosta traveled to a satellite office, and the place is specific. But Mr. Chair, another travel order was issued For the period of November 18 to 22, Mr. Chair. And I'm just basing it, my statement.
And who signed that
on the record.
travel order?
As mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair, it was Assistant Chief of Staff, Lemuel Ortonio.
And he's not present also.
Yes, that is
Eh,
correct.
para-pareho sila.
Who signed the travel order of Ordonio?
For the travel, wait, Mr. Chair. For the travel, order number 2024-983, and that covers the period of November 11 to 15. The signatory of the travel order is the Vice President, Your Honor, in accordance with our
Yung
office
ngayon,
order.
sino yung nag-sign ng travel authority? Ito ngayon.
Mr. Chair, for the travel of Ms. Acosta, Attorney Fajarda and Mr. Fajarda, the signatory is Mr. Ortonio. In
Mr.
accordance
Ortonio.
with our
And he's
office
also
order.
absent
That
today.
is- Yes, Mr. Chair.
Eh, paano siya sasagot? But, ma'am, last question na lang po, attorney. Regular ba yon? Yung ngayon? Regular ba o irregular? Yung travel authority na yan? In your own experience and based on the practices, supposedly the practices in your office, is it regular or irregular? Without dates, without the specific place?
Mr. Chair, it's not common, Mr. Chair. This is the first time
So that's irregular.
that is not usual, Mr. Chair.
Anyway, Mr. Chairman, ako, attorney, I have just cited our internal rules, no? I hope you will answer truthfully so that this committee will not be forced to cite you in contempt. Ganun lang po. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair. But as
Mr.
mentioned,
Chair.
my responses were based on documents.
Ma'am, as I've told you, you're a lawyer, alam mo po. Salamat po, Chairman.
Thank you, but
Mr.
at
Chair,
this point,
can we request Kong Paduano to extend this request? Mr. Chair, can we request Kong Paduano, since he's already posting questions and looking for Ma'am Acosta, maybe they can call her over the phone kasi on official travel naman siya, so she's still active and performing her duties.
pwede po ba
The finance
pakitawagan na
officer,
lang po
Attorney
ninyo
Sanchez
si
and Attorney Lopez.
Ma'am Acosta?
I will try, Mr. Chair.
Okay. The chair would like to recognize Congressman Rog Gutierrez. Rog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just a few questions lang po to continue. I think the committee has already expressed its interest by asking already in Land Bank. Nakapagtaka po talaga yung issue po of the money trail. I think we have established that the cash withdrawn from the Land Bank representing the confidential funds are taken out by the SDO in cash. Hindi pa napadeposit sa Land Bank. And it is in the personal cost of the SDO, which is in line with the joint circular. However, this is 125 million in cash, and in the case of DepEd, 37.5 million per quarter in cold hard cash. But what is not sure yet is where Ms. Acosta and Mr. Fajardo have brought the cash. I think we've established the line so far with the tellers. We're still going to have to establish that at least from the Land Bank up until the deposit, from the release of the check up to the encashment in Land Bank. We've seen that so far, but we still have yet to establish where the cash goes after that. And we have some further questions po in relation to this. Kasi po, ang nakikita po natin, based on the testimonies, even from the last hearing, in the question of confidential funds, it all points to two people po. In the case of DepEd, at least, it's pointing to the SDO and the head of agency, in which case that would be Mr. Fajarda and then Secretary Duterte. And of course, for the OVP, although interestingly, based on our last hearing, it actually was pointed to three people. If we recall the testimony of Attorney Sanchez, she actually mentioned that based from her knowledge, the persons who would have knowledge of this confidential funds would be the SDO, si Ms. Acosta, the head of agency, which is VP Duterte, and the Chief of Staff, Ms. Zuleika Lopez. So in line with this, just to clarify, I'd like to ask a few questions po, no, kay Attorney Lopez, to the Honorable Chairman. Attorney Lopez, nabanggit po yung pangalan po ninyo last hearing. Just to refresh your memory, I'm sure at the time you were busy po with your personal concerns. We were asking si Attorney Sanchez po and si Ms. Ville del Rey about the processes within the OVP and the disbursement of the confidential funds. And it was mentioned, I believe, specifically by Attorney Sanchez, what we've established, at least with Ms. Ville del Rey, is that wala po silang kinalaman sa disbursement ng confidential funds. Ang alam lang po ng chief accountant is the requirements and that they would have to submit for the release of the check. And kasama rin po dito si Attorney Sanchez. However, Attorney Sanchez, I believe, made that statement that past that point, and what we've established with the Land Bank, the personalities involved with the confidential funds would be the SDO, the VP, and yourself. However, we take note po, Ms. Lopez, to the Honorable Chairman, most respectfully, na binanggit po ninyo that you're only concerned with operations. And by operations, you're talking, I guess, about the social amelioration program ng Office of the Vice President. Is that correct, Ms. Lopez?
That is correct, Your Honor. That is my role as Undersecretary and Chief of Staff of the Office of the Vice President.
Ms. Lopez, I hope you, Attorney Lopez, I hope you understand how we would be, how we would find that quite confusing, because generally the idea of a chief of staff would be second to the head of the agency, and by virtue of that, everyone else in that department would be under the chief of staff. Generally, that's how it works. Our understanding is that in the OVP, how many USEC positions are there? May we ask?
There's only one Undersecretary position, Your Honor.
And the undersecretary position is that of the chief of staff, correct?
That is correct.
So generally, including the SDO, although they have specific responsibilities under the circular regarding to the confidential funds, they are still under your supervision as the USEC.
The SDOs, Your Honor, do not report to me.
They don't report to you, although you are the most senior official after the vice president in the...
Your Honor, if I may be allowed to, Sir Congressman Gutierrez, if I may be allowed to explain my answer. In the Office of the Vice President, although I am the Undersecretary and the Chief of Staff, I am purely handling, as I mentioned, operational concerns. There are areas, for example, that I am not privy to, one of which is the matter of confidential expenses. But as regards the institutionalization of the projects, implementation of the projects, communications that come through the office, internal, issuances of memo, issuances of special orders, etc., they go through me. And also, for external communications, Your Honor, for example, there is a request for referral to the, for example, the DSWD or the Department of Health. All these matters, Your Honor, are coursed to the Office of the Chief of Staff. And all communications emanate also from the Office of the Chief of Staff, external, especially to those national government agencies. On top of that, Your Honor, I handle the day-to-day operations of, there is a clustering in the Office of the Vice President. For example, as I'm, in the case of Director Lin, she handles the finance cluster, which is budget, accounting, GSD, no, it's under you, the procurement. That is her AOR. On my end, Your Honor, I handle the frontline delivery of administrative support, such as Disaster Operations Center, Legal Affairs Division, and also the protocol team. Those are matters that I have direct hand into and information I am privy to. So yun lang po yung aking areas of concern. And there are areas actually in the Office of the Vice President, katulad, for example, let me just cite, if you allow me, sir, the matter of the appointments or the scheduling of the courtesy calls, etc., on the Vice President. Although it may be true that high-ranking officials call me and say na, USEC, attorney, confirm mo naman yung aming appointment with the Vice President. This is something that I have no say, direct say to, because this is all done by the appointments team. In the same manner, the protocol team of the Vice President, although all the members of the diplomatic corps call me as the head of the agency, as the highest highest official, and as the chief of staff, it does not guarantee them that there will be a scheduled courtesy call, because these are matters that are determined purely on that end. So it's I think it's a compartmentalized kind of setup, Your Honor, that there are only certain functions and tasks that I am privy to, in which case that is the one that I have mentioned earlier. But although I would wish to answer really respectfully as regards the matter of the confidential expenses, it is something that I have not really been privy to from the very beginning. So, in the case of the earlier questions by Congressman Acop, rather, it is something that I cannot really answer because I am not privy to the disbursement, utilization, nor liquidation of the confidential funds. So, ganun po siya, Your Honor. That is how it is run in the Office of the Vice President.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification, Attorney Lopez. Well, I only mentioned that because it was the words of Attorney Sanchez that mentioned that you would probably be privy to the disbursement. And I think it would be understandable. It would be an understandable statement on the part of Attorney Sanchez because the general understanding of a chief of staff and being the sole USEC of that agency, there would be an understanding that there would be certain that you would have overall supervision. Well, in relation to the SDOs and in line with the circular, we also understand that they have specific responsibilities only to them. But we can't help but be puzzled po, no? And I understand you're telling us now that it's compartmentalized, but still we would think that generally the head of the agency would course things through you. Although necessarily separate yung sa issue ng disbursement of the SDO, wouldn't other matters regarding the SDO, for example, administrative or human resources or logistics-wise, are they not coursed through you in relation to SDO? Because if I'm understanding it correctly, the job of the SDO would also entitle a lot of travel. As you've pointed out earlier, I mean, we've seen that maraming travel orders po ang ating SDO to the point na wala rin po siya today on the because of official travel po, no? So, in relation to that, there's a lot of intermingling pa rin. Although you might say compartmentalized, there are a lot of things that would go through you. I would understand the travel orders are signed by the Assistant Chief of Staff right now only because you were gone for the longest time. But generally, you would be signing off on the travel orders of the SDO. Would that be a fair statement?
Your Honor, I do not sign off on the travel orders of certain officials, or in this case, the SDO. May I just confirm kung sino lang yung pwede kong pirmahan na travel authority? Just the ODU heads ba? Oh. In my case, Your Honor, in the case of the Office of the Vice President, I can only sign off on the travels of Directors Lynn Sanchez and Director Baloro, who is the Director for Operations. All the other travel authorities, I do not sign off on them. It is HR. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, Attorney Lopez, you're telling us now that even sa pag-sign ng travel orders, may clustering pa po kayo? You are only authorized to issue travel orders for these two officials, and then everyone else has different parang boss? Ganun po ba yung sistema sa OVP? I hope you'd understand the confusion because we were presented before an organization and it all seemed to be like a pyramid, downstream lahat. Although there are clusters, everything's under you. But now we're seeing that there are limits to your responsibility. Are we understanding this correctly?
Your Honor, in the Office of the Vice President, we have a certain delegation of authority. There's only certain papers or documents that get into the Office of the Chief of Staff. And there are also others that go directly to the Office of Director Sanchez, as well as the Office of Director for Operations.
Mr. Chairman, Attorney Lopez, could you please guide us through also? Ano po yung ibang clusters? I think you mentioned financial, appointment, protocol. Operations, of course, is what you're in charge of. What are the other clusters so that we have an idea? So, in line with that, Attorney Lopez, so what you're saying now is confirming what Attorney Poa told us earlier, that if you take a deeper look into the OVP, napaka-compartmentalized. He used the same term actually. It's very compartmentalized sa OVP. So you are affirming that now po.
You said POA said,
Na compartmentalized po yung OVP. Sometimes what the left hand does, the right hand doesn't know. Parang what si Attorney Poa, while spokesperson, should be expected to know the ins and outs of the office. Because precisely as spokesperson, he will be relaying this information to the public. When we were asking him, he said compartmentalized po. He does not know about confidential funds. So you now, as the chief of staff, you are now confirming ng OVP po, despite the hierarchy that we see in the official organization chart, napaka-compartmentalized pala po yung OVP.
yes, that is correct, Your Honor. I can only speak for my experience as the Chief of Staff. I cannot really speak for Attorney Poa because there are certain areas in the OVP that I have no information on, or I cannot really have a direct hand on how it all operates. Your Honor.
So, Mr. Chair, in the operation of the OVP, rather than the usual hierarchy where it's a pyramid, where you have the large base with information or data or operations, which passes information upwards to select supervisors, upwards again to director level, ASEC, USEC, and finally to the VP. You're telling us now that the OVP operates in a hub and spoke type of situation wherein the OVP is central and then direct na lang po siya to the different. For example, OVP direct kay spokesperson, direct kay chief of staff, direct kay Attorney Sanchez for operating different clusters. And each cluster doesn't know what the other is doing.
I can only answer, Your Honor, on my role as the Chief of Staff.
Yes, sorry, and I'll just add to that point. And I understand you can only speak as the chief of staff because what you're telling us now is that you have been compartmentalized only as the chief of staff. So now you're telling me what I'm trying to present now, and if you would agree with that, is that the VP is very hands-on but treats you separately. So there's like I said, the hub and spoke. The VP is in the center, and she deals directly with Attorney Poa for other matters which you might not know, then directly with you for Chief of Staff of Operations for matters that only you know, directly to Attorney Sanchez for matters that only the finance would know, and you don't coordinate with each other.
There are cases, Your Honor, that is, in my experience, that is the case. For example, in the case of the spokesperson, it is not something that I am also privy to. The instructions for the OVP spokesperson. It happens, Your Honor, that way.
Thank you. I think this will be more, the compartmentalization of the OVP will be more relevant as we go on. But I'll just go back and focus on the SDOs. Thank you very much, Attorney Lopez.
Okay, thank
So
you.
yun po, we had an idea, although Attorney Sanchez mentioned that 3 persons were involved with the SDO, it seems to be narrowed down po, no? It looks to be, like with the DepEd, it's 2 people. We have SDO Gina Acosta and the head of agency, which is the Vice President. So para sa kalaman po ng lahat, yung joint circular, it dictates there that the SDO is personally tasked with the disbursement and liquidation of confidential funds. And the head of agency is personally tasked to oversee. So what Attorney Lopez has told us now, by excusing herself or by separating herself from the operations of the confidential fund, it now affirms what is in the joint circular. It is down to these 2 people. And in other words, yung SDO po yung inaatasan ng batas natin na humawak at siguraduhin mapunta ang confidential funds sa naayon na confidential expenses. So this is all in line with the circular. So since we have questions ideally for the SDO, but given that Ms. Acosta is not here, I'd like to ask these questions to Attorney Camora. Apologies, Attorney Camora. All roads lead to the COA, so I'll have to ask you in relation to the circular. So we are affirming po, no?
You are recognized.
We affirm po that with the joint circular, it's usually the SDO. It's only the SDO who is tasked with the disbursement of the confidential funds.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
To put more meat into this, we'd like to present po yung certification, if the Secretariat would be so kind as to flash it. The certifications for the OVP and the DepEd. Sorry, this is in relation to the certification for the confidential funds. I think we have one sample dated January 10, 2022. And for the DepEd, we have one sample dated March 31, 2023. There. So, Attorney Camora, through the Chair, most respectfully, ito po yung certification na sinasabi po natin. This is what is submitted together with the liquidation report. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And this is precisely provided under the joint circular.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
This is the exact language po, no? Is this an annex to the joint circular, or is there a format that is provided?
Yes, Mr. Chair. It's Annex B of the joint circular.
So as Annex B, even if the correct signatories are there, for example, it's signed by the SDO and signed by the head of agency and properly notarized, if it has been altered in any way that any of the provisions under the certification are different, di nyo po tatanggapin. It has to be worded precisely as Annex B provides. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And it would require all of these signatures,
Yes,
such as
Mr.
the head of agency. So we take note po that that means that there are very specific things that are required to be certified as to be submitted with the liquidation report. And some of the things that stand out, it says here po, and I quote, incurred by the undersigned. So ibig sabihin po rito, it is the SDO that personally handles and disburses the money.
Yes, Mr.
That is
Chair.
basically the crux of the certification. And it just comes with other caveats.
Yes,
Like, for
Mr.
example, first, what is spent is in connection with the agency's intelligence and or confidential operations and activities. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And it also says that, two, it cannot be used for payment of salaries, wages, overtime, additional compensation, allowance, or other fringe benefits of officials and employees.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And third, that the expenditures are necessary and utilized for legal purposes.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So this means that the SDO should personally know the disbursements and the expenses incurred, and that he should have personal knowledge of all of this. That is basically what the certification is saying.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And this, hand in hand with the liquidation reports, would affirm again the responsibility of the SDO to disburse the confidential fund in accordance with the provisions of the circular.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Since the SEO handles the fund personally, it necessarily follows that he gives the money. Is that right? And I believe you answered this with Congresswoman Garin.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You mentioned actually that there could be possibly multiple SDOs.
They could designate many SDOs.
From all of our agencies po and departments and GOCCs that would have CIF or IF, how many po would have only one SDO?
Actually, Mr. Chair, most have only one SDO. It is the agencies that have multiple SDOs that are fewer.
Okay, so mostly have one SDO.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And in that case, that SDO is the one in charge pa rin of paying, and it cannot be delegated further.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, for example, if we have an informer, which is basically what the CIF is for, no? If you have an informer who needs to be paid, it is the SDO who personally pays this to them.
That is the presumption.
That is the
based
presumption.
on the certification, Mr. Chair.
And based on the requirements of the circular, it cannot be delegated. So the presumption should be reality. No?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And that is the understanding of the COA.
Yes,
That
Mr.
it is them who personally handles it. And it is them who personally receives the acknowledgement receipt.
Yes,
Is that
Mr. Chair.
So the SDO cannot give it to another employee, for example, out of the 125 million, a specific, for example, compartmentalized daw, clustering. So ikaw sa rewards of medicine, ito, 20 million. And then siya na po yung in charge sa, and then whatever ARs that delegated person would receive would pass it on to the SDO. That is not allowed under the circular.
Even if he or she does that, he or she is the one ultimately accountable for those funds based on his or her certification. So, it's under his responsibility pa rin po.
Yes. So basically, command responsibility siya pa rin. But if that
Yes,
were the case, that is not in line with the circular because it should be personally disbursed by
yes,
the SDO.
Mr.
Correct.
Chair.
So we can't be too sure that the SDO, if it were the case that it were delegated, the SDO would not be able to certify it in such a manner. Because
Yes,
supposedly
Mr. Chair.
it's saying there that he's the one who actually dispersed the money.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And this is the same for payments of rewards. This is not just for the handling of funds in general. Even for
Yes,
payments of
Mr.
rewards and information, it goes the same way.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
The SDO gives payment directly to the recipient, and the recipient is supposed to give the AR or any DEPs that are in relation to that. Ms. Camora, Attorney Camora, so these acknowledgement receipts were submitted by the OVP and the DepEd to COA. This is the proof, this is the documentary evidence of payment that is required by the circular. And now we have that understanding that you've confirmed now that the SDO personally handles the same. So they handle the funds and they handle personally the DEPs.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So if there's any doubt to the confidential funds, if there is any doubt at all to the DEPs, any doubts to the ARs, which have been hammered down in the last hearing and now in this hearing, this all points down to the SDO. This is their personal responsibility under the joint circular.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, for example, one of the things that we've pointed out last time in relation to the dates, if there is any problem with the date of the AR, it should have passed to the SDO.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Because unlike, for example, in our usual po natin, Attorney Camora, let's say, in a usual transaction, pumunta ka sa mall, bumili ka ng pagkain, magbibigay ng resibo, you wouldn't pay a second thought on that OR because usually you don't have to liquidate it anywhere. It's just a piece of paper. But as an SDO in which you have a personal responsibility, nakataya pera mo pa rin kasi nakaband ka po to the treasury.
Yes, Mr.
So you would have to check and make sure that all of the ARs are accurate,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
including the date.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Since one of the responsibilities under the joint circular is to disburse the CF and IF in accordance with the provisions of the circular.
Yes. So in the circular, it requires an acknowledgement receipt, and an acknowledgement receipt would require the date. So the date having been filled in for the AR and received by the SDO has the responsibility to make sure that it is correct.
Yes, Mr. Chair, although the requirement is documentary evidence.
Documentary evidence.
payment.
So I'm sorry, but yes, the AR as the DEP
Yes,
would be
Mr.
required to have gone under scrutiny of the SDO. So if we had 158 ARs which have a supposed typographical error, shouldn't the SDO have caught on since they personally gave the money and received the receipt? He would check the receipt. Kung tama yung pangalan, may signature, tama yung purpose, and the date. So the 158 times na mali yung date, supposedly 158 times na dumaan po ito sa SDO.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So with that, we'd like to ask the COA. I know we've asked this before already, but we're looking into the responsibility of the COA. You've already mentioned many times that the ICFA would only be concerned with the submission of the DEPs and that you wouldn't look no further because generally parang ministerial na lang to a point. But should it have raised some red flags po? Especially now in hindsight, yung 158 with typographical errors ng dates.
Because of our hearings here, we're kind of looking into this, that we should be a little stricter on our audit from now on. So
We understand po, no, you mentioned before that one of the limitations of your office is manpower. And I think
Yes,
one thing
Mr.
that the committee will be working on in aid of legislation is to strengthen po the COA, that you would have the proper manpower support to make sure that this does not happen again. I think
yes.
that's one thing personally this representation would like to push forward for the consideration of the committee. But with that said, so I hope now the ICFA would take into special consideration not only the impossibility of typographical errors, the frequency of it occurring, the time span in which it happens. And of course now, as mentioned by Congressman Adjong, we've seen earlier that there are problems even to the multiple names with different signatures. This should have raised a red flag. And of course, the bogus names that were raised by Congressman Acop, such as Mary Grace Piattos. So these are things that I hope that the ICFA would be more stringent with. But there's one more matter, aside from that, which we have brought up from the previous hearing, that I hope that you could consider. Upon studying po yung DEPs natin, and we already know that there's a question about the time span in which that it was dispersed. Alam natin, questionable yung 11 days, na 5 days pa nga po ay holiday, dispersed po ito lahat. But one more thing we have to consider, now that you have affirmed to us, now that we understand it better, na yung SDO is personally in charge of dispersing the funds, we collated po yung ating mga DEPs. And we've seen po, for example, this is, I think, the DepEd. So this would be by Mr. Fajardo. for the, I believe this is the first quarter of 2023, the submitted on the 31st of March, there were disbursements every day po, no? Since the release of the cash. And that disbursements, they would not go less than 10 times a day po. If you could see po in the chart, this is what we've seen. You would notice that the ARs, it would say the address or location. This is one thing particularly with the DepEd. Aside from the name, the signature, and the date, meron pong locations. So, on February 21, 2023, or the very next day after the SDO encashed the 37.5 million in checks, lumabas po sa acknowledgement receipts that SDO Fajardo made 7 disbursements already. This is the day after, in 7 different locations. And the locations are Malolos, Davao, San Francisco, Agusan del Sur, Makati City, Negros Oriental, Negros Occidental, and Davao City. So the very next day, after, I would assume, the check was issued, it was encashed in Land Bank under the Shaw branch. Tama po ba for DepEd? Or
DepEd branch.
The DepEd branch. So the DepEd branch, that is in what city po here in NCR?
Pasig, sir.
In Pasig po na encash, and immediately the next day, he traveled to these 7 places and had these 7 ARs. Did this not raise a red flag of the impossibility of this occurring?
Well, it does, sir. Although during our review, somehow we just accepted the acknowledgement receipt.
For reasons you've already stated earlier po,
Yes,
Attorney
po.
Camara. In addition to this, if you go to the day of the first quarter that had the most disbursements, which is March 15, 2023, SDO Fajardo supposedly made 26 disbursements in the following locations: Davao del Sur, Surigao del Sur, Oriental Mindoro, Laguna, Zamboanga del Sur, Cebu, Ifugao, Antique, Batanes, Pampanga, Legazpi, Lanao del Norte, Batangas, Tarlac, Metro Manila, Samar, Davao de Oro, Agusan del Norte, Davao del Sur, Davao de Oro, Laguna, Cavite, Surigao del Norte. Attorney Camora, let's give him a helicopter. I don't think he'll do that in one day. So it really raises a question. How did SDO Fajardo certify and say that he personally disbursed this? Buti na lang po yung DepEd ARs have location. So it really shows us kung saan po sila. Unlike the DepEd ARs, yung OVP po wala. Yung OVP would only have the name, the purpose, the name, the signature, and the date. That's it. And the amount. Pero here we could see in DepEd, it seems to be really impossibility. So you could see the theme, not really the theme po, but what we're driving at here. Earlier, according to Congresswoman Garin, and I understand her frustration, there is the physical impossibility of the delivery and encashment of the cash. The questions regarding that, surrounding where it was brought. And then now, even the physical impossibility of the disbursement. Yun naman po yung tanong dito. If truly SDO certifies that he or she is the only person and has personal knowledge of disbursement, has personal knowledge, has gone through the DEPs, how do we explain this? It looks like from north to south, tip to tip po itong Pilipinas. By Batanes pa rin po. So these are just some of the questions that we have. And if we look at the chart earlier, it happens multiple times. For February 25, there were 21 disbursements across 18 different localities. February 27, 21 disbursements across 18 localities. March 3, and the list goes on. And if you notice the chart, every day po yun. Every day po may disbursement. So it really raises the question po, no?
Yes, Mr.
About
Chair.
the legal, the veracity of the certification. We're now seeing the consequences of our current format that we have, that a simple signature, which the COA just blindly, not to fault you, again, we understand the reasons that you have, that you lack manpower and all that. But napakahirap po to because we're talking about the most difficult to account for, confidential intelligence funds po, no? So, if I may continue, Attorney Camora, and again, I understand frustration. I wanted to ask this to the SDO personally. I think they would have been able to answer. But on the light side na lang po, to make the most of the information that we have, at least on the side of the COA, that you'd understand the frustration of this committee, and that you'd understand po where we'd want to proceed with this. It goes the same with the OVP. If I may continue, Mr. Chair, the pattern of the OVP is that even if it does not have the locality or the address, the disbursements are really dubious and curious because it really makes use of these disbursements in a way that you would find hard to believe. Just the number of disbursements given in the number of days, it really raises some questions po, no? Like, for example, on December 23rd of December of 2022, this is close as in relation to what Congressman Acop mentioned. There were a lot of holidays in those 11 days. And in fact, Noche Buena would have been the number one thing that people would be preparing for. But on the eve of Christmas, or the day before, when you would be preparing for the eve of Christmas, on December 23, at least 103 individuals received a total amount of 15 million pesos. I mean, just 15 million pesos for 103 individuals. If truly the SDO is certifying that personally I think this is SDO Acosta, she disbursed this, it really raises the question kung the possibility po, no, of how they did this. So, and this would include a bunch of things. No? It's very much payment of reward, payment of information, medicine, the safe houses were also included there. Given the various clusterings, if you would call it that, parang it leads to the, I would not say impossibility, the improbability of the AR submitted. So I think we really need a strict scrutiny po, no, of the DEPs that are being submitted. I'd just like to point out that based on this study, the days where the OVP gave confidential funds, over 100 recipients, all happened in 2022. And this is the time that had the 11-day period. So you could see na, I don't know if it's intentional, pero minadali po talaga. There was really quick disbursement. And in line with that, just one last question, Attorney Camora, and which was brought up by Congressman Acop. He was driving the point with Attorney Sanchez that you could obligate the confidential funds. If you don't consume, for example, because this is cash advance system, you advanced 125 for December of 2022, and you've only consumed, for example, 100 million. Does that mean mawawala na po yung 25 million, or does it carry on to the next quarters? Sorry, let's not do 2022 kasi last month na yun. Let's say for yung GAA provided na CIF. If in the first quarter of 125 million, na consume lang po is or what's justified is 100 million, what is the effect for the second quarter? Can they disburse 150 million, or are they limited still to the quarterly limit of 125?
Mr. Chair, the cash advances for the whole year. So as long as the cash advances are within the year and the last cash advance was liquidated, they could cash advance again for the next like quarter or the next quarter, since most of them do it quarterly.
So for example, on the 31st of March, I've consumed 100 and I justify with a liquidation report of 100 million. I still need to justify the 25 left, even beyond March 31. That would be allowed for the first quarter?
Can you repeat po?
Sorry. So yung first quarter po, meron tayong cash advance of
Yes,
125 million. Ang nakonsumo lang po ng opisina ay 100 million lamang. May 25 million po na balance. Does that mean I can still justify the 25 million after March 31?
No, Mr. Chair. If it has been cash advanced for that period and the amount that was unutilized should be returned by the SDO.
It should be returned to the SDO.
Yes,
Yung
Mr.
sinasabi po ni
Since yung
Congressman
liquidation
Acop,
po is yung buong amount po dapat.
but it could be obligated in that time. It doesn't have to be dispersed. You could obligate for the 25 million pa hindi naman return. I believe that was the point that Congressman Acop was making.
Pwede naman po
Pwede.
yata. As long as it is still within the year of the it's still within the year, so yung cash advance is still for the year.
Thank you, Attorney Comoro. So yun lang po, just to manifest, it really drives the point that it seems to be, there are questions po with the timing and the accompanying DEPs, and I'm sure that we're still going to go back to this. There were other questions, but unfortunately, wala po yung ating SDO, so I'll have to hold on to that. Mr. Chair, with that, I'd yield to other interpellators. Maraming salamat po.
Just an interjection, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Congressman Franz Castro.
Yes, so excellent, no, yung pinakita nating pag-analyze nung utilization noong confidential funds in 2023 and even in 125 in 2022. The possibility, the improbability physically nung pagbabayad ng SDO nito doon sa mga binanggit natin na kung ito man ay reward or whatever or reward. So ano ngayon ang gagawin ng Mr. Chair? Gagawin ng COA doon na obvious na sa pag-analyze natin, even Attorney Camora, nagsasabi siya na parang imposible. Tama ba 'yon? In one date, in one day, in different places, magagawa ba ng SDO na pumunta para bayaran yung mga sinasabi natin na dapat na bayaran in a day? Sabi nyo kanina at sabi natin kanina, no, imposible. So that is yung sa pagre-review ninyo nung ipinasa ng mga acknowledgement receipt, etc. So Mr. Chair, ang tanong dito, kasi hindi lang tayo matatapos na ito na yung nangyari, parang nakakatawa na talaga eh. Ano yung SDO na yon, Mr. Chair? Lumipad mula sa isang lugar patungo sa isang lugar in eight places, lumipad. Kung siya lang talaga yung nagdi-disburse. So talagang parang pinapatawa tayo, no? Pinapatawa ang taong bayan ng Office of the Vice President na nagagawa ito. No? So ano ngayon ang gagawin ng COA? Are you still going to accept those acknowledgement receipt or those na mga disbursement na tingin natin ay panloloko lang, niloloko na tayo, 'di ba? Niloloko tayo, taong bayan. So anong gagawin po ng COA, Mr. Chair? Gusto kong malaman, are you going to i-review nyo ba ulit? Ibabalik nyo yan? Or kailangan nyo nang magdesisyon ngayon kung dapat yan na yung pondo na ito ay ibalik yan sa pondo ng taong bayan? So ano po yung pwedeng moving forward doon sa ipinisend po ni Representative Raj Gutierrez? Mr. Chair, anong gagawin ng COA doon?
Mr. Chair.
Attorney Camora.
Mr. Chair, actually we are thankful to the body for pointing this out to us, since for us naman po as auditors, we presume this as yung regular but since these things have been pointed out, I think we will be basing our reviews na based on what we have discussed here in this hearing. And as to the cases po ng sa OVP and DepEd, yung sa 2023 especially po, AOM pa lang po yung status nung audit actions namin, and under review pa rin po yung mga compliance nila. So we will take po in consideration lahat po ng napag-usapan natin and be more circumspect in our review. Although mahirap since yun nga po marami pong transactions, but moving onwards siguro po i-apply po namin lahat ng mga learnings namin dito sa hearings na to. Although mahirap po talaga.
Kahit na common sense, i-apply nyo dyan. No? Kahit na common sense, Attorney Camora, i-apply nyo dyan.
Yes
No?
po.
Talagang imposible na talagang ito maaring ibinulsa, di ba? O maaring kung saan na napunta. Kaya imposible yung nangyari na sa isang araw pumunta ka sa iba't ibang probinsya para mag-disburse.
Yes, Mr.
No? Imposible
Yes, Mr. Chair.
'yon. At gamitin naman natin yung yung kahit na konsensya or kahit na common sense para diyan po. At gusto natin na dahil ito ay under review, sinasabi niyo hanggang kailan po, Mr. Chair, yung review nito?
Hindi pa po namin masabi, Mr. Chair, since ang mga involved po ay kasama po dito sa hearing madalas. So, we will try po as soon as kung
Okay, so Mr. Chair, no, I hope yung COA would be prudent enough, at saka talagang tignan nyo talaga kung paano ginagamit ng Office of the Vice President at saka ng DepEd before itong confidential funds. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, with the indulgence of Congresswoman Luistro, the Chair would like to recognize Senior Deputy Speaker Don Gonzales.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address my question lang na three item lang kay Attorney Zulaika Lopez. Ma'am, who is your Assistant COS? Who is your Assistant Chief of Staff po, ma'am?
The Assistant Chief of Staff is Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Sino po ang pumipirma sa travel order ni ni tawag dito, si Lopez, si Ordoña, yung nasa abroad. Ano pangalan nun? Yung nasa,
Ako po
hindi,
yun.
yung si, pangalan nito, si, sino nasa abroad? Hindi, sino pumipirma sa mga travel order ng ng office?
In the OVP, Your Honor, there is a delegation of authority. There are certain officials that I signed for in their travel authority. There are also other officials that Mr. Ortonio signs for.
No, who signed the travel authority pala of Gina Acosta?
Mr. Lemuel, no? In the travel authority shown to me, Your Honor, it is Mr. Lemuel Ortonio.
Okay. Number 2 question, ma'am. Kung tama po, hindi po niyo pwedeng i-recall yung travel order ni Gina Acosta to attend the hearing as Chief of Staff, ma'am?
Anong date na kay Gina?
Ikaw ma'am, ang Chief of Staff, di ba?
Yes, that is correct. No, I was also asking Director Lin kung anong dates po siya yung covered ng travel authority. Okay. We will consider, Your Honor. We will consider.
No, you just answer my question, ma'am. If yes, you can recall the travel order of Miss Acosta, ma'am. You are the boss.
I was not the person, Your Honor, who issued the travel authority.
Precisely po. Precisely po.
Yes,
So
but we
meaning
will-
to say, if you cannot answer, they're not really using the travels. Umiiwas lang po sa pag-attend nitong hearing na to. Tama ho ba?
Your Honor, like I mentioned earlier, kakabalik ko lang ho. I will have to study and look into the matter.
Okay, I have 2 questions. Number 1, kung yes, you can recall the travel authority of Ma'am Gina Acosta. And number 2, kung hindi, iniiwasan lang po umattend dito sa ating hearing ng good government. Tama ho ba, Ms.
Your Honor, as to the earlier suggestion on your end to recall the travel authority, I will look into it, Your Honor, and consider. But as I mentioned earlier, kakabalik ko lang ho sa opisina, and the travel authority is not something that I saw and have gone through. Ngayon ko lang po nakita through the phone of Director Sanchez. But we will consider Your Honor's recommendation.
Yes, please, give me the date lang po kung kailan pinirmahan ng assistant COS nyo yung travel authority ni Gina Acosta.
Just a moment, please. Your Honor, the document indicates that it was signed November 14, 2024. Your Honor. Mr. Chair.
Saan po siya nagpunta, ma'am?
Si Ms. Gina Acosta po.
Opo.
Wait, just a moment. Can you please? Just a moment. All right, per travel order number 2024-1036, in the interest of public service, with Your Honor, I would like to read the entire travel order in toto. Gina F. Acosta is hereby authorized to travel on official business to continue the monitoring and facilitation of the preparations and rollout of OVP anniversary activities in various areas on November 18 to 22, 24. Then, while outside her official station, she's authorized to collect allowance for daily travel expenses, incur actual travel expenses in accordance with Executive Order number 77/2019, chargeable against OVP funds, subject to existing budgeting, accounting, and auditing rules and regulations, including but not limited to the internal financial controls and spending guidelines. The date is November 14, 2024, Your Honor.
Attorney, ano trabaho po ng SDO? Di ba SDO po si Gina Acosta? If meaning SDO, siya ang disbursement officer ng OVP. Bakit siya ang umihikot regarding for the anniversary of the OVP?
Okay.
Meaning to say November 4th, 18 to 22.
Okay.
Outside the country, Uto?
No, Your Honor, it is within the country. It is within the country. As regards to the question, earlier question, what is the work of Ms. Gina Acosta?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, may I know what is, just a moment. What is? Okay, Your Honor, Ms. Gina Acosta is a Vice Presidential Officer 6, Staff 6 of the OVP. And as such, apart from being an SDO, she is also responsible for, she has also other tasks and functions, Your Honor.
So she's concurrent. So is staff 6 and then she's an SDO also. Concurrent siya. Office of the Vice President and then
I understand
SDO.
the SDO is a as a designation only, Your Honor. She is VPSO, that is her position title.
Okay, thank you. Pero ma'am, pwedeng ma-recall mo yung travel order niya para mag-attend siya sa next hearing si Ms. Gina Acosta.
Okay, we will consider, Your Honor, the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you also.
Thank you.
Just point of clarification lang.
Yes, DS.
Sorry,
Suarez.
with the indulgence of Congresswoman Luistro. Kailan po ba yung anniversary celebration?
The exact date for the OVP 89th anniversary, Your Honor, is November 15, last November 15. However, in celebration of that particular anniversary, we have actually, just a moment, month-long? Ilang weeks? Month-long series of activities, Your Honor, as confirmed by Director for Operations.
So your anniversary is on the 15th.
November 15th, yes.
That was 5 days ago.
That is correct.
Correct, right?
Yes.
You knew about this hearing. When did we, Comsec, when was our last hearing? November 11. So that was 9 days ago. We're November 20 now. So in between that time, it's impossible. It is humanely impossible for the second highest office in the land not to know about the hearing on good government. So, and you've already celebrated. You said the celebration was on the 15th.
That is correct, Your
Yes,
Honor.
and from what I understand, I think on a memo that was released by the Office of the Vice President, the celebrations are supposed to be simple. That is correct, right?
That is true, Your Honor.
So how can you have a simple celebration that will last a month?
Your Honor,
So
this-
you're saying you're celebrating the anniversary of an office from November 15 to December 15?
Your Honor, when we say celebration, we simply mean the rollout of projects and activities across the country, Your Honor, in our various satellite offices. In most cases, the Vice President will be present also to celebrate with the satellite offices.
Okay, yeah. So I
It is
understand.
simple, actually. It's a simple
Yeah,
program,
I
Your Honor.
understand that, but you know what? It's not a legitimate reason for number one. It is special disbursement officer. An SDO doesn't supervise over events. I would expect the chief of staff to supervise over events. I would expect maybe an executive assistant to supervise over events. But why a special disbursement officer whose primary focus is money, finance, supervising over preparations for events? Is Gina Acosta an event specialist?
Your Honor, the Ms. Acosta's task as SDO is a designation on her end. Her position title is really Vice Presidential Staff Officer 6 or 6.
Hindi. Edward Fajardo, where is he? Is he also supervising celebrations? Ano ba to? Naging event specialist na ba tayo? Sunshine Fajarda, missing also. Is he also supervising events? Ano ba sila? Sila mag-MC ng event? Silang in charge sa physical preparations? Hindi ba kayang gawin ng mga satellite offices nyo yon? Nandito yung mga satellite offices nyo. Who's in charge of the satellite offices? Yeah. You cannot handle an anniversary preparation? It's yes or no. Can you handle an anniversary preparation? Can you handle the rollout of programs?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
There you go, Attorney Lopez. They can. They do it. Do you do it in a regular basis? Do you do it in a regular basis?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So why supervise?
Again, for the record, Your Honor, I only saw the travel authorities.
Anyway, yeah.
Right
So,
now.
can you just do me a favor, Attorney Lopez, with the indulgence of Congressman Gonzales? Tawagan mo nga. Sigurado naman akong sasagot sa iyo yan. Ikaw ang chief of staff eh.
I will just try to reach out, Your Honor.
I already asked her to do that a few minutes ago, Mr. Chair.
Ha?
I already asked her an hour ago to contact his the vice.
Baka
the
nasa
assistant,
ibang planeta eh. Anyway, so sorry for my statement.
Respectfully,
Congressman Gonzales.
respectfully, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I can only really reach out if he does not want to get in touch or revert. I cannot force Mr. Ortonio. But I already texted him. Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, sabi mo yung anniversary ng OVP is November 15, at sabi mo dun sa authority, letter of authority to travel, is for the preparation of the OVP anniversary. So, ang date po ng authority niya is November 18 to 22. Meaning to say, tapos na po yung anniversary bago nyo binigyan ng letter authority to travel. So, kayo po nagsabi dito kanina, ang anniversary nyo is November 15. Pero ang reason is for the preparation of your OVP anniversary. Parang tapos na ho yung anniversary at binigyan nyo siya ng TA ng November 18 to 22.
Opo. Your Honor, for the record, the Office of the Vice President has 1 central office, 10 satellite offices, and 2 extension offices. There are a series also of activities happening in various locations, but it does not all happen in one day. To give time to the Vice President to participate in the activities of the satellite offices. That is why, Your Honor, it was scheduled month-long. That is the reason.
Okay, thank you.
Respectfully.
Mr. Chair, one question only. May we,
Congressman Jill.
pwede ba malaman namin sa OVP kung sino yung official na in charge doon sa pag-book ng plane tickets also with the accommodation? Just to know the whereabouts of these officials, Mr. Chair.
I have no personal knowledge on this matter. Maybe the Director for Admin.
How about the other officials from the OVP?
Attorney Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we have a travel arranger in the office under the procurement division. But she's only...
Ma'am, wala rin kayong alam. To cut the long story short.
No, Mr. Chair.
Wawa naman yung opisina nyo. Lahat hindi alam kung nasaan yung mga tao ninyo. Nagkaroon na yata kayo ng amnesia lahat. Ano pa nangyari sa opisina ninyo? Lahat walang alam. From the chief of staff down to the department head. Lahat hindi alam.
Mr. Chair,
Or meron po kayong pinagtatakpan.
Mr. Chair, for flight bookings, Mr. Chair, there is a person assigned to flight bookings, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I think that is procurement under her office, Mr. Chair. At Attorney Sanchez, can you not call that person now? I'll give you 5 minutes po.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
The chair would like to recognize Congressman Ino D.
May we also ask what exactly is the event that's currently happening today? Meron ba po tayong, I don't know if I missed it earlier, ma'am, that they have to attend to? Ano po ba yung event or program na ginagawa ngayong araw na ito na ina-attendan ng mga staff po ninyo?
Okay. Your Honor, for this question, may I refer you to our Director for Operations?
Okay.
No? Director Baloro, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you're Mr. Norman Baloro.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, the programs for the month of November.
No, for today.
Yes,
For
this
today.
is for the OVP Thanksgiving ceremony, Your Honor.
Where, may idea po kayo details of the event or the program?
For the event, Your Honor, it's somewhere in Caraga, Your Honor.
Somewhere in
Caraga.
Caraga? Wala po kayong exact venue or details of...
No, Your Honor, because we have also our satellite lead who is also assigned in Caraga, Your Honor.
Can we ask the head of the satellite offices? So, can you coordinate with them? Ano po ba yung exact program natin ngayong araw?
Si Miss Regina
Of course,
Tecton.
we just have to ask.
Sino po yung head
kasi
ng
nga po, we're all
satellite?
confused. Saan po yung mga taong ito? Ano po yung mga programa? Ngayon,
Maayong hapon kaninyong tanan. Mr. Chair, for today, the activity is in Caraga, I think in Hingoog, but the exact details will be under the satellite lead in Caraga.
do we have any coordination po with the satellite team in Caraga office, ma'am?
I will refer you to the Director of Operations because we are all under
Chair.
the
Mr. Chair,
operations.
just-
po.
may I-
This
may I-
has re-
Ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, we cannot have a referral office. Lahat na lang ng tanong i-refer dito, i-refer diyan, i-refer dito. Wala ba kayong
Pero ako po nasusurprise kasi yung director ng operation nandirito. Yung Special Project Division nandirito. Pero yung SDO, yun ang umiikot.
Mr. Chair,
Hindi ba dapat yung operation ang umiikot, hindi yung SDO?
Mr. Chair, may I
Yes,
interject?
Congressman
Just a very
Zia.
brief lang po. I think there seems to be a disconnect. Parang it's not only me, hindi nagko-coordinate but disconnect. I think kayo po yung head ng operations, Mr. Baloro, di ba?
Mr. Chair.
I think, Mr. Chair, you should know because you're the central office eh. Diba? Mga satellite offices, are you telling us that the satellite office work independently from yours or that they don't at least send to you? I presume that's a very important occasion or activity. So, I mean, a simple question asked by Congressman Ino D. You cannot even tell us the exact location. What program is this? I mean, you're supposed to know everything because these are satellite offices. You're telling us that you don't care at all to even know the details. Kayo po yung sa central office eh. These are satellite offices. I mean, there seems to be a disconnect kasi nagtuturuan po kayo eh.
Isa lang po ang maliwanag dito eh. From Chief of Staff down to the Director, puro walang alam. Di parang may nagtatakipan po dito.
Mr. Chair, dagdag ko lang. So, kanina, Mr. Baloro, hindi mo alam kung saan eksakto sa Caraga ginaganap yung anniversary ninyo?
Mr. Chair, with regard to the places, because we have several locations po for Caraga. So we have also our satellite leads who is now in charge with the identification of the location for the OVP anniversary in Caraga. Your Honor.
Okay, several, marami. Ano yung mga lugar na yun?
With regard to you, with honor, may I also have a time for me to call with our satellite lead?
Alam mo, nagloloko na tayo dito eh. Sa totoo lang, Kung meron man nagtataka kung bakit nabawasan yung budget ng OVP, ito naging dahilan eh.
Your
Kasi
Honor.
hindi nyo may paliwanag, simpleng activity ninyo. You can't even say for a certain fact kung nasaan. Sasabihin nyo maraming activities somewhere in Caraga, tapos hindi nyo man lang masabi kung saan. Anong klaseng celebration yun? Sobrang laki ba ng opisina ninyo na kaya nyong sabay-sabayin lahat ng barangay, lahat ng bayan sa Caraga Region? Not unless, of course, you're making a mockery of this committee. Mr. Baloro.
Your Honor.
Hold on. Are you making mockery of this committee, Mr. Baloro?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so if no, then treat us with respect. Where are you celebrating the activities of your celebration today? You are head.
Caraga, Your Honor.
Where there? Do you know how big the Caraga region is?
For my personal knowledge, Your Honor, no.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Your Honor.
Yes, Attorney Lopez.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, respectfully, may I be given a minute, please, to just discuss and confer with Director Baloro, if that's all right?
Pwede niyo po bang tawagan ngayon si Miss Gina Acosta, speaker po ninyo?
Si
Ngayon
Miss
po.
Miss Gina Costa.
Miss Gina Acosta. Paki-speaker po nga po ninyo.
Mr. Chair, may I just add that
Yes,
for
Congresswoman
an
Luistro.
event as big as the anniversary of the office of the Vice President, I do not understand why the operations head is not knowledgeable about the place of the celebration and the matters connected thereto. And more so, Mr. Chair, it is a common practice that when one applies for a travel authority, it goes with the travel authority, the invitation or the program of the activity. Kayo po'y operations head. Wala man lang hubang program or invitation where we can make reference as to the place of the celebration and the officials who are supposed to be there other than the SDO.
Your Honor, for the 2024 Thanksgiving activities, Your Honor, I just learned that
Is it Thanksgiving or anniversary?
Thanksgiving anniversary. It's in line with the OVP anniversary, Your Honor. The title of our program, Your Honor, is Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving anniversary celebration of OVP. And
Thanksgiving activity,
and
Your
it
Honor.
ranges for one whole week.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you
up-
please cite again the inclusive period for that celebration?
Yes, Your Honor, from after our event on November 15, that is the 89th anniversary of the OVP. Right after that, we have our scheduled for the OVP Thanksgiving activities for all the 10 satellite offices, Your Honor.
Sandali po, ang pinag-uusapan muna po natin is celebration today.
Today, Your Honor, is the OVP Thanksgiving in Caraga, Your Honor.
And where in Caraga is it being celebrated?
It is simultaneously celebrated in, I've learned now, Your Honor, in our three municipalities. It's one city, Your Honor, it's in Hingoog, Magallanes, and Butuan City, Your Honor.
And why did you not seek for an excuse when you are the operation head and you're supposed to be the first person who's to attend that celebration?
Your Honor, because I went to Panay and Negros Islands already, Your Honor, last week. This is in it's municipality of Malay and municipality of Macataw in Aklan. So the reason why, Your Honor, for me to have a Your Honor, my time also in the central office to sign few documents with regard to the medical and burial assistance. So the reason why, Your Honor, I need also to.
And how about the program and the invitation which are supposed to justify the travel authority of your SDO?
Your Honor, with regard to the SDO, Your Honor, is I am the one who signing. I'm not the one who signed the document, Your Honor.
Yes, I understand, but as an operation head, you're supposed to receive as well. Di ba? A copy of the program and the invitation because you are the focal person in terms of field operation. Am I correct?
Yes, but Your Honor, with regard to
Hindi ka ba nila inimbita?
for Caraga, Your Honor,
As operation head, you're supposed to be invited. Tama po ba ako?
as part of my job, Your Honor.
I wish to see the copy of the invitation and the program. Would you like to produce them today?
Your Honor, with regard to my, Your Honor, with regard to my travel order, I'll provide the committee, Your Honor.
Which travel order are you referring to, Mr.?
For the schedules of the Thanksgiving activities, Your Honor.
What we are discussing today are the activities where the SDO is supposed to be present as provided in her travel authority. I do not understand why in her travel authority, the documents which are supposed to accompany them, the program and the invitation, were not mentioned by Attorney Zulaika and Attorney Sanchez.
Your Honor, I don't have the knowledge, Your Honor, with regard to the travel order of our SDO, Your Honor, because I am not the signing authority, Your
But
Honor.
do you have a knowledge in as far as the existence of this program and invitations are concerned?
With regard to the OVP Thanksgiving for Caraga, Your Honor, yes.
You have.
With regard to, Your Honor, with
Do you
regard
have
to
copies?
Thanksgiving.
Do you have copies?
With regard to the executive refer, Your Honor, I have.
Can you please share it to the committee? The invitation and the program for the Thanksgiving anniversary celebration in Caraga,
Yes, Your Honor.
where your SDO is supposed to be present.
With regard to the presence of our SDO, Your Honor, I cannot give you.
Because that is the justification provided in the travel authority. So I suppose that he's there attending the activity.
Your Honor, I can only provide you, Your Honor, the executive brief of the program of the Thanksgiving in Caraga, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, can we please direct our secretariat to solicit the copy of the program of activity as well as the invitation, Mr. Chair?
The Secretariat is requested to please get hold of the copy to Mr. Norman Baloro. Kasi yung Secretariat.
Mr. Chair, quickly lang po, if I may, I'll be allowed to interject with
Yes, Congressman Sia.
with indulgence. I guess earlier, Mr. Chair, Congressman Flores requested our Sergeant at Arms to communicate, the issuance or the contempt order that we have just issued against certain individuals, and I guess SDO was part of among those individuals who recited in contempt. Did I hear it right, Mr. Toledo, Mr. Baloro, that you are currently today celebrating a Thanksgiving anniversary of the OVP, and probably these three areas andun si SDO?
Your Honor.
Yes, in Caraga. Kasi yun po yung reason niya kung bakit hindi siya pumunta dito. And maybe if we can go back to the earlier motion of Congressman Flores, we can already communicate kung nandun siya. Maybe as a Sergeant at Arms so that they can issue already. And they can probably confirm whether si SDO ay nandun talaga sa Caragas para ma-secure natin siya. Mr. Chair.
The Secretariat is COMSEC.
Mr. Baloro,
May we request the Sergeant at Arms? Where's the Sergeant at Arms? Pakitawag po.
So Baloro,
Yes,
paki-mention
please
lang po yung areas you just learned just now, texted to you.
Your Honor, for the Caraga Satellite Office, Your Honor, for the Thanksgiving activities, we have simultaneously have the program for Hingoog, Magallanes, and Butuan City, Your Honor.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Chair. Hingoog,
Magallanes,
Magallanes,
Magallanes, and Butuan City, Your Honor.
and Butuan City. Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I just add?
Please continue.
Mr. Baloro, what is the activity tomorrow? Where?
For the activities tomorrow, Your Honor, this is still for confirmation because, however, to answer your question, is in Southern Mindanao Satellite Office, Your Honor.
What towns po?
This is somewhere in Marilog, Your Honor.
Marilog, that's Davao City.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, no other place?
With regard to the Thanksgiving for the
I
Southern...
mean, the programs that you're, where supposedly Fajarda spouses and Acosta are to be supervising tomorrow.
For the program here, Your Honor, it is in Southern Mindanao Satellite Office in Marilog, Your Honor.
In Marilog. Okay, so if they will not be in Marilog tomorrow, meaning they will be absent from their function supposedly. They were sent there supposedly to help out in this particular activity, correct?
Your Honor, to be honest, I don't have really the knowledge with regard to the travel order of the SDO, Your Honor.
You just heard Attorney Lopez read it out to you, to all of us.
Your Honor, I only have the knowledge with regard to the activities
Okay.
under the
Now, as
operations,
the
Your
head of operations, supposedly, alam mo kung sino yung pupunta doon from your office to help out, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then you heard Attorney Lopez say that these persons were issued travel authority by Attorney Ortonio to help out in these activities, correct?
I presume, Your Honor, their
You
presence
presume.
will be there.
So I also presume that they should be there tomorrow. Otherwise, they'll be absent and they will not be doing the performance, or they will not be performing their duties of which they were tasked to do. And of which they're saying that they're absent now because they're doing these functions. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So they should be there tomorrow.
I presume, Your Honor, their presence will be there tomorrow, Your
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The chair would like to recognize the next interpellator, the Honorable Jinky Luistro.
As a follow-through, Attorney Sulaika, ilan po ba ang key officials ng OVP? I'm referring to key officials only.
There are 5 key officials, Your Honor.
Can you please mention these 5 key officials?
The Undersecretary, the...
Can you please include the name?
Oh, yes.
Assuming this position.
Yes, for number 1, the Undersecretary, that is me, Zuleika Lopez. Our Assistant Secretary, Mr. Lemuel Ortonio. Our Director for Admin and Finance Services, that is Director Rosalyn Sanchez. Our Director for Operations, that is Mr. Norman Baloro. And our Director for Strategic Management Office, that is Attorney Sunshine Fajarda, Your Honor.
How important is this Thanksgiving anniversary celebration in Caraga? It's not even at the NCR. It does not even represent a regional representation because he made mention only of 3 specific LGUs. Why? Of all key officials. Bakit naman po sa dami ng opisyal ng OVP, ito pang matagal na pong iniimbita ng Good Government Committee na si SDO Gina Acosta at si Assistant Chief of Staff Ortonio ang nakaisip na mag-represent ng OVP sa Thanksgiving celebration?
Your Honor, I cannot answer that because, for one thing, I was not the one who issued the travel authority. For another, I cannot presume to understand or know of the wisdom of the person who actually signed it. So, therefore, I cannot really directly answer that question.
To continue,
Respectfully.
Attorney, it is not my intention to undermine the significance of those activities in Caraga. But we are thinking individuals here between defending the institution, the office of the OVP, and attending the Thanksgiving celebration in the 3 LGUs in LGU. Hypothetical lang po. Which do you think is more important?
Your Honor, every activity we roll out, whether it's in the NCR or in our satellite
Mr. Chair,
offices.
can we please direct our resource speaker to answer the question? This is a hypothetical question, Attorney Lopez.
Please
If you
answer
would be made
responsibly.
to choose, saan ho ba kayo pupunta? Sa hearing ng Good Government Committee, where you will be given the chance to defend the office pertaining to the issues surrounding it, particularly the utilization of confidential fund, or the Thanksgiving celebration in the 3 small LGUs of the Caraga region.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, the decision to attend the committee hearing of this honorable committee is a personal one.
I understand, Mr. Chair, but this is a hypothetical question that is being raised to our resource speaker.
I can only answer for myself, Your Honor, and my decision was to attend today's hearing.
Thank you, Attorney Salaika. Now to proceed, Attorney. Tagasan po ba kayo? Where did you originate?
I was born in Davao City, ma'am.
Can you please enlighten us where in Davao at kailan po ba kayo pinanganak? At least the year.
Your 1974, Your Honor.
You were born 1974 in Davao City, and I
That's
understand you were appointed as city administrator for a long time of Davao City. May I ask, Attorney, kailan po ba yung first encounter ninyo with our Vice President?
My first encounter with the Vice President was really because of work, Your Honor.
In other words, hindi po kayo childhood friends, hindi po kayo classmates, you are not even friends prior to your appointment as city administrator. Tama po ba ako?
Your Honor, the Vice President was, I was an upper class of the Vice President in the College of Law of San Beda, Your Honor.
In other words, you were schoolmates during the law school years. Tama po?
We were schoolmates, but we were not, how do you call that, friends?
Acquainted?
Or acquainted.
So when did you become acquainted with each other?
When I took on the position of Secretary to the Sanggunian, Your Honor.
When was this, Attorney Lopez?
I think 2007, Your Honor.
So this is prior to your appointment as city administrator.
That is correct, Your Honor.
You were first appointed as Sangguniang Bayan Secretary in 2007 before you were appointed as city administrator from 2010 until 2022. Is my data correct? Are my data correct?
There is a gap, Your Honor, because for a time, the Vice President was not the mayor.
Yes.
So just for, I think, 6 years. I was city admin for 6 years.
Let us go to your position as city administrator, Attorney Lopez. Ano po bang functions ng isang city administrator?
Your Honor, the city administrator, in my experience, we actually develop plans and programs on how to effectively and efficiently implement programs and projects that are initiated by the local chief executive. That's one. And then another would be the coordination with all the city department heads. In the case of Davao City, being a highly urbanized city, I think we have around almost 40 city department heads, Your Honor. Not to mention, part of my task also is to chair and preside over various committees of the city, such as the Zoning Committee, Tourism Board, Davao City Investment and Promotion Committee, etc. Totaling also more than 30 committees. Apart from that, of course, the city administrator is also tasked with the administrative delivery of administrative support services, particularly in times of disaster operations, notable of which is, for example, there's massive flooding, or in the case of COVID in 2019.
That is an ample function, Attorney Lopez. And in fact, our time allotted for committee hearing might not be enough for you to be able to share with us the so many functions of a municipal or city administrator. Am I correct?
Yes, Your
But
Honor.
I have some specific questions for you. As city administrator, do you recommend to the LCE the appointment of key officials?
Your Honor, in my experience, I never proposed a recommendation for key officials.
But do you believe that as a city administrator, you have the discretion, the power, the opportunity, the position to recommend people who deserves appointment as key official? With the ample function that you have shared to this committee, I believe yes.
Your Honor, perhaps prepare a short list for consideration, but I cannot really make that recommendation because that exercise belongs to the appointing authority. It's the
Yes,
local
but
chief
if the
executive.
appointing authority will be soliciting your position relative to the people who are supposed to be appointed for key positions, would you give your opinion concerning this matter?
Your Honor, in my experience as the city administrator of the Vice President, when she was then mayor, she never asked me for any particular person or name that she should consider.
How about in the execution of contract in behalf of the LGU? Do you give your legal opinion, especially considering that you are a lawyer?
Your Honor, in the city government of Davao, there is only one lawyer, and that is the city legal officer. So all contracts that are executed or performed or entered into are reviewed and given legal opinion by the city legal officer, Your
If
Honor.
there are occasions when the opinion of the legal officer is not in consonance with yours, don't you volunteer your opinion being the city administrator and a lawyer at the same time?
Your Honor, I can only confer really with the city legal. But at the end of the day, it is the city legal who will make that final recommendation to the city mayor.
In
Or the local
scheduling the LCE in very important meetings, do you give your opinion as well as to which meeting she should be giving priorities?
Your Honor, from the very beginning, that was very clear to us that we do not really involve ourselves in the appointments or the scheduling of our principal.
How about in
Then-
budget preparation, Attorney Lopez? Don't you give your insights about which item, which program needs bigger budget compared to the others?
In the preparation of the budget for the city government, Your Honor, what is being done is that the city department heads, all 42 of them, I think, more or less, make a presentation as to their priority programs.
Is it not that you are the one at the core, at the center of all these department heads, being the one representing the office of the LCE?
No, Your Honor, I sit in only as city administrator.
As
There
a
is
matter of
also
fact, as city administrator, you do help reconcile the budget of all the departments of the LGU. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, it really depends on for one, the presentation of all the projects and programs of all the city department heads. And then we make that presentation to the local chief executive. And then the local chief executive will decide which programs will be prioritized. We do not have...
Do you mean to tell us that you do not recommend with respect to the programs which needs to be provided with budget?
Your Honor, my role really is that once there is an identification of a particular project, for example, may I be allowed, Your Honor, to give an example, just a short one. a brief one. For example, our collaboration with the National Museum of the Philippines for the establishment and construction of the National Museum of the Philippines in Davao City. All right. So this was an item that was proposed by some of the city department heads. So it is one of those projects that we presented to the local chief executive. And once she says that, yes, we will do this project and the timeline is set for this period, that is the time that I, as a city administrator, come in and start talking to key officials from the National Museum of the Philippines, draw the necessary legal documents that will document.
You wanted to tell us, Attorney Lopez, that the LCE approves first before you have the hand of being part of that program or
Yes,
activity. Is that what you wanted to tell us?
that is correct, Your Honor, because my role really as city
In all
admin,
matters concerning the office of the city of the mayor, you wanted to tell us nag-a-approve muna ang mayor bago ka umakto as city administrator?
that is correct, Your Honor, especially in projects such as...
Attorney, if I may interrupt, that is quite hard to believe. Because as city administrator, you're supposed to check all the programs, all the concerns, all the decisions, all the matters that will be presented to the LCE before her decision. Is that not the real situation of a city administrator?
Your Honor, I can only speak from my experience working with the local chief executive.
If you are not giving these recommendations to the LCE, then who gives the recommendation?
Your Honor, in that example that I gave, that was an output of the briefing with the several city department heads. That is one of the programs and projects that was listed. These are projects that we prepare and report to the local chief executive for consideration.
Kanina po may binanggit kayong you're heading all the committees. Tama po ba yun?
I preside, Your Honor.
You also made mention about the different departments. What do you do with the different departments?
Coordination, Your Honor.
You coordinate with the different departments and you draft programs and do the implementation as well as the coordination with the rest of the departments of the LGU. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor. For example, in the case that I mentioned earlier, ma'am, in that partnership with the National Museum of the Philippines, it has to be approved first that we will embark on that project before we actually proceed any further.
Are you aware that city administrator is oftentimes referred to as Little Mayor? Have you heard of that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Why do you think the position of, or the person, the city administrator, the municipal administrator, the provincial administrator are being referred to as Little Mayor?
Little Mayor, precisely, ma'am, because you are the go-to person of all city government, city department heads, and then sometimes you traffic the deliverables and the projects that are expected per city department head. In other words, Your Honor, my role really, I am not a city engineer. I am not a city veterinarian. But what I do is, if there is an issue on ASF that the local chief executive wants addressed, I coordinate with the city veterinarian who is actually the expert on that program. That is my role, Your Honor. It's purely, how do you say this? Ensuring that they are able to come up with their projects that they have proposed themselves and it is delivered at a certain timeline as they have committed to the mayor.
You're correct, Attorney Lopez, that the department heads are the experts on their respective field. But I wish to believe that before the mayors, the LCEs, take an action on whatever they are being presented, she is being presented, it always solicits for the green signal of the city administrator because you are expected to check the genuineness, the propriety, the veracity of all the concerns, programs, and projects which are being presented by the various department heads. Do you agree with me?
Your Honor, I speak from my experience. That is how it was done when I was city administrator for the local chief executive.
Do you mean to tell us, Attorney Zulaika, that for the longest time, that is 2010 to 2013, and then 2016 to 2022, your
2016.
opinion and recommendation was never solicited by your LCE?
Maybe on matters, Your Honor, such as, for example,
That is quite hard to believe, Attorney Zulaika, because otherwise, we will not be able to come up with this little mayor thing, which is being used to refer to the city administrator, if indeed walang kapangyarihan ang mga administrators. As a matter of fact, this representation used to be a municipal administrator.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, respectfully, I can really just speak from my experience. That is the style that I was accustomed to under the local chief executive.
Kanina po may mga programs kayong nabanggit which you implement. Can you please cite some in brief?
Katulad po nung na-mention ko ng collaboration.
Just the title, Attorney.
The construction, Your Honor, and partnership with the National Museum of the Philippines for the establishment of one such branch in the city of Davao.
What else?
The high priority bus system, Your Honor, that we started during the term of Vice President Inday Sara, but it's still ongoing right now. The Davao-Samal Connector Bridge, which also we started with, but it is still ongoing, as well as the pending, among others, the pending waste to energy projects. One of those that was finished is the underground cabling.
Just give us a rundown. What these programs did you implement during those times? We are talking about 9 long years, you sitting as the city administrator.
Yes, Your Honor, these were projects that were proposed by the city department heads.
So can you please give us a rundown? Ano po ba yung mga programs na yun? 3 pa lang po yung binigay nyo. We're talking about 9 years here.
Another one would be, another would be the Davao Bypass Road, which is a partnership with the JICA group. That
Parang
was
yung
also-
binabanggit nyo, ma'am, ay mga construction project. Tama po ba?
Meron din pong other activities, Your Honor. Of course, the celebration of all the festivals that happen in a year, which is tatlo, which is the Charter Day celebration, the Kadayawan Festival, the Pasko Fiesta, that one.
Do you mean to say, Attorney Zulaika, that among these programs coming from the various departments, you are partnering with the department head in terms of implementation?
Your Honor, the person responsible for the implementation really is the city department head. For
Sunod
example,
ko pong itatanong sa inyo, if you are not recommending, you are not suggesting, and then you will be telling me it is the department head who implements, ano pong ginagawa nyo as city administrator?
ma'am, I ensure that these projects happen
You
and are
oversee.
delivered on time.
And in overseeing, of course,
Or
you
schedule.
coordinate with the department heads. Tama po ba?
That is correct, Your
And you
Honor.
will agree with me also na lahat po ng programs na ito, we cannot implement them without the necessary budget. Tama po?
Yes, there is a budget for such.
And considering the length of time that you've been sitting as the city administrator of Davao City, you are well-versed pagdating po sa budget ng LGU. At least you are familiar with the budget of the LGU.
Familiar, yes. Not as familiar as, but as the finance cluster of the local
Because you said
government
you
would be-
coordinate. You coordinate with the different departments. Tapos sabi niyo po kanina, the budget preparation is being submitted by the proposed budget are submitted by the different departments. So I suppose that in your coordination with the different departments, you are aware also of the budget of the LGU. Am I correct, Attorney?
For big ticket projects, Your Honor, yes, I am aware because they make the presentation, the city department heads.
What is that for?
For projects that like similar to the ones I mentioned early on. Your
Yes,
Honor.
and I suppose that when the project has a very huge allocation, you will be aware as well. I want to be enlightened about the budget of Davao City during your time as city administrator 2010 to 2013, 2016 to 2022. Ito po'y na-flash na natin noon, and I want to share it again to the committee. Kindly flash the confidential budget of the Davao City. This is 2016 to 2022, Attorney Zalaika. And apparently, in our previous hearings, we were able to show that among all the LGUs in the entire country, ang Davao City po ang nagkaroon ng pinakamalaki na confidential fund. Being the person who coordinate all the programs with all the focal persons and department heads. Can you please enlighten us? 2016 to 2022. Paano po ba natin na-utilize itong confidential fund na ito?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair,
Please continue.
Yes. I appear here, Your Honor, pursuant to the subpoena that was issued me in line with the privileged speech of the Honorable Valeriano. It is in my capacity as the Undersecretary of the Office of the Vice President. I am not here, nor am I connected with the city administrator or city government of Davao. So I feel that I am not really competent to discuss budget concerns primarily because, of course, with all due respect to the new city administrator and also the administration of the city government of Davao, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I wish to remind the resource speaker that the confidential fund which is being shown in the screen pertains to 2016 to 2022, the time when our resource speaker was the city administrator. Earlier, she explained a lot about coordination with the different departments concerning the program implementation. And I wish to believe that this confidential fund is part and parcel of some of the programs which they have implemented already in Davao City. So contrary to her manifestation, Mr. Chair, it is my humble opinion that she is in the best position to enlighten us. Saang programa po ba ginamit itong confidential fund na ito?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I mentioned earlier my role as city administrator. It is really to ensure the efficient and effective implementation of projects that are proposed by our city department heads and are approved by the local chief executive. I also mentioned, Your Honor, that part of my task is to coordinate with the city government departments, which are the various in various different areas: city budget, city engineer, city taxation, local city zoning, city planning. These are the operations part of running a local government, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. In my experience and in my term as the city administrator, I have no direct knowledge, no personal information as regards the confidential budget of the city government of Davao.
Mr. Chair, if
It is
the
not-
resource speaker is making a representation that he has no knowledge whatsoever about the program utilization where this confidential fund were spent, then who has knowledge over the utilization to which program of this confidential funds?
Your Honor, I can only speak for myself.
Mr. Chair?
On my end, Your Honor, respectfully, much as I want to give a definitive answer, I have no personal information as to the utilization, disbursement of the confidential funds.
Mr. Chair, I just find it strange na si Attorney Sulaika po, alam niya yung tungkol sa museum, alam niya yung JICA project, and yet she has no knowledge whatsoever with respect to the huge amount of confidential fund that is from 2016 to 2022. If we can share it again in the screen, ang laking pondo po nito. As a matter of fact, if we will be following the joint circular during that time, this is 30% of the Peace and Order Program of the LGU of Davao. Hindi ko po maintindihan why we've been hearing that Davao City is the most livable place to live, the most peaceful place in the Philippines, and yet mayroon pong ganito kalaking halaga ng confidential fund. So, considering, Mr. Chair, the ample function, authority, discretion of an administrator, anyone who is assuming the position of an administrator, I do not understand why Attorney Sulaika could not enlighten us, at least of what she knows, to which program these confidential funds were utilized. If I may read, Mr. Chair, 2016, this is 144 million. 2017, this is 293 million. 2018 is 420 million. 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, 460 million. I wish to believe, Mr. Chair, that after the LCE, after the mayor, the next person who is aware about the program implementation, which includes the budget utilization, is the city administrator. As admitted by the resource speaker, she's the one coordinating all the programs. She's the one coordinating with all the departments. How come she has no knowledge at all with these huge amounts of confidential fund which were utilized in Davao City from 2016 to 2022? That is a manifestation, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Congressman Conghorn.
Just a small question, Mr. Chair, in line of the questioning of Attorney Luistro, Congressman Luistro. Madam Zuleika Lopez, do you have an authority to sign checks nung mayor si VP Sara, si Mayor Sara?
Wala po.
Hindi ka pumipirma ng cheque? Hindi ka nabigyan ng authority na pumirma ng cheque?
I do not anymore recall, but I think I signed. It's a delegated authority to the assistant city administrators, but in the event that they are on leave or on official travel, ako yung nagiging isang signatory. But it is not a usual task that I perform.
So you sign checks? You sign checks?
Some, Your Honor.
Vouchers? Of course.
Din ba yung kadikat ng check? Yes, Your Honor. Only in instances
Including confidential funds? Of course.
No, Your Honor. As I mentioned earlier, respectfully, my role as city administrator is really, my task is confined to the operational.
Madam Sulweca, ano rin po ako, naging mayor po ako ng 7 taon. Usually po, isa sa mga responsibilidad ng chief of staff, sine-check po lahat ng voucher na pinipirmahan ng mayor. At usually po, ang administrator, pumipirma po ng mga vouchers, including confidential vouchers na confidential fund vouchers.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I am not the chief of staff. I was the city administrator.
Or the more reason why na
The
ikaw ay
local-
pumipirma.
Yes, Your Honor. The local chief executive has another and a person in a chief of staff of the city mayor's office. I am not that person.
But
So
you s-
for documents, I would assume that before it gets to the city mayor, there is a person who will review it for the city mayor's office.
But you signed vouchers of the local government unit of Davao.
Only in instances, Your Honor, that the person assigned or tasked with that function is on official business or not present.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair, I find
Yes,
it strange
Congresswoman
that
Luistro.
Attorney Lopez is claiming that she signs vouchers only on official business.
No.
But that's what you said.
No, Your Honor, meron kasi pong taong na-delegate yung authority to sign for checks like payroll, etc. Merong pong taong yun.
When you say official business, Attorney Silaika, does that not include the utilization of confidential fund?
Again, Your Honor, I can only speak for my experience. I cannot speak for how it is in other local government units. I cannot. It is only from where I come from. I was city administrator for all of 9 years. All of 9 years, Your Honor. And my task really was to handle and ensure that all the projects, all the infra, all the other collaborations and projects that we have planned for the city government of Davao is implemented according to schedule.
So,
That has
Ma'am-
always been my role.
Ma'am, as city administrator of Davao,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are saying that you do not sign checks. Is that correct? As city administrator of Davao for the past, ilang years po ba yun? 6 or 9 years?
9 years.
9 years.
9 years. You do not, you have nothing to do with the checks. Wala po kayong pinipirmahan? No, just answer yes or no. May pinipirmahan po ba kayong cheque o wala as city administrator?
Merong mga instances na napipirma ko, Your Honor. Because
Hindi po ba part ng trabaho niyan as city ad na
Hindi.
signatory kayo ng
I have,
cheque?
Your Honor, as city administrator, meron pong 2 pang assistant city admin who is tasked with that job.
Okay. Yung tanong po kasi nila, bilang city ad, kayo po ba ay isa sa mga signatory sa cheque referring to confidential fund?
Your Honor, I have no personal information
Hindi,
or
no.
knowledge. None.
So, ni isa po, wala po kayong pinirmahan
Wala po.
na confidential fund. Yun lang po yung
Wala
ating tanong nila. Tama po? Wala?
Wala po.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, to substantiate the representation that was given to us by Attorney Silaika, may I ask if she will be generous enough to share the vouchers which she signed during her time as city administrator?
Your Honor, I cannot anymore recall. And I feel that I am not, I do not have that information right now, so I cannot really share this information, if ever.
To continue, Mr. Chair,
Please continue, Congresswoman Luistro.
I understand, Attorney Silaika, that in 2022, you were one of the 4 officials from Davao City who were brought to the OVP by the Vice President. Tama po ba?
that not brought, but we applied. Sumama po kami.
All right. You applied and you were admitted to the office of the Vice President. Am I correct?
Yes.
That is actually the pronouncement that was made by the Vice President. 4 high-ranking Davao City Hall officials have joined the OVP. That was her press statement. Can you please enlighten us? Sino po ba itong 4 na ito?
The other one, the second one is Mr. Lemuel Ortonio.
The one who did not attend the hearing.
And the third, I do not anymore recall, Your Honor.
Attorney, 4 kayo, hindi mo pa maalala.
Okay. Miss Jean Rose Texon. Sorry, forgot you. Sorry. It's Miss
May we
Jean.
know the position of Miss Jean?
I was the city tourism officer of Davao City.
And in OVP, you are?
I'm
What
the
position?
satellite lead of the Southern Mindanao Satellite Office.
Satellite lead.
Yes, ma'am.
Who's the 4th official, attorney?
Your Honor, the one, Miss Carla Echavia, in charge of the appointments team. of
I
the
recall,
Vice President.
Attorney Zalaika, that during the last hearing, you failed to attend. Tama po? And you gave your explanation already kanina. It was a medical emergency in United States. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
I watched the press con of the Vice President, and she was very explicit about saying that she gave her authority, her travel authority to you.
She gave me authority to travel.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. But she did not make mention about the rest of the OVP officials who were not able to attend during the last hearing. Is it correct to assume that kayo po ay very close sa ating Vice Presidente? Reason why she really takes the initiative of justifying your absence, your travel during the last hearing?
Your Honor, my proximity to the Vice President or to the principal is really because I am the Chief of Staff. And then I report to her on updates on the operations that happen on ground. So,
Why do you think she did not justify the absence of Gina Acosta, of Ortonio, Sunshine Fajarda, Edwin Fajarda? Bakit po kaya among all these officials, tanging kayo lang ang ginustify niya because of the travel authority that she issued in your favor?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I cannot presume to answer for the Vice President. She may have her reasons. But I filed the necessary request because it was a medical emergency. That's why I had to leave immediately that very same day.
Of course, you, attorney, you understand that this is the 6th hearing already.
Yes, Your Honor.
May I know if you watched the previous hearings?
Hindi po lahat.
Or at least you heard about what happened during the previous hearings?
Are we talking about the hearing, ma'am, last? Hindi ko na po
The last
nasundan.
5 hearings. If you didn't watch the last 5 hearings, at least you've heard about the salient developments that went through during those last hearings.
Yes, I have heard some. Yes.
Of course, because this involves the OVP and the
Correct.
DepEd. Tama
Correct.
po ba?
Yes. I have
Do
heard
you
some.
know Yusek Mercado?
She used to be with the Department of Education, Your Honor.
That's what we understand as well. And you are with the Office of the Vice President.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Were there occasions when you also join the operation or program implementation of the DepEd?
No, Your Honor.
Were there occasions that you meet with the officials of the DepEd?
All operational concerns that are brought to the Office of the Vice President, because at the same time, she was also then the Secretary of Education, are matters we refer to USEC POA when
I
he
understand.
was...
But the question is about you, Attorney Zulaika. Mayroon ho bang mga pagkakataon na pumunta kayo doon sa DepEd para makiisa sa mga program implementation?
The only instances, Your Honor, that the Office of the Vice President were in DepEd were for instances when the Vice President receives courtesy calls in the bulwagan ng edukasyon.
Were there occasions when you joined the meeting of the key officials of DepEd?
No, Your Honor.
Were there occasions that you represented the Vice President in the official functions in the Department of Education?
No, Your Honor.
None at all.
None.
In one of those hearings, Attorney Zulaika, Yusek Mercado testified that she was asked to allow this negotiated procurement of the department computerization program budget. And she refused. And after some time, you asked her to resign. The reason why you asked her to resign is because she refused to conform to the negotiated procurement of the department's computerization program. Can you please enlighten us on this?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I was instructed by the Vice President to call Yusek Mercado and tell her that the principal has lost her trust and confidence in
Sabi
her.
niyo po kanina, hindi po kayo nakikialam sa DepEd, di po ba?
Your Honor, that was just an isolated incident. In this case, ginagawa ko po lang yung trabaho ko because the Vice President was also the Secretary of Education. And in that instance, she said that I was to be the one to advise Ma'am Gloria that the principal has already lost her trust and confidence in Ms. Mercado for certain reasons, and that it cannot be Mr. POA who will handle it, because to prevent friction among senior officials in the Department of Education. That the thought being, if it were Mr. POA who will be the one to say that to Ma'am Gloria, it might create unnecessary friction in the working relationship of the senior officials of the Department of Education, Your Honor.
But at least, Attorney Zulaika, you confirm that you were the one who asked Yusek Mercado to resign.
Yes,
from
I was
DepEd.
instructed by the Vice President to do so.
In your capacity as a lawyer, Attorney Zulaika, do you believe that you have a legal basis to do that?
Your Honor.
Yes or no, attorney?
Yes, I had legal basis to do that.
Why?
Because
Your
Your Honor,
office is with the OVP, and the person you're asking to resign is with the DepEd.
Your Honor.
Because if you
I
will
am
be claiming that you have the legal basis to do that, then the people in the DepEd has the legal basis also to meddle in the operation and separation of employees of the OVP.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, for the record, this is an isolated incident. It was an instruction given to me by my principal, and at the same time, my principal was also the Secretary of Education. So it was a task that I simply did, which was to advise Ms. Mercado that given that the principal, to advise her that the principal has lost her trust and confidence in her, and then to please submit a letter of resignation. That was a task I had to do. I did, Your Honor. Ginawa ko lang po
Will
yung
you
trabaho ko.
welcome Attorney Zulaika, the DepEd official, coming into the office of the Vice President, meddling on the operation of the OVP? Would you welcome that? Yes or no? I believe no.
Again, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, it was really an isolated incident where I was instructed by the Vice President, who was also the Secretary of Education during that time.
Attorney, please enlighten us. Walk us through. Kwento niyo po sa amin. Paano po nangyari itong pagkikita ninyo at pag-uusap ninyo ni Yusek Mercado?
I was instructed first by the Vice President to call on Mr. Mercado.
Kailan po yan?
Ay, hindi ko na po maalala.
At least the year and the month.
I think last year, Your Honor.
Last year, this is 2023. Anong buwan ho ba ito?
I am sorry, Your Honor, I cannot anymore recall. But it
First
was not
quarter,
this year.
second quarter?
I cannot anymore recall.
You
Your
should
Honor.
have remembered this because you are asking a high-ranking deputy official to resign. This is something which is very remarkable.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, it was,
Please continue.
thank you. It was really a task that was given to me, which I performed.
Yes, but please walk us through. Paano, kailan nangyari po itong pag-uusap niyong ito ni Yusek Mercado?
Hindi ko na po maalala yung time, ma'am. Or yung buwan o yung period.
Saan po kayo nag-usap?
Pinatawag po namin siya sa Office of the Vice President Central Office.
And then,
Uh,
did you personally call her?
No, Your Honor.
So who called Yusek Mercado?
Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, I understand.
Mr. Lemuel Ortonio. And then, what happened?
Then she came to the office, Your Honor, and then we sat with her and then told her
When you
about-
said we, who are among those
Mr.
who
Lemuel
talked with him?
Ortonio.
The three of you.
Yes.
Just the three of you.
That is correct.
And how did the conversation start?
Sinabi po namin sa kanya na the reason that she's called there, and then we told her that we were instructed, we were operating on the instruction of the Vice President, who was also the Secretary of Education that time. We told her that the principal has lost her trust and confidence sa kanya, and
Would you know, Attorney Sulaika, kung gaano na katagal na nagtratrabaho si Yusek Mercado sa DepEd when this incident happened?
I would assume, Your Honor, that she has been working with the government for quite some time.
Like 40 years, 30 years?
Maybe, yes.
And you will agree with me that this is a very serious thing, asking somebody to resign, somebody who has rendered service in the government for more than 30 years already. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, this is not to also belittle the credentials of Yusek Mercado. It is not. But the reason that I was instructed to tell her that the principal has lost her trust and confidence in her already, Your Honor. So, yun lang po yung sinabi ko at yun lang
Attorney,
po
you are a lawyer. It is fundamental upon us to follow due process. Did you accord Yusek Mercado the fundamental right to due process?
I told her the reasons why, Your Honor.
Yes, did you give her ample opportunity to explain her side?
Yes, Yusek Mercado explained, but I told her that I was not the person that she was to talk to because I am not part of DepEd. I told her to take these concerns to the Chief of Staff or the Office of the Secretary in the Department of Education.
Medyo unfair po yan, Attorney Sulaika. When you will be advising Yusek Mercado that she has to tender her courtesy resignation, you will be claiming that that is an instruction coming from your principal. And now that Attorney Zulaika is trying to explain
Attorney
herself,
Mercado. Attorney Mercado.
Yusek Mercado is trying to explain herself, you will be telling her that you do not belong to DepEd.
I listened to her, Your Honor. I did. I listened to her. But at the end of the day, I cannot make that decision because I am not with the Department of Education.
Of course, you understand the theory of constructive dismissal. Do you? You do. Because we are lawyers. Please enlighten the committee. What is constructive dismissal?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair. What I did was really in pursuance of the instruction of the Vice
Mr.
President.
Chair, can we please direct our resource speaker to be responsive to the question?
Attorney Zulaika,
Yes,
I
Mr.
understand that you have back problem. Would you like me to declare 1 minute suspension?
Thank you.
1 minute
Thank you.
suspension is declared by the chair.
I appreciate that, Your Honor.
Bakit lahat sila laging nakakalimutan? Kanina pa, puro limot.
Session resumes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mane.
Mr. Chair, just could
Deputy Speaker,
I just couldn't help but
JJ
notice. Attorney Zulaika, can I just ask the identity of that person you were conferring with while we were at recess?
Mr. Attorney Lito Go, Your Honor.
Yeah, what he serves what purpose?
Your Honor, in the subpoena, I was allowed and afforded counsel.
Okay. No, I'm not denying you of that right. My question is, have they entered their appearance into the committee?
Comsec, would you please enlighten us?
Not yet, Your Honor, although they were also present here in the previous hearing of November 11, Your Honor.
What do the rules of the committee dictate, Comsec?
At least entry of appearance, Your Honor, for counsels. Even in our previous meetings, it was done, Your Honor.
Okay, so to the lawyers, will you enter your appearance?
Entry na lang, sir. Entry na. Verbal. Apo, verbal na lang. Okay lang.
Mr. Chair, I'm Attorney Lito A. Go Jr., respectfully appearing before Attorney Zulaika Lopez, Mr. Kelvin Teñido, and Ms. Edeline Rabago.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Attorney Go. And yes.
Good afternoon, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. I am Attorney Anel Martin Antero. I represent Attorney Lynn Sanchez and Ms. Julieta Villa del Rey, as well as Dr. Sorongon, Ms. Regina Texon, and Director Norman Baloron, Your Honors.
And they have availed of your services in their private capacity, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And also for Attorney Go?
Yes, Your Honor, that is confirmed.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
That's it. Just for procedural matters. Thank you very much.
May we remind both councils that the participation of the legal counsels is limited only to advising your client of their legal rights. Yun lang po ang pwede ninyong gawin, okay?
And also for other resource persons, kung meron po kayong abogado, mas maganda na ipakilala nyo na kaagad yung abogado ninyo bago tayo mag-umpisa para lang hindi tayo magkaroon ng aberya o problema habang tumatakbo tayo. Kasi iniiwasan po natin yung sa kalagitnaan sa kanyo lang ipapakilala yung mga abogado ninyo. Procedural matter lang po namin sa committee nyo. Maraming salamat. Thank you very much, Attorney.
Thank you po. You may proceed, Honorable Jinky Luistro.
Mr. Chair, we are asking for the enlightenment of Attorney Salaika with respect to constructive dismissal.
Yes, Attorney Lopez, please.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. From what I recall, constructive dismissal happens when an employee is forced to resign under certain circumstances. In the case of Yusek Mercado, she has the rank of undersecretary, and she serves at the pleasure of the appointing authority. So, given that the principal has lost her trust and confidence, then we can also ask for her to resign.
To add, Mr. Chair, by constructive dismissal, you are placed in a situation where you have no other option but to resign. I understand that Yusek Mercado is occupying a position of confidence. However, Attorney Salaika, you will agree with me that the requirements of due process, notice and hearing are fundamental. Did you follow the requirements of due process before you ask Yusek Mercado to resign? I believe that the question is answerable by yes or no.
I informed her, Your Honor, of the reasons why. She also
Did you
explained.
follow the requirements of due process before you ask her to resign?
Please be responsive.
Yes, I followed the due process.
If you
procedure, Your
did,
Honor.
mayroon ho ba kayong pwedeng i-present na notice of hearing where she can explain herself?
What, Your Honor, if I may explain, in that isolated incident, I asked her, I told her the reasons why the principal has already lost her trust and confidence, and she did, which I think is a minimum, qualifies really as a due process. For what reasons was she being let go of? And then she also explained her side. She was given a chance to explain her side.
Mr. Chair, if Attorney Salaika is maintaining the position that she followed the requirements of due process, question number 1, did you give her a copy of the complaint? Yes or no? No. Did you set a hearing for her? Yes or no?
No, Your Honor.
3, did you come up with a resolution on the issue that is being charged against her? Yes or no?
No,
I
Your
believe
Honor.
no. And therefore, you did not follow the requirements of due process. Mr. Chair, I wish to proceed. Attorney
Please proceed.
Salaika, who decides on the amount to be disbursed? To guide you, we are leading to the confidential fund of the OVP. Sino po ba ang nagde-decide when it comes to disbursement? And may I request the Secretary to please flash the disbursement voucher. I wish to believe that at least you're aware of this, being the Chief of Staff of the Office of the Vice President. Can you please enlighten us, Attorney Zulaika? Who decides? Sino po ba ang may call pagdating sa amount to be disbursed? With respect especially to the confidential fund of the OVP.
Your Honor, I have no personal knowledge of this DV because it never passed through me.
Saan po ba kayo nag-opisina, Attorney Zulaika? Do you share the same office with the Vice President?
Yes.
Yes?
That is correct.
So, can you please walk us through? Ano ho bang itsura ng opisina nyo? Nasaan po ba ang lamesa nyo in comparison to the table of the Vice President?
Your Honor, the Vice President is not in the office 7 days a week or 5 days in a work week, Your Honor.
In other words, sino po ang nagdadala ng mga disbursement voucher sa ating Vice President?
I think, ma'am, the question is best directed to the Director for Finance and Admin.
Hindi po ba kayo ang nagdadala ng disbursement voucher?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
But at least can you confirm to us that with the signature of the Vice President affixed in the disbursement voucher, she's the one who has the call in terms of disbursement? Yes.
Your Honor, I have no personal knowledge, so I am not the best person to answer the
You've
question.
been with the President since...
The Vice President.
With the Vice President since her time as Mayor of Davao? That is 2010. Tama po?
Yes.
And you're very much familiar with her signature. Tama po? You're very much familiar with her signature. I am asking you, ma'am, if having worked for the Vice President since 2010, you're very much familiar with her signature?
Yes, Your Honor, but
And would you confirm that the signature affixed in the disbursement voucher is the signature of the Vice President?
Your Honor, may I know if this disbursement voucher came from the OVP?
Maybe we can ask the COA to confirm if this is part of the documents of the OVP. Attorney Camora?
Attorney Camora, you are recognized.
This is the one submitted to them.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
With that confirmation, would you confirm that the signature belongs to the Vice President?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, if these were the documents submitted to the Commission on Audit, may I know if these were the documents, then that would be the signature of the Vice President.
And it is because of this disbursement voucher that the succeeding slide, the check was issued in favor of Gina F. Acosta. Would you confirm that? Attorney Zulaika? Pakisum po nung check. Secretariat, kindly zoom the check. The next slide, please. This one is the voucher. You confirm, Attorney Zulaika, that because of the disbursement voucher signed by the Vice President, this check was issued in the name of Gina F. Acosta.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I have no personal knowledge as regards this one because it never really passed through me. It is signed, I understand, by Director Sanchez and Mr. Ortonio.
Hypothetical tayo, Attorney Zulaika. Kapag nag-i-issue ng voucher, anong kasunod?
Check, Your
Check,
Honor.
without specific reference to this check. And then let's go to the utilization of confidential funds. Secretariat, kindly flash the accomplishment report. Dito po sa accomplishment report, naka-itemize ang expenditures from the 125 million spent on the last quarter of 2022. Ito po yung ginastos in 11 days. Can you please enlighten us? Sino ho ba ang nagdi-determine nitong mga information na bibilhin?
Your Honor, I have no personal knowledge as to the disbursement or utilization of the confidential funds. My job and my role really in the Office of the Vice President is confined to certain areas, primarily operations.
How about with respect to the payment of reward? Who determines who will be given reward?
I have no information as regards that, Your Honor, because these are documents that they really did not pass through me.
How about with respect to the rental of other incidental expenses relative to the maintenance of safe houses? Who determines this?
Hindi ko po alam, Your Honor.
Hindi nyo rin po alam. The purchase of supplies. Sino po ba naglilista ng mga bibiling supplies?
Your Honor, I have no personal knowledge.
Next, the provision of medical and food aid. Who determines who will be the beneficiaries of this medical and food aid?
Your Honor, as mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair, these are documents that did not pass through the Office of the Chief of Staff. So I really have no
The
personal...
question, Attorney Zulaika, is no longer on the documents, but the purchases, the expenditures that are mentioned in the document.
I have no information on that, Your Honor.
The last item, Attorney Zulaika, payment of incentives or traveling relative to the confidential operation. Who determines this?
I have no information, Your Honor.
In the previous hearings, Attorney Zulaika, General Mempin testified.
Okay.
And he said he has no knowledge about this. You are the Chief of Staff, and now you're saying also you have no knowledge about this. The question is, who has knowledge about the utilization of this confidential fund?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I can only really answer for myself. These are documents that did not pass through me, so I have no personal information as to... I am not privy to this kind of information, Your Honor. So
Mr.
I
Chair.
cannot answer.
Mr. Chair, I do
Your
not want
Honor.
to sound repetitive, but it is really unbelievable for a Chief of Staff to have known nothing about the utilization of the huge amount of 125 million, not even one of the several items that was mentioned in the accomplishment report. And the question that is left unanswered, kung hindi ito alam, this is OVP, ni Yusek Mempin. Kung hindi ito alam ni Attorney Zulaika, sino pong nakakaalam nito, Attorney?
Your Honor, I do not presume to know the answer because, again, these are documents that really did not pass through my office. There are certain areas in the Office of the Vice President that I am not really privy to. There is information that I am not privy to. So I cannot give you a definitive answer. Respectfully, Your Honor, much as I want to give a definitive answer, these are matters that are information that are not available to me. Mr. Chair.
Attorney, I want to go back to the issue on Yusek Mercado. Sabi niyo po kanina, isolated occasion ito?
Yes, isolated incident.
During the time that she gave her testimony, she made mention that there are 5 other DepEd officials whom you advise to resign.
That is correct, Your Honor. I was also instructed by the
In
Vice
other words, this is
President.
not an isolated occasion.
It's a task, Your Honor, that I do not do as Chief of Staff on a regular basis. That is what I meant. These were instructions that were given to me by the principal, primarily because she said that it cannot be Michael Poa who will handle it because it will already create friction among senior officials in the Department of Education. It was a task that she gave me, which I fulfilled and did, Your Honor.
I just want to remind you, Attorney Zulaika, of your statement, initial statement, that there was never an occasion that you meddled with the operation, program, or project of the Department of Education. And then we made mention about Yusek Mercado. You said that this is an isolated occasion.
Yeah.
Now you admit that there are 5 other DepEd officials whom you advised to resign. Do you honestly believe na kung 6 na sila, isolated pa yan?
When I say isolated, ma'am, I use the term in a manner that it is not something I do regularly. It is only upon instruction of the Vice President, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, because she was also at that time the department secretary.
Can you please enlighten us? Who are these 5 other DepEd officials whom you advised to resign?
I think, Your Honor, 4 lang po sila.
And the 5th is Yusek Mercado?
No. I think the 4th is Miss Mercado, Ma'am Mercado. Mr. Ablan. Mr. I forget his name. I think Mr. Arnuco. Mr.
Come again?
Arnuco.
Arnuco.
Mr. Arnuco. And the head for legal, I forget his name. I think Attorney
He's a lawyer.
Attorney Brady.
I wonder what made you ask him to resign. Is he the legal head?
During that time, yes, I think, because he had the rank of USEC, I understand.
And the 4th is Yusek Mercado.
Yes.
Can you please state in brief, what is the reason for asking Ablan to resign?
That one, I think it is still the same, Your Honor, loss of trust and confidence.
Arnuco, the same?
Yes.
Attorney Bradit, the same?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Yusek Mercado, the same?
Yes.
Loss of trust and confidence. This notwithstanding, I am inclined to believe, Attorney Zulaika, that what happened to Yusek Mercado happened also to these 3 other DepEd officials. No copy of complaint, no schedule of hearing, no resolution or decision explaining why you are asking them to resign. And therefore, what you did to them is constructive dismissal.
Again, Your Honor, may I just clarify for the record, it was an instruction by the Vice President. She instructed me to call them and let them know that she has lost her trust and confidence in them.
Mr. Chair, my last question is about the notarized certification by Attorney Abelia. Secretariat, kindly flash the certification of DepEd Confidential Fund 2023, 1st to 3rd quarter, and then OVP 2022 Confidential Fund, as well as OVP 2023, 1st to 3rd quarter. Mr. Chair, I wish to manifest that this certification were used in support of the accomplishment report. And this certification were notarized by a certain Attorney Abelia, whom I understand was invited also but did not appear in today's hearing. Tama po ba tayo, Secretariat? She's one of those who did not appear in today's hearing. Nevertheless, Attorney Zulaika, are you aware of these documents?
I am not aware of this document. It's only now I see it, Your Honor.
Tataka lang po ako, Attorney Zulaika, you are the COS, who therefore is assisting the Vice President as to the documents that she should sign and she should not sign. Ang dami po ng pinepermahan niya. And I thought that it was you, being the chief of staff. I do not understand kung bakit you did not assist her at all in all these important documents concerning the utilization of confidential fund. If you're saying again that this did not pass through you, sino ho ba nag-a-assist sa ating Vice Presidente sa mga ganitong dokumento?
Your Honor, this is the first time I see it. I would not know who is the one who was assigned to give it to the Vice President.
Attorney Zulaika, I'm about to end my interpellation. These are seven documents. And I wish to manifest, ang opisina po ni Attorney Abella ay nasa Santa Ana, Manila. Ang opisina po ng OVP ay nasa Mandaluyong. Ang opisina po ng DepEd ay nasa Pasig. The Vice President is one of the signatories in all these 7 documents. Can you confirm to us if the Vice President personally appeared before the notary public when these documents were notarized?
Your Honor, I have no information on that. Respectfully, Mr. Chair, I really have no information.
I just wish to manifest, Mr. Chair, that under the rules, when a notary public is notarizing documents, the signatories are supposed to personally appear during the time that the documents are being notarized. And I find it strange that the notary public is located in Manila, the OVP office is in Mandaluyong, the DepEd office is in Pasig, and it is quite hard to believe that the Vice President instead, really took time to be able to appear to the notary public, Mr. Chair.
Actually, it was disclosed during the last hearing. Attorney Sanchez admitted that she just submitted the letter, which was, she submitted the letter to the legal department. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chair, that was for my statement before this
Yes.
committee, Mr. Chair.
And you submitted the letter to the legal department without notarization first. Tama po ba? Wala pa.
That is correct,
And you are
Mr.
not
Chair.
aware that it was the legal department who have it notarized. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chair, I was aware that it may be notarized.
Yes, but you were not present when it was notarized.
Yes,
Tama.
Mr. Chair.
So,
Mr. Chair,
yes, Deputy Speaker J. Suarez.
thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I would just like to direct my questions first to Attorney Sanchez very quickly. Attorney Sanchez, what was one of the first things that you did when you first entered the Congress, the committee hearing?
I took an oath,
You
Mr.
took
Chair.
your oath, no? Sinabi nyo dun sa oath nyo na magsasabi kayo ng katotohanan, na hindi kayo magsisinungaling, tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And I would like to assume that you're sticking by that oath.
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
So let's just go back a little bit in memory lane, Attorney Sanchez. When we last had a chance to converse, ito pong November 11, babasahin ko lang po itong transcript natin. Nakasulat po dito, Ms. Sanchez, Mr. Chair, based on documents, you mentioned that you have no details about the confidential fund. You
Yes.
mentioned that you have no information or knowledge about the confidential fund. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You also mentioned that although you are part of the planning, the actual liquidation and utilization, wala po kayong kinalaman. Sinabi niyo po yun.
Mr. Chair, for the planning aspect, Mr. Chair, I was only the signatory as noted by in the physical and financial plan. But as to the specific details,
And
Mr.
then,
Chair,
yes,
I have
and then
no knowledge.
I mentioned, kayo ang finance and administrative officer. You have full knowledge and control over the operations of the Office of the Vice President. That is part of your responsibility. And I stressed the question. My question was, who has knowledge and information over the confidential funds, the utilization, and the liquidation? And you mentioned that
That, Mr. Chair, based on the documents, I would presume it would be the Special Disbursing Officer, Mr. Chair.
yes. Other than the Special Disbursement Officer, you mentioned the name Miss Gina Acosta. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. And I asked you, Miss Gina Acosta holds office under whom? And you mentioned,
That she is assigned to the Office of the Chief of Staff, Mr.
yes. And the Chief of Staff being
Chair. Attorney Lopez, Mr. Chair.
Attorney
Lopez.
Zuleika Lopez. The
Yes,
person
Mr. Chair.
behind you. The person beside you. Okay. Now,
Yes,
Miss
Mr. Chair.
Lopez. Gina Acosta works directly under you. Is that correct?
Your Honor, Ms. Gina Acosta is one of the employees.
No. My
Under
question
the
is,
Office of the
she
Chief
works
of Staff.
under you?
Under the Office of the Chief of Staff, Your Honor.
Yes. So you have management control, supervision over her?
In certain cases, Your Honor, because she acts as the supervising.
Miss Lopez, Attorney Lopez, you know, it's something na I've been noticing about the way you've been answering.
Oh,
You've been very selective and evasive. You know, just categorically just say, because I'm starting to believe na you're trying to paint an image of a chief of staff that's not actually the role of a chief of staff. I've worked with many chief of staff, and chief of staffs have full control, knowledge, and information about what happens internally and externally in every office. But parang dito sa lagay mo, hindi yata ganon. So anyway, my question is, Gina Acosta works under you o hindi?
Yes.
Okay. She answers to you, yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if she answers to you, she's the SDO. Therefore, you would know about her activities, her responsibilities, and duties as the Special Disbursement Officer.
No, Your Honor. No. I was not the person who designated her, Your Honor.
No. That's not my question, Attorney Lopez. My question is, she works under you, you confirmed. You manage her? Yes. Now, my question is, Attorney Lopez, Gina Acosta, you confirmed that she works under you. That is correct?
She works with the Office of the Chief of Staff.
Yes, and you are?
The Chief of Staff.
There you go, right? Now, because she works under you, you supervise her activities, correct?
Certain activities, Your Honor.
Why is it that somebody will work under you and you can only supervise certain activities?
Because she works with the Office of the Chief of Staff, Your Honor, as admin officer, not as disbursing officer. So I only have a direct hand in her work as an admin officer, which is personnel management.
Kasi ang
supplies
sinabi
and
ni Attorney
procurement.
Sanchez, pagdating sa confidential funds, Attorney Lopez, matanong na kita, may information ka tungkol dito? Meron o wala?
Wala po.
Wala. Bakit sinabi ng katabi mo na pagdating sa confidential intelligence fund ng Office of the Vice President, tatlong tao lang ang may knowledge at information dito? Ikaw, Gina Acosta, at si Vice President Sara Duterte. Yan ang sinabi ng katabi mo. Here. So, please explain to me, why would the person beside you say that and you would deny that?
Your Honor, I cannot answer.
Are you
for-
gonna fire her too?
I cannot answer for Director Sanchez, Your Honor.
I know,
can
but
only
my
answer for
question
myself.
is to you, Attorney Lopez. She has that opinion. It's on record under oath. 3 people have knowledge and information on the confidential funds. You, Gina, the person that works under you, and the Vice President. So why is it now that when I'm asking you, wala kang kinalaman?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, because that is the truth. I really have no personal knowledge as regards the matter of confidential funds.
Okay. Kung talagang wala kang kinalaman, Attorney Lopez, sa utilization ng confidential funds, why is it that on April 19, 2024, where your signature is affixed to a document that was forwarded to COA, ikaw ang sumasagot sa Audit Observation Memorandum ng COA kung wala kang kinalaman sa confidential funds? Eh bakit ikaw ang sumasagot kung wala kang kinalaman?
Your Honor, as I mentioned earlier, all external communications come from that Office of the
I
Chief
know.
of Staff.
But Attorney Lopez, you're not making sense. You just mentioned that you have no knowledge and information about confidential funds, and yet, to the AOM of COA, ikaw ang sumagot.
Your Honor, with all due respect, respectfully, even for other regular audits, ako po yung all external comms, I sign off on it. It's a
And
matter
also,
of course.
Attorney Lopez, I'll bring you back to another document. August 21, 2024, muli na naman po kayong sumulat kay Chairman ng COA. At dito, sa laman po ng sulat ninyo, ipinapakiusap ninyo na kung maaari, wag i-share ang audit observation ng COA sa Kongreso. Noong August 13, 2024, nag-issue ang House Committee ng Appropriations ng subpoena, Duces Tecum, sa COA kaugnay ng COA Audit Report tungkol sa pondo ng OVP at DepEd. Matapos ang ilang budget hearing kung saan tinalakay ang paggastos ng OVP at ng DepEd Secretary ng pondong ito na umaabot ng 125 million pesos sa loob lamang ng labing isang araw. Totoo po ba ito?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I did not catch the question. Respectfully, may you please repeat? I'm sorry.
Attorney Lopez, nag-issue po kayo ng sulat sa COA ng August 21, 2024. Tama po ba mali?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano po ang dahilan kung bakit po kayo sumulat sa COA?
I understand during that time, Your Honor, there was a subpoena issued to the Commission on Audit for the release of certain documents pertaining to the audit, ongoing audit of some transactions of the Office of the Vice President.
So ang dahilan kung bakit po kayo sumulat sa COA ay upang pigilan ang COA mag-release ng kanilang audit report and other related documents tungkol sa utilization ng confidential funds ng OVP at ng DepEd. In your words, you said here, you are of the position that the subject subpoena should not be complied with. Is this correct?
Your Honor,
Is this correct? It's a yes or no, Attorney Lopez. Is this correct? Were these the words you affixed on your letter?
Your Honor,
It's a yes or no, Attorney Lopez. Oo lang po at hindi. Nandito po yung copy ng sulat. Kung gusto niyo po, bigyan ko po kayo ng copy ng sulat ninyo.
May I please
At
have
saka
a copy?
nandito po yung signature ninyo sa kopya, sa sulat.
Your Honor, respectfully, may I request a copy of the said letter? So I can...
Comsec, can you please give this to the person who has lost her memory? Can you just confirm this letter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Indicated in
Anyway,
the second
Comsec, can I have
paragraph.
my copy back? Since she has confirmed the letter.
Okay. Thank you.
When you issued this letter, Attorney Lopez, did you act on your own volition? Yes or no?
No, Your Honor.
Hindi. Hindi kayo nag-iisa. So sino ang kasama ninyo nung ito po ay inyong ipinarating sa Commission on Audit na hindi dapat sila sumunod sa subpoena duces tecum ng Kongreso?
Your Honor, this was a matter I consulted with Mr. Lemuel Ortonio.
Kayong dalawa lang.
Yes, Your Honor, for the matter of the requesting COA.
So, ang sinasabi mo, walang alam si Vice President tungkol dito?
Your Honor, it was a letter that...
Ma'am, it's a yes or no. Let's not make life difficult. May kinalaman ba ang Vice Presidente sa sulat na ito? Oo o hindi?
Opo, yes.
So, she knew about the letter. Correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
Before you signed off to it and sent it to COA, correct?
Yes.
So, kayo po ba, Attorney Lopez? Kasi ang dating po sa amin nito ay una, hindi nun nire-respeto yung subpoena authority ng Kongreso. Pangalawa, parang sinusupil nyo yung karapatan ng mamamayan malaman kung paano ginagamit ang pondo ng mga ahensya na pinagkakatiwalaan ng mamamayan. Na pagdating sa oversight function ng mababang kapulungan at ng Senado, kung ito man ay kanilang gagamitin, ito ay hindi nyo kinikilala. Dahil sa sulat na ito, ipinapakiusap ninyo sa COA na huwag sumunod sa subpoena na in-issue ng Kongreso para hindi ibigay ang COA report sa Kongreso. At sa aking pananaw, this is one way of how do you explain it, Congressman Zia? You're good in explaining. Of covering the truth. Tinatakpan ng katotohanan. Kasi kung wala naman kayong tinatago, di ba? Kung wala naman kayong tinatago, ba't nyo pa papakiusapan yung isang ahensya na hindi i-share ang mga dokumento patungkol sa isang investigasyon na isinasagawa ng isa pang ahensya? Di ba? Ngayon, Attorney Lopez, dahil sa sulat na inalabas ninyo at inamin nyo rin naman na ikaw, si Mr. Ortonio, tama po ba? At ang ating Vice Presidente ang may alam tungkol sa sulat na ito. Hindi po ba kayo naniniwala na karapatan ng taong bayan malaman ng kung paano nyo po ginastos ang pera na ipinagkatiwala sa inyo?
Your Honor, may I answer?
Please answer.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Respectfully, Your Honor, that letter does not in any way seek to undermine the power of Congress as regards matters regarding to the power of the purse. It is not. It is simply a request from to the Commission of Audit, given that there is still an ongoing audit investigation. That's why we requested that since hindi pa naman po natatapos yung audit, hindi naman po din tama na ibibigay na muna yung ganung documents. With due respect also to the audit still being done at the Office of the Vice President. So yun lang po yung position namin. We do not seek to belittle nor undermine the power of Congress, Your Honor. That is the farthest
Yes,
and the least of our intention.
But Attorney Lopez, that is not a call for you to make. Right?
Your Honor, it was
Precisely because you are the agency that is being investigated. That's totally uncalled for. You're asking another agency not to cooperate with Congress when an ongoing investigation is happening. That's suppression of the truth. At the very least, dapat hinayaan nyo na lang. Di ba? Kung wala naman kayong tinatago, pwede nyo naman po ipaliwanag yun dito pag nag-hearing na tayo. Kasi nandito po sa sulat ninyo, parang pinipigilan nyo yung COA at pinapakiusapan nyo na huwag nyong ibigay. Nasa palagay ko po ay hindi po tama. Hindi po tama sa maraming aspeto ng pagtingin at pananaw. Kasi maaaring tama ang sinabi ninyo na hindi pa kumpleto yung pagsusuri na ginagawa ng COA, but that's not your call to make. That's COA's call to make, which they have emphasized many times while they've been here. But for this letter, Attorney Lopez, mukha po kasing talagang ayaw niyong malaman ng taong bayan kung paano niyo po ginastos yung 612 million pesos na confidential funds ng Office of the Vice President at pati po ng DepEd.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Wait, I'll get to you, Attorney Lopez.
Okay.
So ngayon, Attorney Lopez, are you still of the position that you have no knowledge about these confidential funds?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have two documents here that you signed off. One, questioning not naman questioning, na pinapaliwanag mo yung AOM ng COA. Signature mo ang naka-affix doon. Number two, another letter addressed to COA na ipinapakiusap mo sa COA na wag munang ibigay ang audit observation sa Kongreso. That's your signature. Am I correct, Attorney Lopez?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And you are still expecting that the committee will believe you na pag sinabi mo hanggang ngayon wala ka pa ring alam maski 2 beses ka nang sumulat sa COA tungkol sa confidential fund.
Your Honor, quick reading of the letter would
No,
indicate...
that's my... anyway, Mr. Chair, I would just like to end my point because I don't think Attorney Lopez will cooperate with us anyway. I would just like to manifest those two letters are true. Those two letters cannot be denied. Her signature is on those two letters. Those two letters are both addressed to the Commission on Audit. One, intent of the letter, ipinapaliwanag yung audit observation. Pangalawang sulat, ipinapakiusap sa COA na huwag i-share at ibahagi ang audit observation sa Kongreso. So napakahirap pong paniwalaan ng isang taong nakapirma sa 2 sulat na yan ay walang kinalaman patungkol sa isyong kanyang ipinapakiusap sa Commission on Audit. No one in their right mind, Mr. Chair, will affix their signature in a document that they do not have any knowledge of. Abogado po kayo, Attorney Lopez. Kung ako nga, pipirma lang sa dokumento, inaaral ko muna kung anong nilalaman. Ito pa, POA. Dito pa, pera ng taong bayan. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker Jay Suarez.
Mr. Chair. Respectfully,
Before I
Mr. Chair.
recognize Congressman Sia and
Respectfully, Mr. Chair.
yes, you want to respond?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
As regards the matter of the writing to the Commission on Audit, as regards the subpoena, we recognize the authority and the power of the Commission of Audit, Your Honor, as to all matters pertaining to audit, which is why we wrote to them. That was just our request on the end of the Office of the Vice President. And as regards the matter of explaining or explanation sent as to the AOM, those are matters, Your Honor, that, as I mentioned earlier, external communications fall under the Office of the Chief of Staff. The matter as to the preparation, etc., as long as it's in good compliant with form, those are matters that I sign off to as a matter of course. Hence the two letters, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Lopez. Yes, Senior Deputy Speaker Don Gonzales, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Zulaika Lopez, ma'am, kanino nagre-report si Gina Acosta at Edward Pajarda when it comes to confidential funds po?
Your Honor, I am not privy to that information.
Although you are the Chief of Staff, ma'am, hindi mo alam yun.
Yes, I am the Chief of Staff, but I have a certain role. It's, as mentioned earlier, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, in the Office of the Vice President, parang compartmentalized siya. We only perform certain functions. And my area of expertise is actually operations, Your Honor, for our socioeconomic programs.
Yes, ma'am, but you have been with Gina Acosta since you were the city administrator of Davao. Tama po ba?
That is correct, Your Honor.
But Gina Acosta holds confidential funds. Tama po ba?
She is the SDO.
So does that mean that the Vice President trusts her more than you, ma'am? But you are the Chief of Staff.
Your Honor, I cannot presume to answer for the Vice President and as to who she trusts.
If I am the Congressman, I have my Chief of Staff. Of course, I'll call first by Chief of Staff. Everything, malalaman ko po yun. Kaya, on Gina Acosta, parang pinagtitiwalaan po si Gina Acosta, the new, ng ating Vice President. Tama po ba?
Again, Your Honor, I cannot answer for the Vice President if she will trust another person more than she trusts me. I cannot answer that.
Did Gina Acosta ever coordinate the confidential fund with you, ma'am?
No, Your Honor.
So she kept everything confidential fund and did not clear to you, ma'am?
No, Your Honor. She did not provide me. She does not report to me on matters
Parang hindi kapapaniwala
like that.
po yun, ma'am.
Your
Pakiulit
Honor,
po.
as stated earlier, Miss Gina Acosta is with the Office of the Chief of Staff. That is correct. She is our supervising admin officer. She is our OSH, our safety officer. She handles the personnelling and procurement of office supplies in the Office of the Chief of Staff, Your Honor. That is one of her many functions, and those are the functions that she reports to me. But as regards the disbursement, those are matters that I am not privy to, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Lopez, can you tell us your working relationship with Miss Gina Acosta?
Professional, Your Honor. We have a professional working relationship.
On the subpoena letter, why did you write COA not to comply with the committee subpoena, ma'am?
Why did we write?
Why did you write COA not to comply with the committee subpoena?
Your Honor, that was the position of the Office of the Vice President, given that there was an ongoing audit of the funds being undertaken at that time. So we felt it was our position that masyado pa siyang, hindi pa siya, it's too early to be providing data because it is not actually final. That was our position, Your Honor.
So, meaning to say, this is not obstructing the process from Congress, Attorney Lopez?
Your Honor, that is the farthest from our intention. That's why we wrote, it is actually a recognition of the power of both Congress for the power of the purse and COA also for all things audit. That's why we wrote the Commission on Audit for this matter. It was simply a request, Your Honor, that they can approve or deny.
I thought that you had nothing to do with the confidential funds. So what's the reason for the letter then, Attorney Lopez? What is the reason for the letter?
Your Honor, as mentioned earlier, all external communications come from and emanate from the Office of the Chief of Staff. This was a matter that was raised by Mr. Ortonio, and when I also read the letter, I was of the position that tama naman yon kasi mayroon pang ongoing audit. So it is on this belief and our position that we wrote and requested from the Commission on Audit.
So ngayon po, Mr. Chairman, naniniwala na kayo na you know very well what's going on with the confidential funds. Naniniwala na po kayo. You know everything.
Your Honor,
You know very well what's going on the confidential fund based on your answers and statement.
Your Honor, it is really a response to the ongoing audit. Yun lang po yung role ko as Chief of Staff because all letters emanate from the Office of the Chief of Staff. And for reasons of parity, Your Honor, because we are writing the Commissioner, it is the highest official from the OVP who will have to sign off on the letter. Hence, it was signed as a matter of course. Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
I receive a letter now. I receive a picture now from Butuan. Sabi nyo, nandun si SDOG na Acosta. Natanggap po akong picture, wala pong tao dun sa Butuan. Meron mga umiikot lang, mga ilang tao. Pero sabi nyo, may activities po sa Butuan. Mr. Chairman, could you please answer that? As of this point in time, walang tao po sa Butuan. Dun sa inyong opisina doon.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I understand from the statement of Director Baloro that the event is in Hinoog.
You told me that a simultaneous event.
Opo.
There is wala pong tao sa Butuan.
Hindi po sa opisina ng Office of the Vice President sa Butuan, Your Honor. It's in another area, which are... hindi po sa opisina. Meron po kaming opisina, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, sa Caraga. That is found in the city of Butuan. Totoo po yun. But the event, kasi simultaneous activities yan, Your Honor, hindi po siya nangyayari sa opisina, but on ground. Katulad ng sinabi po niya, Hinoog City and Magallanes.
Anyway, thank you
Mr.
po,
Chair.
Attorney Lopez, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I was the one who asked that specific question. I asked him, where exactly are these activities happening now? And nang sabi po niya, I wasn't asking him about the satellite offices. I was asking him, where exactly in Caraga are these activities now happening today? So it's either you gave me a wrong answer or you're just lying. You tried to evade my question. I asked you specifically where particular areas in Caraga are this happening. Kasi nga wala dito si Ms. Gina, kasi dahil dun eh.
Your Honor,
And now you're telling us now, Mr. Chair, that you are referring to the location of your satellite offices?
Mr. Chair.
I wasn't asking him about the satellite offices. I was asking him where exactly are these activities been going on today? It's happening.
Mr. Chairman, Attorney Lopez, with your indulgence, are you not feeling well, ma'am? Are you okay?
Your Honor,
Kailangan mo ng therapist ba? Parang sakit yung ano.
thank you. I have
Masakit
a
po yung likod.
back concern, Your Honor. I'm a scoliotic. So I
Okay.
requested the chairman actually early on that I be allowed to stand every 20 minutes because I cannot stay in one stiff position. Otherwise, my back will really, really hurt, Your Honor, and then I will have migraine. So that is the case.
Okay, I will
Chairman.
move for 1 minute suspension. But before that, the next interpolator is
I think, Mr. Chair,
Congressman.
let's with due respect to
Yes.
because ang sabi po ni SDS kanina, pina-ano po nila, pina-verify nila, wala. I think we need an answer. Kasi I wanted to ask Baloro, where exactly in Caraga are these activities being conducted today?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, please answer, Mr. Baloro.
Mr. Chair, I am confirming that there was an activity happened in Hinguog and in Magallanes and Butuan City, Your Honor.
Yeah, but
I have-
tatlo. So I guess kanina pina-verify and there was no activity. And anyway, at any rate, Mr. Chair, I just want to find out really kasi parang ang dami ng disconnect dito eh. We are not getting any
Correct
concrete
answer.
answers.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Congressman.
just short interjection. Director Boloro,
Padu.
do you confirm that indeed there is an activity there?
Your Honor, yes, Your Honor. Because
Can you provide us the proof?
yes, Your Honor, I can provide you with a photo sent to me by my staff, Your Honor.
Ngayon,
Yes, Your Honor.
saan?
Sa Hinguog, Your Honor, in Magallanes and in Butuan City, in Caraga, Your
Kompleto
Honor.
ba yun yung ano niya? Date?
Yes,
and
Your
time?
Honor.
Doon sa pictures?
ATM, Your Honor.
At the
Oh, di-
moment. At the moment.
At ngayon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I can share it to the
Okay.
committee, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Chairman, may we direct the COMSEC to secure that video or photos?
Okay, Comsec, please.
Then, Mr.
get the
Chairman,
photo.
ganito lang po, Director. Alam ko po si Attorney Lopez, yung direct principal ni Acosta. But in this case, this is kasi an activity in which you're the one who supervises this all this activity, di ba? Tama?
Yes, Your Honor, under the satellite.
Do you have a number of Acosta?
I'll check it here, Your Honor.
Do you please check from your staff in the area if Miss Acosta is present?
I'll do it, Your Honor.
Please.
Thank you.
Before the end of this hearing, dapat alam na natin. Kung nandun siya, wala.
I'll check it, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The chair would like to recognize Congressman Kit Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Attorney Sanchez, earlier I asked you to call up your personnel about the tickets that were purchased. Do you have the information already?
Yes, Mr. Chair. From our procurement unit, they advised that no request for booking was made.
So no request for booking was made, yet they are supposedly out to attend to the activities that were just mentioned by Mr. Baloro, correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
So now am I to presume that they went to these activities using their own personal funds and they purchased their own tickets?
I have no personal knowledge on that.
Would that be a normal activity on the part of OVP personnel that when they go to activities of the OVP, they purchase their own tickets?
There had been some instances,
Some
Mr. Chair,
instances.
and then it was filed as reimbursement upon liquidation. Mr.
Is that allowed under the COA rules?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right. So that they can purchase their own tickets?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, Attorney Sanchez, you've been working with Attorney Lopez for quite some time, correct?
Since July 2022, Mr.
And
Chair.
would you say that she runs a tight ship?
Uh,
Meaning she knows what she's doing and knows what's happening in the office as Chief of Staff of the President, the Vice President, rather.
I would say so, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Now, how about you, Ms. Villa del Rey? How long have you been working with the Chief of Staff, Attorney Lopez?
Ms. Villa del Rey, you are recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. Since 2022, Your Honor, July.
Since 2022. And would you also confirm that Attorney Lopez runs a tight ship?
I think so, sir.
And that all of the things that happen in the office of the Vice President, usually, she has knowledge of.
I suppose.
You suppose so? Okay. How about you, Ms. Rabago?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Huh?
What is the question, Mr. Chair?
Same question.
I've been working with the Chief of Staff since July 2022.
And again, does she run a tight ship?
I suppose.
I've known of Attorney Lopez from Davao as a city administrator. I know she ran the city pretty well. No? Now, how about important documents, Ms. Rabago? If there are documents that you need the attention of the Vice President, example, do you give it directly to the Vice President or does it go through the office of the Chief of Staff?
As for me, since I am an administrative officer of the Budget Division, I report directly to the Chief Administrative Officer of the Budget Division.
And who that is?
That is Mr. Calvin Teñido.
Okay. Yes, sir. How about you, sir? If there are important things that you need to get to that, to give to the Vice President, do you give it to her directly or do you go through the office of the Chief of Staff?
Initially, sir, I will consult it first with the Office of the
Consult first with
Admin and Finance Director.
Admin and Finance Attorney Sanchez.
Yes, sir.
But never directly to the
Never,
President.
sir.
Never. Never.
Never.
It's also you, Ms. Rabago. How about you, Ms. Villa del Rey?
Same, Your Honor.
To Sanchez also?
Yes, sir. I will present first to the Director of Admin and Finance.
How about you, Attorney Sanchez? Do you go directly to the Vice President or through the Chief of Staff, Attorney Lopez?
Your Honor, I report directly to the Assistant Chief of Staff.
Oh,
So-
Ernie Ortonio.
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
then Ortonio to the Chief of Staff.
I would presume, Your Honor.
You would presume. Would that be correct, Attorney Lopez? Ortonio to you, then to the Vice President?
Yes, Mr. Ortonio to me.
Okay. Now, how about I saw your signature kanina, Attorney Sanchez, on some of the disbursement vouchers, no? Sa confidential funds. Tama ba yun? Was that yours?
Mr. Chair, I only signed the checks, but not the
checks.
disbursement vouchers.
Okay. Not the disbursement vouchers, but just the checks. You and
Mr. Ortonio.
Mr. Ortonio. Okay. Now, I really wanted to ask the disbursing officers, no, but they are not around, and I'm wondering if the Bureau of Treasury can help me out on this matter. No? As a disbursing officer, you are what you call an accountable officer, correct?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, that is correct.
Now, as an accountable officer, you're called one because the money that is given to you, you're accountable for it.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Right? Now, you can only be an accountable officer if you are properly bonded, correct?
That is the requirement for accountable officers as provided under the public bonding law, that all accountable officers, whenever the nature of their duties permit or require the custody of funds or property for which he is accountable, that accountable officer must secure or must post a fidelity bond.
A fidelity bond.
Yes, sir.
And what is the requirement on the fidelity bond? Magkano ba dapat ang i-post nila na fidelity bond?
On that matter, Your Honor, there is a matrix
Okay.
provided under the pertinent treasury circulars.
What is the matrix?
It's a table, Your Honor.
All right, let's give, for example, the SDO this time is Acosta. Gina Acosta. Ano bang matrix siya mahulog? Anong level ba?
On that matter, Your Honor, I would yield to the BTR NCR regional office, which in the records, the bond posted.
Okay. Miss Austria.
Good afternoon po, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
For Ms. Acosta's accountability, the amount of accountability declared in the application.
Can you put the mic closer so that we could hear you, please?
The amount of accountability for Ms. Acosta that was indicated in the Fidelity Bond application form is 500 million.
500 million.
Yes po.
Ang fidelity bond?
Amount of accountability.
Amount
po.
of accountability. But how much fidelity bond did she put up?
For that accountability, it has a corresponding amount of bond for 8 million.
8 million.
Yes po.
And the 8 million fidelity bond can be used to cover the amount of up to 500 million.
Yes,
Correct?
Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
So it's not double the amount of the bond lang.
It is in accordance with the matrix.
The matrix.
Your Honor, if I may interject. On that matter, Your Honor, the bond coverage under our table, under the matrix issued by the Bureau of the Treasury, ordinarily would not cover the entire accountability.
Okay.
On that regard, Your Honor, if we may quote the position paper of the Bureau of the Treasury as to why the policy is such, but in some, it is because of the fiscal impact that a reimbursement from the Fidelity Fund, from the Bureau of the Treasury, the fiscal impact that may occur when reimbursement is made.
Can you explain that in layman's terms, ano?
Your-
Mr. Cardona?
Your Honor.
Ano yung fiscal impact and ano? Like let's say if it's an 8 million bond that covers amount up to 500 million, bakit ganon?
Your Honor, if I may quote the position paper of the Bureau of the Treasury, on the limitation on bond coverage due to the moral hazards and fiscal implications in the event of a successful claim. If we may preface this, Your Honor, that for the purpose of covering claims based on the Fidelity Bond, the public bonding law established the Fidelity Fund, which consists of all monies that have been or should have been lawfully covered into the Fidelity Fund as previously constituted, along with future accretions resulting from premiums, profits on investments, or payments
Okay,
made to
no,
cover.
that's enough. No, I can't
Honor.
really even understand it. Ang akin lang is like, if I put up, how much did you put up on 8 million fidelity bond?
The amount of accountability.
Not accountability, but the amount of fidelity bond that you put up.
800 million.
800 million?
8 million.
8 million. Tama. Now, ang purpose po ng fidelity bond is supposedly to cover whatever money na dapat ibalik mo. Kasi you, as an accountable officer, for some reason or another, sabihin natin, it was spent improperly. And that should cover the amount that has been spent improperly, correct? Tama ba? Is that the purpose of the fidelity bond?
The purpose of the Fidelity Bond, Your Honor, aside from it being a legal requirement, if we may clarify, Your Honor,
Yeah.
the Fidelity Bond is different and without prejudice to the responsibility of the accountable officer to
Kaya
be
nga,
personally
but
liable.
in general, supposedly, you put up a bond so that it can cover the amount na nasa iyo. Tama ba?
Yes, Your
That's
Honor.
a general principle, correct?
Cover the amount of
Yeah.
the bond. Yes, Your Honor.
So,
If we may explain, Your Honor, on the
ahead.
limitation on bond coverage due to
Yeah.
moral hazards and fiscal implications in the event of a successful claim, if we may quote the position paper of the Bureau of the Treasury, the Bureau has established a limit on the coverage amount of a fidelity bond to mitigate moral hazards arising from the availability of bond coverage. Providing extensive bond coverage beyond that already given may have the unwanted effect of easing vigilance in the protection of public funds or property in possession of accountable officers, since payment of successful claims against the Fidelity Fund may lessen the burden on the government agency in cases of unrelieved losses, shortages, and defalcations. Moreover, payments from the Fidelity Fund constitute money claims from government funds, which may have fiscal implications. It is emphasized that claims on a fidelity bond are without prejudice to and entirely separate from the personal liability of the accountable public official who is directly responsible for unrelieved losses, shortages, and defalcations of government funds.
so the
and
fidelity
property.
bond coverage is separate and distinct from the personal liability of the person.
That is correct. That is
But
correct.
generally, the fidelity bond is supposedly there to secure some form of reimbursement.
Yes, Your Honor, to some
Right?
extent.
Now, at least that wasn't such a long explanation, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Now, in this particular case, the SDO was bonded for up to 8 million, correct? 8 million? 4 million ba? 8 million?
8 million, Your Honor.
8 million ang bond niya. No? Now, in the event that the COA says or disallows certain expenses based on the confidential fund usage, what will happen to it?
If I may answer
Yeah.
that, Your Honor. With respect to claims from the Fidelity Fund,
Okay.
that involves a different process, Your Honor.
Okay.
If I may quote our Treasury Circular
Again,
02-2019.
go ahead. You cannot
which,
just explain it.
I might say something
Okay,
incorrect. Adjudication and payment of claim against the Fidelity Fund. First, Your Honor, the accountable officer or the government agency wherein there is shortages, losses, or defalcations may first or should first request for or apply for a relief from accountability from the Commission on Audit, which I would yield to the Commission on Audit on how this is evaluated. But from our understanding, this means that there is no responsibility on the part of the accountable officer because on the losses, shortages, or defalcations, primarily because of force majeure.
Okay.
That is first the requirement to try to
Let me
apply
stop you
first.
there. Let's just give an example lang para hindi ganun kahaba yung explanations niyo. Example, the SDO disburses the fund, the confidential fund, COA says that's disallowed, etc., etc. They appeal, ang ending is hindi talaga pwede itong certain amount na to. Ano mangyari? You go against the Fidelity Bond?
That is one avenue or one remedy.
That is one remedy.
Yes, that
But
is one
since the
remedy.
Fidelity Bond is less than the amount that was disallowed by COA, do you go to the person himself,
Yes, Your Honor.
the SDO?
Yes, Your Honor. But on the matter of claiming against the Fidelity Fund, we would also want to clarify that under the public bonding law, this is also under the jurisdiction of the Commission on Audit
I
because
don't
of it.
mind whose jurisdiction it is. I'm just saying, anong proseso po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, di ba? Disallowed, you go against the Fidelity Bond. Pag kulang yan, you go against the person. In
Yes, Your Honor.
in that sequence.
Yes, not exactly a sequence, Your Honor, because the claims against the Fidelity Fund is without prejudice to the liability of the accountable public
Kaya,
officer. They can also
in this
go against.
particular case nga,
Yes, sir.
again, confidential fund, sinabing hindi pwede, etc., etc. They go through the entire course of appeals, etc., etc. Final na bawal yung paggastos ng ganun. Diba? Fidelity bond, and then the person also. Not necessarily in that order, but these are the two remedies that the government has.
Yes,
Tama
Your
ko ba?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Again, very shorter explanation, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I would just like to clarify, Your Honor, that because of the intricacies involved, there has to be a recommendation from the COA that there is a successful
Kaya nga,
claim.
assuming that's all there.
Yes, Your Honor.
Assuming it's all there, kaya you won't go after them naman if COA would not say that they are responsible, di ba? If COA says it's disallowed but he's not responsible, you wouldn't go against the person. It would be ridiculous to go against a person if sabi na nga ni COA hindi siya ang responsible. Tama mo ba?
What
Lito ka na.
trying
Anyway.
to say- what I'm trying to say, Your Honor, if I may,
Yeah, go ahead.
the claims against the Fidelity Fund itself will also have to go through COA.
Yeah, of course. Kaya nga, I wouldn't say that they're
Yes, Your
I'm
Honor.
arguing with you already. Ang sinasabi ko lang, kunwari, sinabi na ni COA, ito. Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then you go against the bond and the person.
Yes,
Tama?
Your Honor.
Yun lang. Mahaba explanation mo eh. Now,
Apologies, Your Honor.
Attorney Sanchez, itong confidential funds na ginamit nila, and Attorney Lopez was explaining earlier na parang compartmentalized ang opisina ng Vice President, there are things that I do not know of. But in all the documents sa confidential fund, nandun palagi yung pangalan ni Ortonio eh, the Assistant Chief of Staff. Tama po ba? Checks, disbursements, andun.
The disbursements and the checks,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
correct. Check and disbursement. Yet Ortonio serves as the Assistant Chief of Staff of Attorney Lopez. Reporting to Attorney Lopez or directly to the Vice President?
Your Honor, for
Attorney
man-
Sanchez. I'm asking Attorney Sanchez.
Under the organizational chart of the OVP, Your Honor, Mr. Ortonio reports directly to the Chief of Staff,
To the Chief of Staff. And who is the Chief of Staff?
Attorney Lopez.
Attorney Lopez. So, paano, Attorney Lopez now, it's a short time, paano mo mas-separate? Kasi you were emphasizing kanina na wala akong kinalaman dyan, but all of the other persons I've been talking to say, you run a tight ship. You know almost everything that's happening in the office of the Vice President. Yet on this particular matter, parang hugas kamay ka eh. Wala akong kinalaman dyan. I don't know anything about the confidential fund. Yet the people involved in the disbursement, the collection of the funds, and even the preparation of the documents are all under your office. Parang ang hirap pong paniwalaan na these are things that you do not know of, given the circumstances. Po.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I confirm that Mr. Ortonio reports to me directly for matters relating to the office concerns. Matters, especially the cluster under him, which are certain divisions, the same way that other directors report to me as regards the clusters under them. He does not report to me at all, Your Honor, for matters such as kung nasaan po yung mga signature niya, disbursements or checks. He does not.
So,
In the same manner,
go ahead, please.
yes, if I may continue, the same with Ms. Acosta. Her designation is, her designation as SDO is a task on top of her task under the Office of the Chief of Staff. So, as ang nire-report po sa akin ni Ms. Gina Acosta are tasks pertaining to her job and her function in the Office of her Chief of Staff.
So, in other words po, while they are under you, there are certain things that they do not report directly to you. Lalo na pag confidential funds ang pinag-uusapan.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I did not catch the question. Very quickly lang.
You
Sorry.
said kanina na there are things that they do that they do not report to you about. And one of this is the use of the confidential funds.
I would assume, Your Honor, because nobody has really reported to me about that.
Okay. So
Because
let me
these are
clarify that. So you never knew that she was the SDO? For the confidential funds? Hindi mo alam?
Hindi ko po alam, Your Honor, until I saw the memo designating her as SDO. Because I was not the one who designated.
O kaya nga.
Ms. Gina.
So as of December 2022, she was SDO already, correct? Or hindi mo rin alam?
Yes, Your Honor,
Oh.
given the information in the
fact
DBs.
that there were already
DB.
disbursements made in 2022 using the confidential funds.
Yes.
So, how about your Assistant Chief of Staff, Ortonio? Hindi mo rin alam that he was working with Acosta when it comes to the confidential funds?
I just know Mr. Ortonio to be one of the signatories of the checks, Your Honor. Because these are documents that we submit. Kung
Mr.
sino-sino
Chair.
yung signatories.
Mr. Chairman, Congressman Akop,
I think the resource person is not asking appropriately the questions of the Honorable Keith Flores. May I request that the Honorable Flores repeats his question?
Yeah, my question, Attorney Lopez, was that, di ba, alam mo ba na si Attorney Ortonio was working with Acosta, the what's that? SDO, when it comes to the use of the confidential funds?
Ang alam ko po, Your Honor, my personal knowledge is ay si Mr. Ortonio signs off on checks.
Checks requested by Acosta.
Katulad po nung napakita sa document kanina, siya,
Kaya nga, so hindi mo alam kung sino nag-request sa check na yun. Just Ortonio.
that he signs off on the checks, Your Honor.
Kaya nga, I was asking, hindi mo alam kung sino nag-request for the issuance of the check.
I'm sorry,
Is it
Your
a
Honor.
difficult question, Attorney Lopez?
Your Honor, my personal knowledge.
Kaya I was just asking kung alam mo ba kung sino ang nag-request ng check na pinirmahan ni Ortonio.
kung meron po siyang, yung pinakita po kanina, Your Honor, kung yun yung kalakip, the DV, then kung taken together, yun po sila yung magkakasamang documents.
The question man is, if alam mo, yun lang. Alam mo ba kung sino ang nagre-request for the issuance of these checks? I'm not asking kung kadikit ba yung cheque at saka DV. I'm just asking.
Your Honor,
Sige po.
Mr. Chair, if I may answer.
Please proceed.
Yes, as mentioned earlier, Your Honor, this disbursement vouchers, these checks do not go through my office. So I really have no personal knowledge kung sino yung nag-request ng check.
You can say no naman eh.
Ay, sorry,
No.
no.
Tapos na tayo. Let me move
sorry.
on. It's okay.
With respectfully, Your Honor, no.
Yeah,
I have
hindi
no
mo alam.
knowledge.
Okay, so these are things that happens within your office involving two of your, the next most senior officer of your office and another one, and yet you have no knowledge of.
Yes, Your Honor, I have no personal knowledge.
I hope you understand, Attorney Lopez. Parang it's kind of hard to believe po na siguro it's possible that it's happening that way, no? Na yun ang arrangement ninyo, na every other thing ako, wag lang tong confidential fund or other matters na ano. So that's is that how it is arranged?
That is how it is, Your Honor, in the office of the
Kahit
Vice
na
President.
tao mo, they do things on their own, as far as it is not concerning the other things that you should know of.
Yes, outside of the office of the Chief of Staff na tasks.
Outside of the office of the Chief of Staff na tasks. Yet, it is your Assistant Chief of Staff who performs this task.
Your Honor, my Assistant Chief of Staff is not, although we work together, he does not report directly to me on all matters.
This
There
matter,
are certain matters that I am not privy to.
okay.
Or there are certain matters also with the Office of Chief of Staff that he is not part of.
Even if he is Assistant Chief, di ba? Pwede din, no? Like, let's
Yes.
say, klaruhin ko lang, ha? So, in this particular matter, confidential funds, Acosta, or Tonyo, not through you, and you have no idea what happens or what it goes through, and presumably it goes directly to the Vice President. Kasi there has to be someone who approves it.
I cannot presume, Your Honor, I cannot give you a direct answer because wala po akong first-hand
let me
info.
put it differently. Who is the other officer, other than you, who is higher than Ortonio, that Ortonio reports to?
The head of our agency, Your Honor.
And that is?
The Vice President.
Okay, so it would be safe to presume that since Ortonio is doing this on his own, without your participation, and Acosta is reporting to Ortonio, it is safe to presume that it's Ortonio who's also reporting directly to the Vice President. Kasi wala nang iba eh. He cannot go down. He can only go up. Tama ba?
Your Honor, I cannot give a direct answer because I really have no personal knowledge.
I understand that you have no personal knowledge, but tama ba bang to conclude na yun na, kasi impossible, I wouldn't imagine na your Assistant Chief of Staff would be acting on his own. Eh. It has to be approved by someone, and it cannot be approved by someone who occupies a position lower than his. That would be ridiculous. It goes back. It has to go up. Now, tinanong kita kanina, other than you, who is the other officer na mas mataas sa'yo na Ortonio reports to? And you said that that is the head of office, which is the Vice President. And when I'm telling you, is it safe to presume that Ortonio reports to the Vice President when it comes to the usage of the confidential funds? You say you have no knowledge, so you cannot make that presumption. Would that be a correct generalization ba of what our question and answer?
Yes, sir, the gist
Yeah.
of it.
That.
I cannot make the
Yes.
presumption.
Okay. So, now, ano na lang, it would be best, could you, as Chief of Staff na lang, Attorney Lopez, undertake to ensure the presence of the SDOs that, kasi they should be here eh. Kasi ang questions naman are mostly supposedly directed to them eh.
Your Honor, this is in reference to your earlier instruction and request, no?
Yes, please.
That we reach out to Ms. Acosta. I have, Your Honor. I texted and I tried calling her, but she has not responded. I have done as instructed.
How about Ortonio? Did you try to get in touch with your assistant?
Yes, Your Honor, but I texted him that the HR committee members want to talk to you.
No reply?
Please reply. And
No reply?
none, Your Honor.
For someone who's running a tight ship, it's kind of difficult to imagine an underling not replying to the messages of the head of office. I can't imagine it happening that way. It wouldn't happen under normal circumstances po. That would be not only disrespectful, but it would.
But it is what it is, Your Honor, respectfully.
That's what happened.
There is no
Yeah, you don't need to show me. I'll take your word for it. Attorney. I'm just saying na medyo strange na yung mga taong natatrabaho under you refuses to reply, refuses to inform you, refuses to make known their whereabouts. Parang medyo mahirap po paniwalaan. Now, Ms. Rabago, earlier, a lawyer entered his appearance claiming that they were engaged you engaged them in your personal capacity?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr.
And how much was the engagement fee?
I don't have any personal knowledge on the
You don't have any personal knowledge. Yes. How about you, Mr. Tenido?
Same, Mr. Chair. We consulted our legal
You consulted your legal.
to have a counsel.
But an engagement with a lawyer naturally comes with a consideration.
Actually, it was a referral.
referral.
We were made referred to the counsel attorney.
So you're expecting to be billed for the services of this counsel?
There's no discussion as to the.
Oh, no discussion. So how could a lawyer represent one when there is no engagement fee? Would that be possible? I saw him the last time also.
Yes, Mr. Chair. But as of this moment, there was no discussion yet.
So it is the office that provided these lawyers to you?
No, sir, because that
No.
is not allowed under the rules.
It's not allowed. So you personally chose this lawyer.
We were referred, sir.
You were referred. You personally talked to this lawyer before coming over.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair.
And there was no talk about engagement fee ba or
None as of the moment.
none as of the moment. Representing you for 2 days na, yet walang bayad. Wala pang usapan about bayad.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
That's correct. Oh, very generous lawyers na. But it was referred by your
By our legal.
legal. Okay.
department.
Same with you, Miss Villa Del Rey.
Yes, Your Honor.
You also have a personal lawyer present,
Yes po.
but no engagement din. Wala pang bayad.
Wala pa pong bayad.
Wala pa rin usapan as to how much. Per hour, per day, or
Not yet.
kahit man lang acceptance fee to represent you.
Wala pa po.
Wala pa. And you expect it to happen anytime soon?
I think so, sir.
You will be billed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Will you be willing to inform this committee as to when you will be billed? Kasi parang it's impossible to think na lawyers would represent anyone for free. Di ba? It has to be for a certain fee. Right? And if you are saying na kayo ang nag-engage, kasi bawal nga ang office na mag-engage ng personal lawyers for you guys, yet none of you have talked to them about fees. Correct? Would you also confirm that, Attorney Sanchez?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Wala pang usapan sa fees.
In the engagement letter, there's no mention of the
There's no mention.
Yes.
So you just signed that I'm engaging you as my lawyer without knowing how much you will be billing me.
Since there's no amount, Mr. Chair, that was mentioned in the engagement letter, I assume, Mr. Chair, that there will be no fees.
You assume that there will be no fees, so it will be free legal representation.
Because the lawyer did not discuss the fees.
Because it was not discussed in the engagement letter. Same with you, Ms. Villa del Rey?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you also assuming that it will be free? I suppose?
I hope so, sir.
You hope so. How about you, Mr. Tenido?
Same, sir. I hope so, sir.
You're hoping that it's going to be
Pro
free.
bono.
Again, with you, Ms. Rabago.
Yes, Mr. Chair, same.
Paano kung hindi free yan? Hindi mo naman of choice yung lawyer, bine-refer lang sa'yo. Paano yan? Paano kung the billing is too much? Gusto mong lesser sana. Paano yan? I mean, wouldn't that thing come to mind when engaging a lawyer? Not just pure, siguro hoping na it's gonna be free. Oo ba? That's most people, most ordinary people the first thing that would come to mind is magkano kaya ang ibibil nito, or magkano kaya ang acceptance fee, or what is the hourly rate for representing us. Ilang oras na tayo dito ngayon? Di ba? So it's not the office that's paying for it. It's not someone we all know. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Sa itsura po ng mga lawyer nila, mukhang mahal eh. Yes, the chair would like to recognize the next interpellator, the Honorable Jill Bongalon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to direct my questions to to Attorney Camora of the Commission on Audit. And I would like to request also the Secretariat to flash on the screen the copies of the acknowledgement receipt to start with my questions. Ms. Camora, yung nakikita po natin dito sa screen ay dalawang acknowledgement receipts. Ano po? So, pwede mo ba banggitin dito sa unang acknowledgement receipt kung anong petsa ang nakalagay dito na kung saan ito po ay ina-acknowledge yung nakatanggap ng nagkakahalagang 150,000 for the payment of reward. Open and close parenthesis, medicines. Anong petsa po yung nakalagay dyan?
Mr. Chair, hindi ko masyadong mabasa. Para siyang, hindi ko sure kung November or December 17, 2022.
So hindi mo, pwede ba, yung Secretariat, pwede ba i-zoom natin itong unang acknowledgement receipt? Ayan. So I guess it starts with the letter N.
Yes, Mr.
And
Chair.
ends with the letter R.
R, opo.
So, probably what month is that?
It's probably November 27.
November?
2020 November 27, 2022.
November 27, 2022. So, let's move on the next acknowledgement receipt. Ito naman ay nagsasabi that this is to acknowledge receipt of the amount of 155,000 pesos for the payment of purchased supplies. Pwede mo ba banggitin sa committee ito anong petsa ang nakalagay dyan sa acknowledgement receipt?
12 December 22.
12 December 22. So it presupposes that this is December 12 of 2022, year 2022. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ngayon, pwede mo ba banggitin muli dito sa committee ito ano po ang period covered ng mga confidential funds na nirelease sa Office of the Vice President?
Yung sa fourth quarter ng 2022 po.
Fourth quarter of 2022 na kung saan ano po yung mga petsa ng utilization ng confidential funds?
December 21 to 31, 2022 po.
At yung mga ibang petsa na sumunod dito sa confidential funds that was released on the last quarter of year 2022?
That's it po. December 21 to 31, 2022.
Yes. Ano pa yung mga sumunod na petsa after year 2022?
Yung 2023 po.
Yes.
February 6 to March 29, that is for the first quarter, and April 25 to June 30 for the second quarter, tas July 14 to September 30 ng third quarter.
So, malinaw, Mr. Chair, na ang pinakaunang confidential funds na nirelease sa Office of the Vice President ay may petsa na December 20 of 2022. Tama ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And ibig sabihin, walang confidential funds ang Office of the Vice President sa petsa na Nobyembre 27 taong 2022. Tama po ba yun?
Wala pa po, Mr. Chair.
Wala pa. Pati na rin doon sa petsa na December 12 of 2022. Tama ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So ibig sabihin nito, Attorney Camora, imposible na ang nakasulat diyan sa dalawang acknowledgement receipt na may binigay raw ang Office of the Vice President galing sa confidential funds noong November 27 at December 12 of 2022. Hindi ho ba?
Kung galing po sa na-cash advance, hindi po yan galing sa cash na advanced nung December 21 po.
21. Okay. So, imposible, no? Na
Yes, Mr. Chair.
yung cheque dated December 20, 2022 at na yung cash ng December 21 at yung utilization, in fact, December 21 to December 31. So, imposible na meron tayong acknowledgement receipt na ang petsa ay November 27 at December 12 of 2022.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, kung nandito ka po ba nung last November 5, 2024 hearing?
Opo yata, Mr. Chair.
Yes, and in fact, you
before
were...
this,
Yes, before this.
before last hearing po with the people pa from the OVP.
All right. So, noong nakaraang November 5, 2024 hearing, na-establish na yung mga acknowledgement receipts na dated 2023 pero sinubmit para sa December 2022. Natatandaan mo ba yon?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And kung alam po ninyo, ilan ang mga acknowledgement receipts na dated 2023 na sinubmit para sa confidential funds for the last quarter of 2022?
Hindi ko na maalala, Mr. Chair, kasi kayo po yata yung nagbigay ng data.
Actually, it was not me. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, it was
the committee
the Honorable Rog Gutierrez.
Opo, opo.
So, around 150 plus acknowledgement receipts. Hindi ho ba? Kung matatandaan ho ninyo.
153?
150 plus.
Opo,
Acknowledgement receipts.
153 for 158.
58, to be exact. Can you please confirm with your records kung ilan po na acknowledgement receipts?
158.
158 to be exact, correct?
Opo.
So, in other words, ito pong mga acknowledgement receipts are another example of ARs na in-issue outside of the period covered by confidential funds. Tama ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Again, ano ho ba ang mali dito? Yung mga acknowledgement receipts or yung source of fund?
Yung acknowledgement receipt po.
Yung acknowledgement receipts bearing those dates that will not conform with the period that was covered by the confidential funds, correct?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
So sa palagay po ba ninyo, Attorney Camora, maaari ba natin sabihin na ito pong 158 na mga acknowledgement receipts, sa tingin niyo po ba ito ay due to typographical error?
Mr. Chair, ang binigay nila pong dahilan sa compliance nila is inadvertence po.
Inadvertence meaning pwedeng isa sa mga
nagkamali.
rason
Opo,
ay due
nagkamali.
to typographical errors.
Yes,
Tama.
Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ngayon, after the acknowledgement receipts with questionable 2023 dates na brought up last hearing, can you please confirm if they were part of the notice of disallowance for the amount of 73.28 million?
Mr. Chair, parang hindi na po siya umabot sa notice of disallowance. Parang nasa notice of suspension po siya.
But they are part of that notice of suspension?
Meron po yata kaming observation na ganun, sir.
So, ibig sabihin, can we state that due to the questionable acknowledgement receipts that was discovered last hearing, it appears that there should be additional 17.6 million that should be disallowed. Anyway, these are matters left for the Commission on Audit to look into. Tama ho?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Would you like to enlighten us about this issue? Do you have something in your hand?
Meron po kasi yung mga pinoint out na kasi may mga na-disallow na po kami and then may mga na-point out during the hearing na questionable acknowledgement receipts. So, tinignan po namin kung ano tong mga to. Kung nakasama na ba siya sa disallowance or not. So, if hindi pa nakasama sa disallowance, pwede po pong mag-issue ng supplemental.
All right. Anyway, Mr. Chair, I would like to manifest that of the total amount covered by those acknowledgement receipts with questionable dates, which is totaling of 26.32 million, there is an overlap with the acknowledgement receipts disallowed under the notice of disallowance. So, may mga natitira pa po na 17.6 million which does not overlap. And in fact, this is the additional amount which should be disallowed by COA. Tama ho ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And with that, Mr. Chair, I would like to end my questions by moving that this questionable, dubious, spurious acknowledgement receipts be referred to the Philippine Statistics Authority to verify if the names enumerated therein really exist. I so move, Mr. Chair. Just to repeat my motion, Mr. Chair, I would like to move that this dubious, spurious, and highly irregular acknowledgement receipts be referred to the Philippine Statistics Authority or the PSA to verify the names enumerated therein if these persons really exist. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion to refer the dubious acknowledgement receipt to the PSA. Is there any second to the motion?
Second.
Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Secondly, Mr. Chair, I would like to move also that the acknowledgement receipts be referred to the National Bureau of Investigation and the Philippine National Police for them to assist us in conducting a handwriting or signature examinations to verify whether the recipients of these confidential funds are real or not, with Ms. Mary Grace Piattos as the first priority. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion to refer acknowledgement receipt to the National Bureau of Immigration.
NPM.
NBI, National Bureau of Investigation.
National Bureau of Investigation. Is there any second to the motion? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
That would be all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair would like to recognize the Honorable Yes,
Ah,
Congressman
just a
Paduano.
short, admin matters, Mr. Chairman.
But before
Previously,
before I recognize Congressman Paduano, the chair would like to recognize the Honorable Ernesto M. Dionisio Jr. from the First District of Manila and Honorable Lianda Bolilla, Deputy Majority Leader from Fourth District of Batangas. Sino pa ba?
Di na ako magtatanong.
Yes, the chair would like to recognize
thank you, Mr.
Congressman
Chairman.
Paduano.
Admin matters na po, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, previously, I moved to issue a subpoena to the CCTV video footages of the land bank, both branches. With that, Mr. Chairman, since the land bank explained to us that the existence of such video is only good for 90 days, so Mr. Chairman, I move to withdraw such motion, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion to withdraw the previous motion of Congressman Paduano. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Next, the chair would like to recognize the next interpellator, the Honorable Romy Acop. With the indulgence of Congressman Romy Acop, the chair would like to recognize Congressman Zia Alonto Adjong.
Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chairman Akop. Mine is just the procedural / yung admin processes po within the Office of the Vice President, because as I was listening to the explanation of Attorney Lopez, compartmentalized daw yung kanilang trabaho. Thus, may mga disconnect and probably miscommunication at hindi pagkakaintindihan. That's why we have trouble understanding really what's going on in terms of the utilization of the confidential funds. And I'd like to direct my question, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Tenido. Mr. Tenido, you are the head of the chief of the administrative officer po kayo, no? Bureau sa budget division, hindi ba?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
And you were here last committee hearing.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you are also in charge of not only even the regular funds, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. You said earlier, yung regular funds ba at saka yung confidential funds, you also prepare for that?
During budget proposal, yes, Mr. Chair.
So you know which one is the regular funds and which one is the confidential
Actually, in my understanding, sir, both the confidential expense is within the budget of the OVP. So I see it as there is no distinction between regular fund and confidential fund.
Yeah, because there's a letter signed by the Vice President naming you as parang the contact person on matters relating to fundings, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Hindi lang dun sa confidential funds, but even the regular funds, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so you were here last hearing, is it correct?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
And that you mentioned when you were asked that you were requested to request DBM for the release of the confidential funds.
I prepared the draft, Mr. Chair, of the 4 items to be requested.
And who requested you to prepare for the draft of the request for the release of the confidential
I
funds?
got the instruction from the management, Mr. Chair.
Can you be more specific?
The Office of the Chief of Staff and the Assistant Chief of Staff.
Which, you mean to say the Office of Attorney Lopez?
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Chair.
So who instructed you to prepare for the what you call that, for the plan? Is that part of the physical plan na sinasabi nila that you need
The
to?
physical and financial
Yes,
plan.
yes. Who
Within-
instructed you to prepare for that? Which specific person? Kasi hindi medyo malabo po yung kanina yung kwento. Which specific person under the Office of the Chief of Staff instructed you to prepare for the request of the confidential funds to be released?
The instruction was from the Office of the Chief of Staff.
I know. Yeah, but which specific person?
COS Attorney Lopez.
Attorney Lopez instructed you to prepare for the request for the release of the confidential funds.
Just the request at that time, sir, the request.
Siyang nagsabi sa'yo, exactly.
Including all other items, Mr. Chair.
What other items?
The augmentation for the additional funds for the medical assistance, and then for the additional personnel, sir, PS Plantilla.
Yeah, but these are the regular funds, right?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. May I ask Attorney Lopez, ma'am? By the way, thank you very much for attending this committee hearing. And I hope whoever is your relative in the United States, I hope that person recovers soon. No? Let's to ask you, have you narinig naman po yung sinabi ni Mr. Tenido, no? Na coming from you, instructed him to prepare for the request so that the confidential funds would be released, no? Is that correct? Did I hear him correctly? Did you do that?
I confirm that, Your Honor. It was actually, the output is a letter addressed to the Secretary of the Department of Budget and Management. It was a request we made that was actually approved and recommended, that was given recommended approval by the DBM and was released by the Office of the President.
So you
That
instructed
request.
him just to be sinabihan niyo po siya na gumawa na po siya, mag-prepare po siya kung ano man ipaprepare ng dokumento para i-request po sa Department of Budget and Management na ma-release po yung confidential funds. Tama po ba yun?
Hindi po ma-release, Your Honor, mag-request.
Yes,
Among
mag-request.
other things.
Yes, mag-request and then for the request for the release of the confidential funds. Is it correct?
Not release, Your Honor. Our request
Yes?
is only for request for that budget alongside with all the other items that was
Exactly,
mentioned
among others.
earlier.
Di ba? Tama po ba yun? Tama po
Request
yun.
for, Your Honor, it could either be disapproved or approved.
Yeah, I
But
know,
we
but
requested.
yeah, but that's beside the point. The point is that kasi kanina po gusto kong intindihin because you said earlier po, Attorney Lopez, if I heard you correctly, you have nothing to do with confidential funds. So I presume wala talaga kasi there's a specific person tasked to do the request, for the planning, etc. And that's why I ask Mr. Tenido, sino yung kinokontak nyo when it comes to the request to DBM? Kasi ang sinabi po dito sa letter is kay Mr. Tenido, yung magiging point person po ng DBM, contact person, hindi ho ba? So that's why I'm asking now, Mr. Tenido, because I want to compartmentalize, as you said, no? But now the answer is that you, under the Office of the Chief of Staff, instructed him to contact DBM, no? Among other things, for the release of the confidential funds. So are you now saying still maintain your position that you have nothing to do whatsoever with the confidential funds?
Your Honor, Mr.
Gusto ko lang
Chair.
po maintindihan na, Mr. Attorney Lopez.
As mentioned earlier by Mr. Tenido, it forms part of the budget. So it is, and because it is part of the budget of the Office of the Vice President, and as the USEC and Chief of Staff, I signed off and made that instruction, Your Honor.
Yeah, but can you help me understand in which parameters should we say that you will no longer part of anything about confidential funds? Kasi gusto ko lang po maintindihan yun because the way I understood it based on the questions kanina is you have nothing to do with the confidential funds and you cannot speak anything about confidential funds. You are not competent enough to answer any questions in relation to confidential funds. And yet, sa iyo po nanggagaling yung instruction pagdating po doon sa pag-contact ni Mr. Tenido sa DBM, among other things, not just the regular funding, but even the confidential fund. Can you further explain it to me, Mr. Chair?
Okay. Your Honor, Mr. Chair, as mentioned earlier, compartmentalized. I am not privy to the disbursement, utilization, and the liquidation of the confidential funds. But as it forms part of the budget, and it was a legitimate budget request, I was part of that request, Your Honor.
Mr. Tenido, gusto ko lang matanong, who do you coordinate, for example, in terms of the utilization of the regular funds, for example?
The utilization. Usually,
Do
sir,
you, yes, yes, please.
usually the process po is what we do is to obligate the transaction.
Okay.
So when we do the obligation, doon po namin nalalaman kung cash advance ba yan, reimbursement, or payment dahil may purchase order. So that is the time that when we capture na po yung transaction and then we will record it na po as
So
part of the
which
transaction.
office in your department do you closely coordinate when it comes to this utilization, this disbursement, etc.?
Actually, sir, lahat. Kasi lahat naman po ng offices may
Okay, let me be
transaction.
more specific. Which particular head of division of office do you coordinate? Regular funds lang to, ha?
Yes po. For example, sir, for the medical assistance, I closely coordinate with the head of the public assistance division. That is for the medical and burial assistance. And then for the like pagbabago bags, that is under the care of the special projects division. And then for the relief items or relief goods, I coordinate or I inquire always with the Disaster Operations Center.
But does the Office of the Chief of Staff do have a say on this?
During the process of procurement, there's none, sir.
Okay. Now, what about the confidential funds? Which specific person or head of your agency do you report to?
As
or
to
coordinate?
confidential funds, sir, I received the obligation from the Office of the Vice President because Office of the Vice of the VP proper because she signs the documents, sir, as the head of the agency.
So there's no middleman, for example, or there's no person tasked to coordinate with you. It's directly to the office, the vice president herself.
There are there are admin clerks that are responsible for the routing or transmittal of documents.
I know, but I think you know what where I'm driving at, no? Sino yung in charge? Kasi I want to understand kung sino ba talaga yung in charge doon. Kasi according to Attorney Lopez, she has nothing to do with the utilization and everything in relation to yung confidential fund. Wag natin sabihin na walang may alam, not even the...
It's from the Office of the VP, sir.
Yeah, but which particular person are we talking here?
Well, under the Office of the VP, there are the Office of the Chief of Staff and then the Office of Miss Gina Acosta.
Ms. Gina, so sino ba talaga ang specific na person? Do you report or do you coordinate with Ms. Acosta or do you talk with Attorney Lopez?
No.
I'm talking now not only the request, but the actual releases and
It
the
would be reasonable to
obligation.
say that is from the Office of Miss Gina Acosta because she is the special disbursing officer.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'd like to go back, Mr. Chair, to Attorney Lopez po. Attorney, kanina po na-bring up po yung issue ng sulat ninyo. Apo, na-bring kanina po ni Deputy Speaker JJ Suarez. And basically, marami pong rason na na-cite po dito sa sulat na ito, no? Asking COA to comply. And you have stated several reasons why COA should not comply with the subpoena request, subpoena dosis tecum by the House, no? By the committee. Among those reasons, Mr. Chair, is that you explicitly said in the letter, among other things, that there is no congressional power to expose for the sake of exposure. I underline that because I want to ask you, Mr. Chair, since you're here, Mr. Chair, and I assume that everything, every word, every sentence, every paragraph, every phrase reflected in this letter, you believed with conviction that COA should not comply with the request or the subpoena powers of the House of Representatives. I'm just curious, Attorney Lopez, since you're already here, and earlier I thank you for your presence, do you still maintain this position, Mr. Chair? Attorney Lopez? Do you still maintain the position that COA should not comply with the requests of the House of Representatives and the subpoena order by this committee to acquire certain documents from the Commission on Audit?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. The position of the Office of the Vice President when we wrote that letter was to request COA to not yet give the said documents because there is an audit investigation ongoing. We feel that, we at the Office of the Vice President feel that it is yet too early to release documents because nothing has been made final. That was really the purpose of that request, Your Honor.
So you do, but my question is, do you still stick to your position? All the reasons and the arguments you have stated here, cited, some I guess you have cited the legal basis for COA not to comply. Do you still maintain that?
Yes, Your Honor, we stand by it. Actually,
Do you stand by it? Still, up to now. So you
yes.
mean to say,
uh,
here you mentioned, and I guess this is, I guess, para po sa akin, ito po yung position ninyo. The subpoena was not issued in aid of legislation. It thus exceeds the legislative power of inquiry. Are you aware, Mr. Chair, Attorney Lopez, since you're a lawyer, that the Constitution grants the House of Representatives, the Congress for that matter, both the lower house and the Senate, the power to exercise, not only to create laws or introduce laws, but to exercise oversight functions, meaning to hold inquiry in aid of legislation, Mr. Chair. Are you aware of that, and do you believe that? That's an exclusive power that is exercised by Congress.
We respect that, actually, Your Honor. We recognize, as I mentioned earlier when this was asked, this letter by no means seeks to undermine the power of Congress to investigate or conduct inquiries in aid of legislation. But we feel that at that time, on the end of the Office of the Vice President, because there's still an ongoing audit investigation, we feel that it was not the right time to present or release such documents because nothing is yet final. That is our position. But it does not, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, seek to undermine the power of Congress. That is not the intention, which is why we also recognize the power of the Commission on Audit on all things involving audit. So we requested them. But it is still up, of course, to the Commission on Audit whether to grant a request or not. It was simply a statement of our position.
I'm not, Mr. Chair, I'm not here to challenge your personal belief on matters, but I'm just trying to test, because your assertion, one of your assertion here is that the subpoena was not issued in aid of legislation and thus exceeds the legislative power of inquiry. Do you think this committee is exceeding its power granted to it by the Constitution? That's one of your assertions. I don't wanna challenge your position on this. I just want you to clarify to me.
Because early on, Your Honor, when the request was made, there was no pending legislation on this matter. There was no draft law or bill that was attached for that requested item to be released.
Are you aware? Yes. Okay. Are you aware, Mr. Chair? Are you aware, Mr. Chair, that there are laws existing and there are laws that have to be amended? And that's one of the reasons why we're holding or exercising, the House of Representatives exercises its power. In fact, it's not just a power, it's an obligation. It's a responsibility.
Your Honor,
Wait, let me finish, Attorney. I'm sorry.
sorry.
Sorry po. To exercise its power, oversight power, to review laws. The General Appropriations Bill or Act is a law. Everything that is specified under the GAA of 2022, 2023, and 2024, these are all laws. And what we're discussing here, Mr. Chair, are funds and budget given to each agency precisely because they're granted by the power and the effect of a law. That's why they're using these funds, no? And in particular, the Office of the Vice President, the use of the confidential funds. That confidential funds will not be available to the Office of the Vice President had Congress did not enact these laws. So, I'm asking you again, do you still maintain your position that what we are doing here exceeds the power that is granted to us by the Constitution in the exercise of our oversight function?
Your Honor, I stand by the letter that was the position of the Office of the Vice President, and as stated in our position and in our letter to the Commission on Audit.
Okay, so do you still maintain your assertion that this inquiry that we're having right now exceeds the power that is granted to us by the Constitution? Do you still maintain that position?
Your Honor, I think I cannot answer that because that is really
But
actually.
this is one of
a
your
leg-
assertions,
I know,
Attorney
that is
Lopez.
our assertion, Your Honor. But
What do
that
you
is a
mean?
legal issue as to whether you have, the Congress has the power or not. But our position, Your Honor, as we have stated from the very beginning, is that we feel that because there is still an ongoing audit and nothing is final, we feel that it would be too early to release such information on the end of the Commission on Audit. That is basically what we are trying to request from the Commission on Audit.
When you say our position, does that mean who is sino yung our?
The position of the Office of the Vice President, Your Honor, which the agency that is undergoing the audit investigation.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, I will no longer labor on this issue. I just want to give time for Attorney Lopez to maybe enlighten us kung bakit according to her ay nag-i-exceed ang committee na ito sa power na ginrant sa atin ng Constitution, and yet sinasabi naman po niya na she is recognizing the power of the House to exercise yung oversight function. I just don't get any clear answers po. Pasensya na po, Attorney Lopez, sa inyo. From the very start that one of my colleagues here started asking question, wala ho akong nakuhang klaro na sagot po sa inyo. Pasensya na po. Ganun lang po yung interpretation ko sa lahat po na naging kasagutan ninyo. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you po, Attorney Lopez, for your candid answers.
Thank you.
Salamat, salamat.
Chairman, can I
Yes, before I recognize Congressman Paduano, the chair would like to recognize the Honorable Julian Jambaronda from the Lone District of Iloilo City, our Deputy Majority Leader. Asan? Yes, the chair would like to recognize Congressman Paduano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, Attorney Lopez, just to inform you, alam mo naman to separation of powers, power of Congress for inquiry in legislation, and question of the subject matter with regards to COA in relation to the confidential fund. Sabi mo kasi hindi pa tapos. But just to inform you, there's a lot of investigation in my committee and ordering COA to have a fraud audit. Pending all those COA audit report. That's why this committee and this Congress has the power. Visited and asked for inquiry in aid of legislation, especially in the case of the confidential fund, in which that is a law from the GAA. Alam mo naman yan, di ba?
Yes,
Walang budget na confidential fund without the GAA. It is a law. Tama? Kaya nga po, just to inform you, na in Congress, well, in fact, ang dami na po. Special audit, fraud audit. Ginagawa po ng COA yan by the order of this Congress. I hope you get my point, Attorney.
Yes, I do, Congressman.
Thank you, Mr.
Salamat.
Chairman.
At this juncture, the chair would like to recognize the next interpellator, the Honorable Jude Asidre.